Very good morning from the Hazelgrave ground here at Loughborough University. Umpires just making their way out to the middle. The news from the toss is that the Blaze have won the toss and they've elected to bowl first. I'll run through the teams with you very shortly. The Blaze just having their huddle before they enter the field of play. The Essex batters doing their final limbering up and stretching. I was out there first thing this morning. It's a little bit cool here at Hazelgrave today. Just 12 degrees at the moment as we approach the 10:30 mark. A little bit tacky on the outfield. Slightly cool surface on the playing area. So I think that's made the decision to bowl first a little bit more attractive this morning. It's obviously ECB HQ. Very well looked after and manicured cricket ground. A lot of cricket played here, a lot of development England programme cricket played here. So it's known for being a fine surface, but I think there will be a little bit of assistance for the bowlers first up. So Grace Ballinger is going to take the new ball, left arm seamer. Opening batters for Essex are Grace Scrivens and Lissy McLeod. Of course, Grace Scrivens a left-handed batter herself, so we're going to have left armour versus left-hander to start. And now Ballinger's on her way, left arm over the wicket. Nice and full to begin with and dug out by Scrivens. Squeezed out there. So just a quick run through the Blaze side first and foremost. So Tammy Beaumont, captain, once again filling in for Kirsty Gordon. Amy Jones, obviously England wicket keeper and lots of experience behind her as Ballinger comes in for another delivery, driven on the up there, gorgeous shot. Slight misfield at extra cover, so they'll squeeze the ball through. They'll just get the one as it's chased down really well and cut off. The Scottish contingent of Catherine Bryce and Sarah Bryce in that top middle order. Georgie Boyce comes in today for Georgia Elwys due to a little niggle after that win on Sunday against Hampshire. As Ballinger's in once again, this time to the right-handed McLeod, and she's knocked her over. First ball, tailed in very late there. Looked like McLeod was looking to play across the line. And Ballinger takes first blood, and perhaps that new ball and that toss has been paid dividend with that early breakthrough. Just flicked leg stump there, looking at the replay. Great early scalp for the Blaze. And just to complete that team, Orla Prendergast, the overseas international from Ireland, Ella Claridge, Sarah Glenn off the back of a great performance with the ball on Sunday, Josie Groves, the other leg spinner, and then Grace Ballinger, who's currently bowling and picked up that first wicket. And the other change is that Cassidy McCarthy comes into the side for her first game of the season, replacing So Cordelia Griffiths comes to the crease a bit earlier than she would have liked. Right-handed batter. Just scratching a mark at the moment. Ballinger on her way in, and this time shouldered arms outside off stump, looking to push that one across the right-hander. Tap at the bat from Griffith, I beg your pardon. As Ballinger's skipping in, left arm over the wicket, past the umpire now. Full again and dug out, just squeezed to backward point, there's no run. The sun is trying to come out here at Hazelgrave. There's a slight breeze across the ground, kind of working against the swing of Ballinger at the moment, who naturally brings the ball into the right-hander, but she's been on the money so far and got on to swing back through the gate already in this first over to yield that wicket as she's in once again and driven on the up this time. Glorious shot through that cover point region. There's three harassing the ball here, trying to pull it back. Oh, and it's just evaded the fielder there. Great effort, but it's four in the end, so boundary off the last over. Essex are 5 for the loss of that first wicket in the first over. So it'll be interesting to see who opens up with Charlie Phillips rested, rotated, we're not quite sure, but not in the side today. Looks like Cassidy McCarthy, who's just been on fielding duty trying to chase that ball down to the boundary, is going to open the bowling. So like for like replacement opening the bowling in terms of the bowler who's come in to replace Charlie Phillips. Grace Scrivens on strike. And McCarthy is going to start around the wicket. Full, just outside off stump as Scrivens shoulders arms to that one. Gentle start from McCarthy. She has got a bit of pace behind her. Very athletic, robust cricketer. McCarthy's in again and much straighter, bringing the stumps into play this time, and Scrivens is more than equal to it, playing it with a nice full face and vertical bat. I'm not sure if you can pick that up on our mic and our atmosphere mics, but it's quite a strong breeze coming across the ground at the moment. That could aid McCarthy. Just check the ball to tail away from the left-hander as she's a bit shorter and wide here, this one. This slashed away. Grace Ballinger's in pursuit of the ball, but again, the ball run away quickly there, and valiant effort from Ballinger, but it's 4 more runs to this Essex total. So the first boundary of the day from the left-handed Scrivens. Just missed her length a little bit there, so Scrivens was able to put her hands through the ball in the air. Some of the backward point fielders and gully fielders might have been interested for a moment, but as McCarthy's back on the money with this one. One slip, one gully for McCarthy to the left-hander and a backward point, so if we get some shape away from the left-hander, especially with that breeze across the ground, those 3 fielders, including the keeper, could be in the game. She's in once again. Back cut this time. Wasn't as short as the shot suggested. One bounce and well fielded by Tammy Beaumont in a gully at the moment. We saw her at extra cover for the majority of the game on Sunday over at Trent Bridge. McCarthy on her way once again, and Scrivens tries to run that one down with a deft little touch, but can't get it away. So that's the end of the second. Essex 9 for 1. I should add we are struggling to get graphics up on the stream at the moment, everybody, so I will try and repeat that score quite a lot just so you know where we're at within the game. 2 overs gone. Essex 9 for 1. Boundary to each batter so far. Scrivens 5 not out. Cordelia Griffith 4 not out. Lissy McLeod has already departed for a first ball duck. She's the one to go as Ballinger's in and juices the inside edge here off the bat of Griffith. It'll go down to a very wide fine leg, almost a long leg, and be cut off. So it's just the one run from an Essex point of view. So some early shape from Ballinger. Not seen much shape from the 2 games that I've witnessed at Trent Bridge, but they've been much warmer days, much more batter-friendly days today, much cooler, little bit damp, little bit tacky. It's going to aid and abet some seam bowling early on for sure. She's in once again, this time to left-handed Scrivens, who's respectfully pushed that into the offside for no run. Ballinger once again, bit full this time, driven on the up, well cut off by Catherine Bryce at extra cover. Gentle shape through the air, but the batters seem to trust the surface and confident to hit through the ball as Ballinger's in once again, and played out hard this time by Scrivens. It does go through the air at probably a 4th or 5th slip region, the gully slightly wider of that. Third fielder will cut it off though, so it's just a single. Score moves on to 11 for 1. Sun trying to poke through the clouds here as Ballinger's on again, on away once again, right arm over the wicket, full and straight, driven up the ground. They're going to steal a single here. Good cricket from the Essex batters there. It's perfectly placed actually between the 2 straight fielders and just able to squeeze through for a single. Still plenty of shape though. It just came off the inside half of the bat of Griffith. So it wasn't completely in control, but it just teased those fielders and they were able to get through for a single, keep that scoreboard ticking. 12 for 1 Essex as the left-handed Scrivens is back on strike and Ballinger is on the money there, hitting the maker's name. So 3 gone, 12 for 1 are Essex. Just getting a thumbs up from the producer there that sound's working. We did have some technical issues at times on Sunday. And just once again, apologies that we don't have any graphics at the moment on the stream. So I'll just try and mention that score as much as possible. So Scrivens 6 not out, Griffith 6 not out, Essex 12 for 1. Looks like we have a change of bowling straight away here. No? Oh, she's just changed, come over the wicket, that's why. McCarthy to continue then. ground announcer threw me then. It was almost like there was a change of bowl. I questioned myself, but Cassidy McCarthy to continue. Right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Griffith. Down the leg side. Well taken by Sarah Bryce, but unfortunately for the extras column, that's a wide. First extras of the day. McCarthy back on her radar this time, hitting the pitch hard, bringing Griffith forward. Waft this time from Griffith. Umpire keeps his hands by his side, so the line must have been good inside that tram line. Just starting to warm up here at Hazelgrave. Very cool this morning. This one a little bit wider and will be signalled a wide by the umpire. It's always a little bit disruptive for bowlers when there's a right-hand, left-hand partnership and coming over the wicket, then round the wicket. So not quite settled into a spell, McCarthy, but I'm sure she'll be trying to do something with this delivery. She a little bit straight and turn round the corner with a control from Griffith. They'll think about a second, but it's cut off by the alert Grace Ballinger. So another single to the Essex total, 15 for 1. If you are joining us, Lissy McLeod, the one batter to depart in the first over without scoring. 15 for 1 Essex as McCarthy's in. Strays onto the pads there. It's going to be worked through mid-wicket. They'll think about a second. Catherine Bryce, plenty of speed on that and got the ball in the air quickly, which deterred them coming back for a second. Griffith, the right-hander, back on strike. A couple of taps of her bat. Right arm over the wickets, a little bit short and wide and cut away. Well cut off by Amy Jones at backward point, so there's no run. A little bit of grass on the pitch, just keep a bit of pace in the surface. That one seemed to come onto the bat very nicely. I've seen the batters drive on the up already this morning as well. As McCarthy bowls that hard length on that one, when she finds that hard length, she's pretty hard to get away. So, end of the fourth, Essex 16 for 1. A little bit of shape into the right-hander on that last delivery from McCarthy, just settling into her spell. Ballinger will continue. Grace Griffin's the left-hander on strike. Just a little conversation between Captain Beaumont and bowler Ballinger's. Beaumont now trots back off to a position at gully. So Ballinger's in, left arm over the wicket and outside half of the bat again. Does go through the air slightly, but evades gully to that very wide slip region, or a second gully region perhaps. So Ballinger asking lots of questions of the batters here. Already picked up 1 wicket first over and has induced 2 or 3 edges now from Grace Scrivens. but it's the right-handed Griffith back on strike as a gust of wind across the ground, and that one has hit on the pad, and the umpire has raised the finger, tailing back into the right-handed Griffith. The umpire didn't take much time to make a decision there. That looked pretty adjacent from where we're standing. So the Blaze double their wicket account. We've only got a view from behind the batter, but it did look pretty adjacent with the naked eye, and it did look pretty close from that rear view camera. So Griffith has to depart for 7, Essex 16 for 2, as the Blaze make early inroads in this first power play, vindicating winning the toss and electing to bowl. Jodie Grucock is the number 4 batter for Essex. She'll join her Essex colleague. Both of them got England A experience, England under-19 experience. 2 left-handers at the crease now. Grucock got the back of a 73 not out in that run chase against Lancashire on Sunday. Hoping to continue that form. She scratches a mark. Still 1 slip, 1 gully for the new batter. Ballinger on her way and hits that hard length, and Grucock plays with a straight bat and just runs that to the gully region.
We'll sort it out. We will. Don't let these things defeat you, Holly. Come on.
1 slip, 1 gully, backward point, 2 on the drive on the offside. As Ballinger's in, a little bit of width. Waft from Grucock outside her off stump, plays and misses. It's going to keep the Blaze faithful interested. Bit loose outside off stump there, maybe a little bit nervy feeling for the ball. Quite a bit of shape after the ball passes the batter there on that delivery. Encouraging signs if you're a Blaze bowler. This one's much fuller, and Grucock prods forward. Looked a little bit uncomfortable, but got her back down in time. Just hit the outside half of the bat. Just the 2 fielders on the leg side at the moment, a high mid wicket and a deep backward square leg, as Ballinger's in. He's full outside off stump, and Grucock's able to shoulder his arms and get through the 5th over of this Essex innings. Essex 16 for 2 after 5. So McCarthy will continue. 2 left-handers now, so I think we'll see it come round the wicket for both. Seeing a little bit of shape into the right-handed batter. We've got a breeze coming across to aid and abet that away swing in effect to the left-handers. Beaumont just having another chat with her bowler. She's back in at gully. Ella Claridge stationed at a wide first slip next to the wicket-keeper, Sarah Bryce. There's a waft outside off stump from Scrivens to this delivery. Not quite full enough to drive, not quite full enough to cut. And Scrivens gets caught between 2 minds there, but plays and misses. So gets away with one there. Just completing that offside field. There's a Grace Ballinger's down at 3rd. Amy Jones backward point. This one's down the leg side. I think it flicks the pad, so it won't be a wide, and it's cut off down the leg side by the keeper. Sarah Glenn on the drive at extra cover on that purple matting that's protecting a wicket just on the edge of the square. And Georgie Boyce at mid-off. Cut away this time. It's going to split gully and backward point. Ballinger will get round. Well cut off. They will come back for 2. So that keeps Scriven's clock ticking. She moves on to 10. Essex on to 18. McCarthy skips to start her run up and then is in, and that hits that hard length again. Squares Scriven's up. McCarthy once again skips in and hits a splice of Scriven's bat this time. When she finds that length, she gets the ball to talk a little bit and keeps the batter honest. Ball's a heavy ball, replacing Charlie Phillips today. Perhaps with left-handers in mind, with that shape that tails away from the left-handers. She's in once again, round the wicket and on the money once again, just starting to find a little bit of rhythm. So that concludes the 6th. Essex 19 for 2. Ballinger to continue. Grucock on strike. Should mention the umpires today, Naeem Ashraf and Neil Mallender. Neil Mallender is the standing umpire as Ballinger is in and is full and is driven. Check drive from Grucock. And there is no run. Ballinger once again, and Grucock is going to drive this one up. She's squeezed it through the fielders on the offside, and it's going to race away for 4 runs. 3 fielders in pursuit, and it just glided across the carpet there comfortably for 4 runs. Real fast outfield here at Hazelgrave. So, first boundary for Grucock, first runs for Grucock. She's on to 4, not out. Essex 23 for 2. As Ballinger's in, adjusts her length this time, and Grucock shoulders arms. Essex 23 for 2. Halfway through the 7th over. If you're just joining us, Lissy McLeod was removed. First ball of her innings, 3rd ball of the game by Grace Ballinger. Clean bowled through the gate. And Ballinger has got ball in hand now as she's in and slightly short and wide. It's play with the full face of the bat, but goes behind point, goes through gully actually down to 3rd. So there's another single to the Essex total. And then Cordelia Griffith, she joined Grace Scrivens at the wicket. She departed for 7. She played a lovely drive through the offside, and then Ballinger got one to sneak through defences and hit the pads and remove her LBW as she's in once again, full and straight, and Blocked by Scrivens, there's no run. Ballinger starting to run up from the circle. She's in now, past umpire Malander. Strays onto the pads. This will be worked into the leg side. Bit of work for McCarthy to do. She runs round from long leg. 2 more to the Essex total. 2 more to Scrivens. She's on 12. Grewcock is on 5. And Essex are 26 for 2 after 7. So McCarthy to continue. 26 for 2 are Essex. Scrivens has moved on to 12. Grewcock is on strike. She's 5 not out. McCarthy's going to continue round the wicket. I think this will be the ploy to the left-handers. She's in now, down the leg side. Well taken by Sarah Bryce, but umpire Ashraf signals a wide. McCarthy in again and induces a false shot this time from Grewcock. Played and missed. Almost like Grewcock was expecting that ball to come in and just slightly tailing away from the left-hander. She's pushed the odd one into the pads. So that one tailed away and she's in again and hits that hard length. Grewcock can't squeeze that one through. McCarthy in once again, finding her straps now in this over. She hits the bat hard again, high up on the bat. Cut off by Amy Jones at backward point. McCarthy in once again, tying up Grewcock once again as she tries to squeeze this one through the offside, opening the blade. Amy Jones, without the gloves on today, feeling it backward point, she cuts it off. Sarah Bryce has took the gloves for the last few games since she's been available for selection. McCarthy's in and another uncomfortable push forward from Grewcock that takes the outside half of the bat and just squirts out to backward point. So getting a bit of control now from Cassidy McCarthy. Just settling into this spell. Bit of a dream for right arm bowlers that can tail it away from left-handers to be able to come around the wicket, as Grewcock does get her hands through this, but the length's pretty good, which prevents her from squeezing it through backward point. So that completes the 8th. Essex are 27 for 2. Ballinger with both wickets so far. Blaze making early inroads, making use of these 2 new balls, making use of winning the toss. On a slightly cool day here at Hazelgrave, slightly tacky, but that's going to burn away pretty quickly because the sun is starting to come out here at Loughborough University. It was 3 degrees this morning when I travelled in. It was 10 degrees at 10 o'clock, but it is starting to warm up here. As Ballinger's in and full and straight, it's a check drive from Scrivens, who can't get the ball through mid-off, so there's no run. Still only 12 degrees here at Loughborough, but the sun is out. It does feel a bit warmer than it did an hour ago. Ballinger is in and full and straight this time. It'll be tickled into the leg side. They'll take a single to that vacant forward square leg position as Georgie Boyce comes round from mid-wicket to cut that off. Ballinger asking lots of questions here. She's on her way once again. Number 1 on her back. High front arm as she drives through the crease there, and this one's driven on the up. Lots of control from Ballinger here. .28 for 2 are Essex. Part way through the 9th over. Ballinger once again to Scrivens, who plays this ball with lots of respect and pushes forward and keeps the ball out. You can tell Ballinger's itching to get the 3rd wicket here in this power play. Wears her heart on her sleeve. So much energy, whether she's got ball in hand or is on the boundary fielding as she's in this time. Slightly shorter, but still enough control. I think Grucock can't get it away. Essex 28 for 2. Ballinger's in once again, rolls her fingers over that one, bit of a variation. It's dug out by Grucock. So that's the end of the 9th. Essex 28 for 2. Great start for the Blaze. Won the toss, elected to bowl on a cool day. A little bit of grass on the wicket, but I think they'll just keep a bit of pace in the wicket, to be honest. Not been too much sideways movement off the pitch, but plenty of movement through the air, and that's yielded 2 wickets for Grace Ballinger, swinging the ball into the right-handed batters. And she's challenged the outside edge of the left-handed batters so far, shaping it away, as has Cassidy McCarthy round the wicket. The right-handed bowler comes round the wicket and is trying to shape the ball away from these left-handers. So lots of questions being asked from the Blaze bowlers, but when they have missed the length, they have been driven through the offside elegantly, so there's something in there for the batters if they can pick their balls. As McCarthy's in once again, really looks like she's warmed up now and found a rhythm as she hits that hard length. There's a real thud as it hits the bat of Grace Scrivens. So positive signs for the bowlers union. She's in again, bangs this one in. It's going to be top edge pulled. It's going to go down to a vacant fine leg. Long leg will run round and cut it off. Josie Groves doing the fielding there. So a false shot induced by the change up of the short ball there from McCarthy. Scrivens happy to take it on, but it wasn't controlled. A regulation fine leg probably would have took the catch. McCarthy in again, this time driven. It's going to split Sarah Glenn at extra cover and Georgie Boyce at mid-off, and it's going to go straight into the rope for 4. It's a good temperament there from Scrivens. Receives a short ball, the ball before, and takes it on, and then clears the mind and puts away a half volley. Next ball, she moves on to 19. Essex 34 for 2. And that's going to bring a field change as well. Beaumont's come out of gully and reinforce that offside at extra cover. So no slip now. This one's cut away. Beats Amy Jones at point. Ballinger will cut it off, so it's just the one. Ella Claridge has come out of slip into gully. Looks like she might go back into this floating 1.5 slip for Jodie Grucock. So slightly different plans of attacks for each left-handed batter as McCarthy's in, and this one's worked into the leg side. Bit of work for Josie Groves to do out in the deep on the leg side. She'll come round, cut it off, but the Essex batters will come back for 2. Bit of a mixed over here from McCarthy. When she gets it right, she hits a really hard length. Asks some questions of the Essex batters, but has just strayed on the pads now and again, has strayed a little bit full on the offside. And Essex have been able to yield some runs as she's in again, and this time that hard length beats the bat. But there's no edge, no run, and that's the end of the 10th. So pretty fruitful power play for the Blaze. 37 for 2 are Essex. Ballinger has removed opener Lissy McLeod and number 3 batter Cordelia Griffith. Scrivens ever present since the start of the innings. She's 20 without loss and navigated this power play. Grucock 7 not out. Has joined Scrivens at the crease. They're going to continue outside the power play with Seam, with Ballinger. I think they're encouraged by the movement through the air so far. So they're going to pursue Seam for the time being. There's a great hand on this one from Tammy Beaumont, extra cover. We've just seen a ball run away on that side for 4 comfortably. So saved 3 runs there has Tammy Beaumont as Scrivens squeezes another run out. Brings Grucock on strike. So Grucock in a stance, just wafting a bat. Ballinger on the money there, just keeping Grucock honest. Grucock looks slightly more uncomfortable than Scrivens, but she hasn't been there at the crease for as long. Just looks to nervously prod at those deliveries that are on a good length. Ballinger's in once again, left arm over the wicket, and Grucock really climbs into that one. Stroked that really hard, and it's well fielded by Tammy Beaumont. Drove that one on the up, so suggests the pitch is very good, lots of pace in it, very true. I think in terms of getting something out of this from a bowling point of view, it'll be about movement through the air as Ballinger's in once again, and this one's cut backward of point, and it's well cut off by that 3rd fielder, so it'll just be a single. Lots of balls being squirmed behind point. That's why point's very backward. Had a gully deployed, although we're going to lose the gully now for Scrivens. Going to have a short fine leg instead. Ballinger in, challenging the defences of Scrivens. Hits inside half of the bat, goes to mid-wicket, and it's cut off for no run by Sarah Glenn. Gully's going to come back in now, I think. So for one ball, the Gully fielder went to short fine leg. So he just had a backward point and a third man, which seems a little bit odd given the shape away from the left-handers, but the Gully has been redeployed as Ballinger's on her way once again past umpire Neil Malander, and looks like she rolls her fingers over that one, and it's dug out by Scrivens. So that's the end of the 11th. Essex 39 for 2. Scrivens on to 21. Grucock played some attractive shots for her 8. Good balance of battle between bat and ball so far. We've seen some good shots. We've seen some good swing bowling. We've seen a couple of really good wickets where Ballinger's tailed the ball back into the right-handers. Currently challenging the outside edge of the left-handers. I think we're going to get our first change of the day. Catherine Bryce is going to come on, as she did first change at Trent Bridge on Sunday. Yet to see any spin. Of course, we've got Josie Groves, Sarah Glenn with some leg spin. Other options, Ola Prendergast, of course, who we didn't see bowl on Sunday. So Bryce is in for her first ball and beats the edge of Josie Grucock. First ball, her sister Sarah Bryce stood up to the wicket, helmet on. Bryce is in once again, and this one's driven and well fielded by Amy Jones, who sprawls and stops it. They do get through for a single, which keeps that Essex scoreboard ticking. So 40 for 2 now, Essex. A little bit of gentle shape across the left-handers as Bryce opts to stay over the wicket. This one's back cut by Scrivens. They'll think about a second, but quickly decide against it as Scrivens gets, Ballinger gets the ball in the air to deter the batters coming back for 2. So Catherine Bryce, ball in hand, right arm over the wicket. This one's driven on the up from Grucock, and the deep cover fielder will cut that off. Cassidy McCarthy doing the work out on the boundary rope. So power play over, a few more gaps in the field as a few fielders start to spread onto the boundary. Bryce once again and beats the outside edge of Grace Scrivens. Bryce opting for that angle across the left-handers. Natural shape is into a right-hander and away to a left-hander. She's in again. Slightly misses a length. It'll be cut straight into the hands of Amy Jones, though. Cut into the ground. And sat up nicely for Amy Jones to take a clean catch. Cut off the single. So that's the end of the 12th. Essex 42 for 2. Scrivens on to 22. Couple of plays and misses here and there, but has looked pretty comfortable for that 22 so far. Still obviously very young, but very experienced. Jodie Grucock, 10 not out. Again, has looked uncomfortable when the bowlers have asked the right questions, but has played a couple of elegant drives. And he's a very well thought of cricketer as well. Has been in the England A reckoning, played England under-19s. And talking of England players, we're going to have another bowling change. Sarah Glenn is going to replace Grace Ballinger, the leg spinner. She's going to come round the wicket to the left-handed Grucock. She's in now, slightly dragged down, and it'll be cut away behind point. Bit of work for the deep cover point fielder to do. So the Essex batters will come back for 2. So Grucock gets off the mark against spin. Not letting Sarah Glenn settle here. We've got a kind of very backward point, an extra cover and a mid off in the circle, and then that cover boundary fielder, almost cover point really, covering 2 bases, covering cover, covering point. As Glenn's on the money this time, just pushing Grucock back in a crease slightly. Glenn in, tall action, hits the splice of the bat this time, finds a length. Leg side field, slightly creative, deep forward square leg and a deep backward square leg, both in 10 yards off the boundary. And then 3 run savers in the circle. As Glenn's in again, slightly dragged down, will be cut away. He'll get through for a single. It's hit at Amy Jones, but she's deep on the edge of the circle there, so the Essex batters can get through. Change of field for Scrivens as Georgie Boyce comes out of mid-on, I beg your pardon, out to the boundary to mid-long on. They're going to squeeze another single out here as they nudge that ball in front of point. Boyce is going to stay out for Grucock at long on, perhaps to protect the over. As Essex move on to 46 for 2. Glenn's in round the wicket and with that tall action hits a length again, gets a bit of extra bounce there and hits the splice of the bat of Grucock. So a dot to finish the 13th. Essex 46 for 2. Scrivens on to 23. Grucock on to 13. These 2 left-handers just settling things down for Essex after a good start for the Blaze. Catherine Bryce will continue. Bryce is in and this one's driven away. Bit of work in the outfield to be done there by Cassidy McCarthy, real athlete. Sprawls across the floor and cuts it off, so 2 more to the Essex total, 2 more to Grace Scrivens. Bryce now opting to come round the wicket. Just tucking Scrivens up there with that angle from round the wicket. I think this is a better idea actually, because her natural shape is away from left-handers, so she can angle it in, pitch the ball in line and then get it to straighten. I think it brings more dismissals into play as Bryce is in and this one's driven through cover point. Will be cut off by Cassidy McCarthy, who seems to be the fielder that's everywhere today. It was Catherine Bryce on Sunday. Wherever the ball went, it seemed to be Bryce that fielded the ball. Today it seems to be Cassidy McCarthy so far. So Bryce staying round the wicket to Grucock, who plays almost a carbon copy shot of her colleague. Hits the ball through that cover region for another single. Bryce once again, this time played off the back foot by Scrivens, and there's no run as it's cut off by Amy Jones, another fielder in a hot zone at the moment. Ball seems to be following her. off the front foot this time. Scrivens solid in defence. Has played really well with the vertical bat so far. So 14 gone. The 50 is up for Essex. 50 for 2. Scrivens on to 26. Grucock on to 14. Steadying the ship, these two. We've put 34 on so far. A few people starting to trickle in here at Hazelgrave. A few spectators down at the scoreboard side of the ground, sat in the deck chairs. Sarah Glenn to continue then, right arm round the wicket. Slightly short, and it's cut away by Grucock for another single. Blaze have deployed the boundary riders straight away outside the power play. Deep point, deep backward square leg, and a deep mid wicket, although Catherine Bryce at deep mid wicket is about 10 yards off the circle, as this one's a bit fuller and driven, and Glenn will do the fielding off her own bowling. So just the 3 out, mid on and mid off up, just perhaps teasing and challenging the batters. Can you hit me over the top? Can you hit me straight? As Scrivens is on the front foot here, keeping this one out. Glenn once again slightly dragged down. Scrivens stands tall and hits it hard with a straight blade, and it's cut off by Tammy Beaumont. Josie Groves at mid-off's come out to long on now, so perhaps this ploy of protecting the over, trying to frustrate the batters, minimise boundaries. That was the big success of Sunday, actually, was the lack of boundaries that were on offer for Hampshire due to the control of the bowling, as this one is driven up to long gone, and Josie Groves will cut it off. So another single to the Essex total. Long gone will stay out for this final ball of the over, as Glenn's around the wicket now, and it's cut away by Grucock. They run that first run hard, but they don't get back for a second, as it's cut off by Prendergast down at deep point. So end of the 15th, 53 for 2. Very much into that middle over territory now. Fielders set, spin on. Batters looking to try and find a way to hit the boundaries. Only singles on offer so far. Catherine Bryce to continue then. She's going to come round the wicket. She started over the wicket. She's bowled a few balls from around the wicket. She's going to continue round the wicket. Driven on the up. It was in the air for a second. There was an ooh and an ah, but it was relatively controlled from Grucock. Number 9 on her back. Scrivens 29 on her back. Grucock just opened the face of this one, and trying to squeeze it through that infield, but to no avail. Bryce once again, a little bit leg side, and it's turned into the leg side, but it'll be cut off at mid wicket. Bryce in again, and this one's cut away. through point. Just be a single though. Just changing the angles is Captain Tammy Beaumont. Got a backward point now and a square point. Trying to put the squeeze on these two left-handers as they continue to eke out singles, and they're going to sneak another single here as Scrivens dinks this one into the leg side, and they'll come through for another one. So just making the Blaze captain, the Blaze bowlers, the Blaze fielders just think about things for a moment. Sarah Glenn's now being taken out of the offside and into a stump high mid-wicket position. It's Bryson again. It'll be driven through where Sarah Glenn was, but it'll be cut off on the boundary, so it's just a single. 16 gone here at Loughborough University. Essex 56 for 2. Apologies that there's no graphics on the stream. Grace Scrivens, 28 not out, opened up. She's been joined at the wicket by Jodie Grucock. She's 18 not out. His partnership worth 40 now after early inroads from the Blaze. Sarah Glenn will continue. England international leg spinner round the wicket. Low full toss this time. It'll be driven up to mid on, and there's no run. Cut off by Josie Groves. Slightly dragged down this one. It'll be pulled away, way in front of square. I think a little bit of bounce there just made that shot not look as controlled as perhaps intended from Grucock. It's cut off by Groves again, and there's no run. Glenn in again and just definitely opened the face from Jodie Grucock here, and squeezes out another single. Keeps the Essex scoreboard ticking. No boundaries on offer at the moment. Well balanced fields here from the Blaze. Plenty of control from the bowlers as Glenn's in again and on the money as Scriven stands tall and plays with a vertical bat, and it's fielded by Tammy Beaumont at extra cover. Down the track this time, fielded off her own bowling. First time we've seen the batters leave the crease. Scriven's trying to line up that sight screen, I think, and hit the ball straight. Try and access that boundary. Long gone, sent out now. This one will be hit hard up the ground. Long gone will do the fielding. Josie Groves, the fielder, deployed out there. 17 gone, 57 for 2 are Essex. Scrivens on to 29. Grucock on to 19. Last boundary was in the 10th over, so we've not seen a boundary for just over 7 overs now. Good control offered by the Blaze bowling. We saw this at Trent Bridge on Sunday. Lots of control from the bowling unit. They didn't bowl Hampshire out, but they were only able to get 189 from 50 overs. Really stifled the Hampshire batters and prevented the boundaries, as Catherine Bryce is in now, and this one will be squeezed out as Bowman has to scurry round and cut the ball off, so the Essex batters will get through for another single. third man. And deep extra cover on the offside. The boundary riders just one out on the leg side at deep square leg. As Bryce is in, and this one's square driven, and that boundary rider at extra cover, at deep extra cover, will run round and cut it off. So singles on offer, but the scoreboard doesn't move as quick. Lots of control from the Blaze bowlers as Bryce is in again, and solidly defended by Scrivens, but perhaps the body language suggesting a little bit of frustration now. She stepped away after that delivery and gathered herself, and she's back in now and solid in defence once again. Mid-wicket sent out now, so big space on the leg side, trying to protect the over, but also perhaps trying to get the batters to go across it. But she's gone offside an aerial here. It's going to tease Georgie Boyce at mid-off, who runs round to what would be a fly floating extra cover where the ball lands. So one of the first false shots we've seen from Grace Scrivens. That was born out of frustration, that one. She gets away with it. Grewcock on strike then, and she strokes that one to Tammy Beaumont, extra cover, who's been very busy in the game. And there's no run, so that's the end of the 18th. Essex 61 for 2. Scrivens on to 31. Grewcock on to 20. This partnership worth 45 now. Grewcock really settled into this innings now. Looked a little bit stiff, a little bit nervy as she prodded forward, but she's played some very elegant strokes in the last 10 or 12 runs of her 20 so far. Scrivens perhaps gone the other way, just looking a little bit frustrated and tied down as this Blaze attack looks to stifle the run flow, but we're going to see a boundary. Glorious drive over the top this time from Scrivens, just what she needed, I think. Hit that beautifully straight of long on, just to the side of the sight screen, couple of bounces and over the rope it goes. So 65 now to Essex as Glenn's in again, and good cricket as she opens the face there, does Grace Scrivens, and takes the single. So 5 from the first 2 balls of the over. Essex trying to wrestle back in this little game of cat and mouse we've got at the moment. Nine overs between those 2 boundaries. Grewcock comes on strike then. What's Sarah Glenn got in response? She's in now, round the wicket, and this one will be cut away for another single. Glenn just stalled the run up the last couple of deliveries, so she goes back to a mark. Little pause in play as she's in again, and this one's driven on the up from Scrivens into that vacant cover point region. So another single there. Big gap between Tammy Beaumont at extra cover and Amy Jones. It's at almost a short third. Drag down this one, it'll be pulled away aerially. It's going to bounce once, twice in front of a very wide long gone as Josie Groves comes round to do the fielding. So never really a chance of catch, but it was aerial. Didn't quite get the power on the delivery for it to go all the way to the boundary. So that brings Scrivens back on strike. Glenn's in now and hits a length and tucks Scrivens up. That's the end of the 19th. Best over outside the power play for Essex Women. 69 for 2 after 19. Scrivens on to 37 now. Grucock on to 22. Catherine Bryce to continue. Around the wicket. Grucock once again opens the face as she strokes that very elegantly through the offside. Takes another single to that deep cover fielder. Bryce in again, and this one is back cut. They're going to race through for a single. There's going to be a question asked here. Grucock actually was hesitated for a second and was then treading water, but she just sprawls in, and the throw wasn't amazing, so the keeper, Sarah Rice, had a bit of work to do. So a little bit hairy for a second there for the Essex batters. Should add that in that last over, the third wicket partnership passed 50. Partnership worth 54 now for these two, steadying the ship for Essex as Bryce is in again, and Grucock slightly plays in front of herself there. Just manages to check that shot, and the ball goes down into the ground, and there's no real alarm. Bryce in again, and Grucock checking a drive once again, and there is no run. Bryce in once again, and this one's cut. It's going to go through the legs of Amy Jones, but she's got cover behind her, so it'll just be a single. Shouldn't really have been a run, but insurance policy of a deep cover means the damage is just the single. So Scrivens back on strike as Bryce is in, and this one's cut away. Sarah Glenn will do the fielding at cover point, and there'll be no run. So 20 gone here at Hazelgrave. Essex 72 for 2. Was looking a little bit precarious for Essex at 17 for 2 in the power play. Grace Ballinger getting through the defences of two batters, one bowled, one LBW. The ball has stopped swinging really. Catherine Bryce's swing is very, very gentle at best now. It's not swinging as much and as late as it did early on. Going to have a change of bowling now. Orla Prendergast is going to replace Sarah Glenn. So the Irish international. So you're going to opt to bowl over the wicket to the left-handers. She's in now and bangs that in. It's going to be pulled away. A bit of work to be done. It's not going to happen there for Cassidy McCarthy out on the boundary, as that one's pulled emphatically behind square for 4. Crashed into the indoor centre, into the glass there. Saw the glass shudder as she hit that with some vigour. So pressure back on Prendergast after one delivery of this spell. She's in now. Oh, and she's beaten everything. and bowled Grucock. She looks a bit confused there, Grucock, but she's going to have to depart. It caught everyone by surprise. Just looking at the replay, just looked like it tailed back and tickled the top of leg stump. Grucock shaping to go back and play a back foot punch, but it's gone through everything and just tickled that bail off the leg stump. So much needed breakthrough from a Blaze point of view. So Grucock is going to have to depart for 28. That partnership was worth 59. So Flo Miller is the new batter. She will join the well set Grace Scrivens, who's 38 not out. Although depending on what scorecards you look at the moment, you might think that Grace Scrivens is 41 not out, but I'll go off the scoreboard here in the ground, which is that Scrivens is 38 not out. So Flo Miller taking guard, number 4 on her back, right-handed batter. Just scratching her mark. So change of bowling in Orla Prendergast has yielded the wicket, second ball of her spell, and she's in, right arm over, back of her length. It's going to be cut away by Miller, and it's going to fly to that backward point boundary for 4. So 4 wicket, 4 mixed bag in this over so far from Prendergast, who's missed a length twice and been punished with 2 boundaries. So Miller gets her clock ticking, and with a welcome boundary as Prendergast is in again on the money this time, as this one is turned into leg side for no run. Prendergast then at the top of the mark, bustling in, 84 on her back, and lovely punch through the offside here from Miller. So she looks pretty organised and comfortable so far, suggesting that this pitch is a good one to bat on once the new ball is negotiated. She moves on to 5 very quickly, brings Scrivens on strike. She's 38. So Scrivens will face Prendergast bowling for the first time today as she's right arm over the wicket and hits a length, but it's slightly out the body, so it's turned into the leg side for another single. Eventful first over from Orla Prendergast. A couple of boundaries in it, got the breakthrough, broke the partnership, removed Jodie Grucock. So after 21, Essex are 82 for 3. Good morning if you're just joining us. Blaze won the toss, elected to bowl. 2 wickets up top. Reduced Essex to 17 for 2. Bryce is in now, and Scrivens will squeeze this one out off the inside half of the bat for another single into the leg side. Jodie Grucock joined Grace Scrivens at the crease and steadied the ship with her 59 partnership. She's just departed us for 28. So Flo Miller has joined Scrivens at the crease. She's currently 5 not out, and she's on strike now to Catherine Bryce, who's right arm over the wicket, and Miller plays another nice check drive up the ground. There'll be no run, but she looks very comfortable so far. Looks a very organised cricketer, very nice on the eye. Bryce in once again, and lovely drive through the covers from Miller. It will be cut off. Boundary riders square of the wicket here, preventing those boundaries. So another single to the total, 84 for 3. Brings left-handed Scrivens on strike. She's 40 not out. Bryce on the money here, and Scrivens playing that ball on merit with respect, and just pushes the ball back to the bowler for no run. Bryce once again down the leg side this time, will be pulled away hard and well fielded by Josie Groves at backward square leg. So just a single. Scrivens just, you can just tell her, she just sighs and throws her head back the odd time, just probably feeling she should get more value for those shots. But good field placement from the Blaze think tank as Bryce is in again, and Miller opens the face on this one but can't squeeze it through for a single. So that's the end of the 22nd. Essex at 85 for 3. Scrivens moved on to 41 now. Flo Miller is just 6 not out. Recently joined Scrivens at the wicket after the fall of the 3rd wicket of Jodie Grewcock. Prendergast to continue then. She'll start a second. She'll hope for a bit more control than that first over. She conceded 2 boundaries. She did get the breakthrough and removed Jodie Grewcock though, so she'll be hoping for more of that and less of the boundaries as she's in now, right arm over the wicket. Driven hard by Scrivens but can't get it through. Sun has just disappeared again behind the clouds. I think we're just set up for a bit of a dull day here at Hazelgrave. It's on the cooler side, 12, 13 degrees. Prendergast once again into Scrivens over the wicket, and this one's run down behind backward point, and third will have to do the fielding. Cute batting from Scrivens as she ekes out another single. Well compiled in so far. Boundaries haven't been a plenty, but she's continued to accumulate. So Miller on strike, the right-handed Miller who turns this one round the corner. Fine leg will do the fielding. It's a bit more control from Prendergast in this over. Right hand, left hand partnership though will be frustrating as Scrivens is back on strike. Prendergast shuffling in into full flow now as she's over the wicket, and false shot off the face of the bat from Scrivens. Amy Jones looked interested for a second there at backward point, perhaps just falling short and going through Amy Jones. For a second we thought there was a catch there, just evading the England international at backward point. They come through for another single then. One of the very few false shots we've seen from Grace Scrivens, just playing out in front of herself and away from herself a little bit there as Miller's back on strike and she's tucked up by Prendergast, but plays it well with a full face before just turning it into the leg side for no run. Prendergast in, bangs this one in, and the umpire raises the finger. Miller took on the pull shot, looked like she was through the shot too early there, and it looks like it's grazed the glove as Bryce takes it down the leg side. So Miller had looked pretty comfortable on the front foot, played some elegant shots, albeit she only scored 7. And then she's just been tucked up as she tried to pull that one as it was banged in up at her shoulder, just gloved round the corner. So the change of Prendergast has been eventful, to say the least, but it's yielded 2 wickets in 2 overs. So Miller has to depart for 7. Essex at 88 for 4. Grace Scrivens currently 43 not out. She'll now be joined at the wicket by Sophia Smale. So Grace Scrivens, the ever-present in this innings from Essex, comes with a reputation as a high-class cricketer, of course. But she needs a partner here. She'll be on strike, Grace Scrivens, because that was the end of the over. 23 gone. 88 for 4 now are Essex. And we're going to see another bowling change. Catherine Bryce has departed. And we're going to see Josie Groves, another leg spinner. And it looks like she's going to come round the wicket to the left-handed Grace Scrivens at Naeem Ashraf's end. She's in now round the wicket with Sarah Bryce up to the stumps, and Scrivens will cut that one away, and you name it, Cassidy McCarthy will do the fielding on that deep cover boundary. So new bat on strike. Sophia Smale, 16 on her back, taking a guard now, scratching away and then just checking it again. Groves will come back over the wicket. She's shortened down the leg side, and if that wasn't Smale's first delivery, I don't think she'd have missed out. It's evaded everything, and Ashraf will signal a wide. 90 for 4 as this one's forward cut in front of square and cut off by extra cover, so there's no run. Josie Groves, right arm over the wicket and played off the back foot again. This one will get through. It's well in front of square. Bit of work to be done by Catherine Bryce on the boundary, but it'll just be the one. Good athleticism from her. Smale's off the mark. 91 for 4, Essex. Scrivens on strike. Josie Groves is round the wicket and on the money as Scrivens stands tall in a crease and plays that into the offside for no run. Sunglasses on as Groves is in once again, and this one's turning to the leg side. The Essex batters will be on their way to take another single. So right hand, left hand partnership once again as Groves is over the wicket. A little bit of width there from Groves, and Smale tries to cut it but can't make contact, and that's the end of the 24th. Essex 92 for 4. Scrivens on to 45. Sophia Smale, who's just joined Scrivens at the crease, she's 1 not out. Flying through these overs so far. Just shy of 90 minutes and 24 overs bowled. One more over before we take a little. One more over before we take a little break. Players will have drinks at 25. Prendergast then. She's had a wicket in both of her overs that she's bowled so far. About to start her third. She's on her way now, right arm over the wicket, and Scrivens plays a gorgeous shot up to mid-off, but there's no run. Prendergast at the top of a mark. Shuffles in and then hits a mark, and then she's in past the umpire and work round the corner this one by Scrivens. Just be the single as Grace Ballinger does the fielding down at fine leg. So Prendergast will get her first look at Sophia Smale. Right-hander on strike, just scratching a mark. Prendergast waits patiently at the top of it as Smale just checks the field out and now takes her position, tapping her bat away as she stands tall here and bunts the ball up the ground to Georgie Boyce at mid-off. Fine leg, third man, deep extra cover, the three boundary riders deployed here for the Blaze. As Prendergast is in, looks like she rolls her fingers over that one. It's worked into the leg side. Fine leg's going to have to do a lot of work to come round here. As I mentioned, there's just the three fielders out. Well cut off by Josie Groves. The Essex batters get back for two. They've run really well this morning, the Essex batters. Not been many boundaries on offer, so they've continued to eke out every run they can as we approach the halfway mark in this first innings. Miller remains on strike. She's on to 3 now as Prendergast is in. Miller stands tall and plays with a straight blade and keeps that one out. Prendergast once again, and this one's hit Miller on the back leg. Looked a little bit leg side as Prendergast throws her head back, thinking what could have been. So that's 25 gone. We're going to take a little break here as the players do. Essex 95 for 4. Scrivens 46 not out. Currently joined at the wicket by Sophia Smale, who's 3 not out. We'll take a very short break and we'll be back with you in just a moment after the players have had a drink. Welcome back, everyone. Players have had a drink. So Essex are 95 for 4. If you're just joining us, what have you missed? Well, Grace Scrivens is currently 46 not out. Lissy McLeod had to depart. First ball of her innings. Grace Ballinger removed her, rearranging the furniture. She clean bowled her. Griffith didn't stay long either as Ballinger got through the defences of her for LBW. Jodie Grucock joined Grace Scrivens at the crease and they forged a very good steady partnership of 59 as Josie Groves is going to continue here to Grace Scrivens and she's on the money straight away after drinks. Grucock eventually departed to Orla Prendergast, who had a very eventful first over, leaking a couple of boundaries but getting through the defences of Grucock as this one's swept, but it's cut off by Grace Ballinger at short fine leg. So she was joined by Flo Miller at the crease, who looked pretty comfortable actually until she was strangled down the leg side by a change-up short delivery from Prendergast. So Sophia Smale has now joined Grace Scrivens at the wicket and Essex find themselves 95 for 4. I'm delighted to say I've got a guest now, so I'm not talking to myself for another 25 overs. Good afternoon, Georgia Elwis.
Hello, thanks for having me.
You're very welcome. What have you seen so far?
It's been a good start. I've been impressed with our discipline with the ball. I think especially when Grucock and Scrivens were building that nice partnership, they're always the key batters for Essex. But I think we've been good.
Another dot there from the bowling of Josie Groves. Yeah, it was a good partnership, wasn't it? Two elegant left-handed batters,
Yeah,
to be fair.
Very good players. Good players of spin, can rotate the strike really nicely.
Groves drags this one down and she throws her head back there, doesn't she? We've seen that a few times because the Blaze have really built this philosophy of the squeeze, haven't they?
Yep.
There's not been many boundaries on off. We saw that on Sunday and we've seen that again today, and we've seen Scrivens at times get a little bit frustrated.
Yeah, it's something we've spoken a lot about in terms of getting out your over. If you're going for 1 or 2 runs in the first couple of balls and then protecting that, I'm not afraid to put boundary riders out. I think sometimes you can see that as a negative, but for us we think that that's more of an attacking ploy because it stops the run flow at the end of the over, and someone like Scrivens is somebody who wants to keep scoring runs and wants to always rotate the strike and keep the scoreboard ticking. So that's something that the bowlers have managed well. I think Josie did get away with that one. Tammy's been excellent in extra cover for us all season so far. Wherever she goes, the ball seems to follow her. But yeah, the bowlers can just hang in. It looks like a good wicket, good outfield. I'm sure you've spoken about that, but the bowlers are doing a handy job here so far.
Well, it's Prendergast with ball in hand now as Smale checks a drive and that one's cut off by mid-on. I must ask, 50 not at the weekend, but you're not playing today. How are you?
I know, it's old age this is. I'm okay, thank you. Just got a little niggle picked up on the weekend, and because this is such a tight turnaround, long season ahead, we're just protecting it a little bit, but hopefully be okay for the weekend.
Just managing the old girl.
Yeah, just managing
what,
the old. Yeah, 33 I am.
Prendergast in once again, bit fuller this time, driven inside half of the bat, so doesn't quite get the power through the ball that she would like, but it's fielded off Prendergast by her own self.
That's a sore one, isn't it?
We saw that twice on Sunday, didn't we? Bowlers getting nailed off their own bowling.
Yeah. Oh, well, when it's off your own bowling, you don't mind as much, but she looks like she's struggling here. I don't know if it's got her right on the shin bone. I should have to shake it off, and she's a tough gal, tough nut.
They make them tough in Ireland, don't they? Very robust cricket. I've not seen a lot of her until she's played for the Blaze, actually, but very robust cricketer, isn't she? Very strong through the crease and makes the ball talk as she's in now, right arm over the wicket. Bangs this one in and it's chopped on by Smale. Perhaps bought a wicket a little bit there. She's used that variation, hasn't she? Banging the ball into the surface, and it's yielded a second wicket. Third wicket, but a second wicket from this short delivery.
Yeah, she's bowled really nicely. She's got a lovely action and she gets that whip through. And I think sometimes when she hits the pitch, you're not quite sure how much it's going to skid through or how whether it was just going to stick in the wicket. And it looked like that one did just stick in the wicket and almost smells through a shot a little bit too early. And she has got that drag on. It's probably not the best ball that Prendergast has bowled, but it seems like it's a really intentional plan to have that field set and to be able to bowl that shorter ball. And yeah, for her, it's brought back 2 wickets today, which is fantastic.
Yeah, and is it an evolution of the women's game? We've seen a lot of short deliveries as a variation so far this season, haven't we? We've seen Charlie Phillips use it.
Yep.
In particular, Lauren Bell used it a little bit, and Freya Davies on Sunday for Hampshire.
I think if you've got the pace behind you and you've got that element of surprise, I think for us, Orla and Charlie are both very good at bowling that short ball and having it as a surprise delivery. And when you've got a field set and you've got a long boundary that you can bowl it to, I think batters, are becoming more aggressive and going after it a little bit more. And also, of course, now we're allowed 2 and over, which then, it brings that element of, are they going to do it again? They're going to keep peppering me. So it's been an effective plan. Orla, I think we tried it up at Durham and it wasn't as effective. But in the last couple of games, I think we've really had the field set right to it, and it's been quite fruitful.
Durham's not really known for it, unless you're Steve Harmison or perhaps Liam Plunkett, but you get value for pitching it up at Durham, don't you? And she's pitched this one up, and it will be worked by Amara Carr, the new batter, through the leg side, and she's going to get a boundary first up. Very elegant, balanced shot through the leg side by the wicket-keeper batter. So she gets going. Amara Carr's off the back of a good innings on Sunday.
Yep. Yeah, she's a tidy little player. I think she's technically very correct. She scores a lot behind the wicket, but uses that to her advantage and knows her strengths, and is like you said, a very elegant player, and has got off the mark with a lovely balanced clip.
She's tapping her back now as Prendergast is in once again, and forward in defence this time, looking solid. Actually, it wasn't. It was the game that wasn't played at the same as the other 3 last week, and they played it at Taunton. So it was against Somerset. She got a 50 or a 60 actually. She looked very organised. She likes to get a bit creative as well as the traditional shots, doesn't she?
Yeah, so she's got lots of ramps, paddles, reverse sweeps. She's actually difficult to bowl at because then she's so solid in her defensive technique as well.
Prendergast in and just pushing out in front of herself this time, does Carr, and she gets a thickish outside edge as Amy Jones cuts it off at backward point. So Essex in 99 for 5. Scrivens 46 not out. She's been joined at the wicket in recent minutes by Amara Carr. She's 4 not out, just got off the mark with a boundary first delivery. I should add, Amara Carr is no relation of mine, just got the same second name. And her brother's called James Carr, I believe, which is the same as my name. And he works in cricket as well. For a long time, people thought he was me and I was him, but absolutely no relation.
Got some emails that were meant for him, did you? Her dad used to do some scouting. I think
Warren,
maybe he might still do as well.
Yeah, he's still involved. As Josie Groves bowls a full toss here from round the wicket. But that field is well set, so it'll be cut off by a deep mid-wicket. Catherine Bryce, she's everywhere, isn't she, in the field?
She is. We call her Billy now, Billy Goat. She's an outrageous cricketer, somebody that is a joy to have in my team for once. Obviously played a lot against her, but amazing person to have around, such a calm and cool head, very sensible. Great person to bat with as well, makes the game look very easy at times.
And I know she's not England qualified, but I think she's she's what epitomises the professionalism of women's cricket. And I'll come back to that point in a second, as Groves is on the money to the right-handed Carr, in the sense that I remember when she was a 20-year-old playing cricket for Scotland and perhaps at university here at Loughborough, but there wasn't a true diet, a full calendar of cricket.
Yep.
Groves is in once again. This one's turned into the leg side for a single, which takes Essex to 100. So 3 figures for Essex. They'll be looking to probably double that and some more, but they're going to need a partnership here unless they can bat deep. Scrivens back on strike. Another full toss. She's missed that, but it looks leg side. They're going to scurry through for a single. That was close.
Was close. Bryce with a hit. I think Scrivens could have been in trouble. Not at the best angle here to see that, but
the reaction of everyone else suggested it was close, didn't it?
It was close, yeah.
So Carr back on strike. An eventful over so far, as Groves is in and Carr prods forward and is solid. And yeah, so it's not just about Catherine Bryce, but the diet of cricket, the calendar of cricket, playing home and away now, 1450 over games and 14 T20 games plus the 100. You can really develop as a cricketer playing actual cricket rather than just netting,
just training, right? Yeah, you're absolutely right. As Morikawa just nudges that down to long on for a single. No, you're completely right. I think a lot of the girls have benefited from the competition and the competition being tough, difficult games, lots of games coming thick and fast. And I think I've been surprised at the rate at which the women's game has grown domestically over the last 4 or 5 years. I think the first season when it turned professional was a COVID year, wasn't it? But there were probably 6 games, and now you're playing almost probably 30 games in a season in a 6-month block. And it really gives you a chance over the winter to work on your technical bits, and then when you get outside, you've got a really good run of fixtures, good competitive games, and the girls are loving playing as much as they are.
So Prendergast to continue. She's beat the outside edge of Amara Carr there. Just feels at that one outside off stump. Very contrasting bowlers now. Difficult to kind of get your rhythm as a batter when you're facing someone who bowls a hard length at pace, and then a leg spinner who's challenging both sides of the bat with googlies and regulations and top spinners. Prendergast on her way once again. Carr on the front foot this time. No run.
Yeah, Ola's been she's been very good for us. She's been asking questions, bowls that heavy length naturally, but if she sometimes lands the ball on the seam, it can skid through, and at other times it can stick in the wicket. So as a batter, you're never quite sure the pace the ball's going to be coming off the wicket, and I think she's exploited that really nicely today.
Well, she's on her way again, trying to exploit something, but Amara Carr is strong in defence, and Amy Jones will cut that one off. Yeah, it was interesting. She didn't bowl on Sunday. I don't know if that was a ploy to bowl slower bowlers and use the spinners and the experience of Sarah Glenn and the kind of guile of Catherine Bryce, but was that the reason behind that?
Yeah, you have to ask Tammy that. That's Tammy's discretion. No, I think there was a feeling that against Hampshire spin would be a little bit more effective.
She's in again here, and this one's back cut down to third region, and Grace Ballinger will do the fielding down there. So Scrivens back on strike for Essex.
And on Sunday we were on a used wicket, and Sarah Glenn came into the attack quite early and showed that she was difficult to play. So I think Tammy thought, I'll give Josie a go. Got her full 10 overs, and she bowled really nicely. And so Orla and myself, we were a bit of a not necessary in there with the ball.
Banged in this time and pulled away with much more control. Oh, it's gone through Grace Ballinger, who drops her head to the ground, and there'll be applause because Grace Scrivens will go to her 51 in fact. Very, very calm innings by a young player actually, who's weathered the storm of wickets falling around her. The ball's done quite a bit this morning, but she's really punished anything short and wide and anything full, and has eked out those singles. And I'm talking her up, and might be cursing her now, but a very well put together innings.
Yeah, she's a quality player. She's somebody who's a proper run scorer, loves batting. I've seen in recent years her score successive hundreds and bat for long periods of time, and somebody certainly to watch in the future. I think she's had some success in England A colours as well, and is getting a bit of experience in the leadership role. And he's just developing really nicely as a cricketer, knows her game, knows what she's about, hits probably in some unorthodox areas behind square, but that makes her difficult to bowl at. And obviously the added bonus of being a left-hander. We don't have a huge amount of left-handers in the women's game in this country, so that also gives her an extra string to her bow. And I mean, from a Blaze point of view, I'd like to see the back of her, but yeah, from a holistic fan point of view, she's batted really nicely today.
And I think, you know, as a neutral, if I'm coming here today, I'm wanting to see her bat.
Yep.
You know, no difference if I was to go and watch a men's test match. If
Yeah.
Brian Lara's playing, I'm coming to see Brian Lara. I hope we win by a run, but he gets 300, you
Yeah.
know. Groves in then, swept hard in front of square. Good creative shot from Amara Carr. She's going to get 4 for this. So Carr willing to throw the first punch in this over. Good thinking, actually, because square leg is he's deep and he's very square, and she's managed to big gap out there, but maybe perhaps make Beaumont think about the angle of that boundary rider on the leg side, as this one's full and pushed up the ground, and the temperament of Carr coming through there to just bunt it up the ground for a single. Who else? Who's the ones to watch, do you think? Who excites you in the domestic game then, beyond a Grace Scrivens?
Oof, you put me on the
Put a
spot.
scouting hat on.
I really enjoy Josie Groves. I think she's a fantastic fielder as well. She's got that athletic ability. Somebody who can bowl leg spin as well is always somebody that can change a game, and she hits a long ball. So from a biased Blaze point of view, I think she's a young gun to watch. I think Dav Perrin has started the season really nicely at Warwickshire, scored some good runs and hit some beautiful straight shots down the ground. So from a batting point of view, I think Marikar just angling into point for no run. But yeah, from a batting point of view, I think she's somebody who hits the ball hard and is certainly one to watch. There's loads. Honestly, there's loads, and I think that's the strength of the women's games. Marikar just tucks it into square leg to rotate the strike.
Yeah, Perrin's very exciting. She bowls leg spin, bowls seam.
Yep.
She's dynamic as a batter. That's really exciting to see. I actually described Josie Groves as she's a money ball player. She goes under the radar a little bit, but bowls, bats, fields, very athletic.
Yeah.
I think she's a real, she does everything, but goes under the radar. One of those high output players, but perhaps not seen as high value. And I think over time her stock will rise, of course. And she's still only 19 years old, isn't she? As that concludes her over. So we're 30 gone now. 116 for 5. Grace Scrivens 53 not out. Amara Carr's got busy, as wicketkeepers do, with the bat, and she's 13 not out. They're a different breed, aren't they, wicketkeepers?
I know we've got a fair few of them in our squad as well, so we're a bit outnumbered, but they are. I could never do what they do. Very skillful. I have to give them their dues, but for anybody who wants to willingly stand behind and take as many balls as that is, it's got to be. Yeah, you got to have something different about you, haven't you?
Yeah, different is one way of putting it. As the stream just shows the scorecard there, or the scoreboard here at Hazelgrave, and Prendergast is in and very full as Scrivens digs that one out. I'm going to get photographed here, Georgia, by the...
Yeah, there's loads of photographers around today. It's a nice atmosphere, actually, isn't it? It's got the deck chairs out as well.
Prendergast just tosses the ball from her left hand to her right hand and then bounds in, right arm over the wicket. And low full toss has to be dug out by Grace Scrivens.
It's a crucial little period here, isn't it? Like, these 5 overs now could really set up the game for Essex, building that partnership that you were talking about to get them up to the 200 plus scores. But if Blaze can sneak a couple of wickets here really into that Essex lower order, and they'll feel that they can skittle them for 180.
Banged in and pulled away. emphatically. That was clinical from Scrivens. only the one fielder out on the leg side, and it's way behind square leg, so that was a boundary all day. It's worked for, it's been lucrative, that short ball, hasn't it, but just not quite getting it high enough above kind of into the armpit area there from Prendergast.
I wouldn't mind a little dart from a Grace Ballinger or Cassidy McCarthy even, just to try and sneak out a wicket here.
And then just that rhythm and tempo and maturity from a young player of Grace Givens, just to knock it into the offside and take a single. We've seen that a lot when they have scored boundaries. They've got a single next ball. And it's really mature cricket, isn't it? And frustrating cricket if you're the fielding side.
Incredibly frustrating, and mostly because they're a left-hand, right-hand batting combination at the minute, so the field has to change every ball. Again, bowler has to adjust their lines, but yeah.
Prendergast once again, and Carr's going to run this one down to third and keep that Essex scoreboard ticking. And you've made a career out of that. You know, I don't know how many balls you dropped at cover point over the last 2 games I've covered, but it was just an Elvis just dinks it to cover point and sneaks another single.
Yeah.
You know, and been on the end of you scoring a couple of tons against the old Northern Diamonds, doing that as well and pulling hair out. So Prendergast in full and driven up the ground here. Sarah Glenn's got some work to do. She's put under a bit of pressure because of the shout, and they're going to come through for a single. Slight misfield, but it'll just be one. I think that's important for any young watchers today, is how important singles are.
Yep.
You know, you can't just blast a big score in boundaries. I know we see the highlights reels and it's all 4s and 6s, but actually those singles add up, don't they?
Yeah, they do, and I think if you can drop a bowler's best ball into a gap and score runs off it, you make them increasingly frustrated, and then they may give you something which you can score a few more runs off. But rotating the strike is the art of batting, I think, in just keeping the scoreboard ticking over. I think we can all score runs off half volleys and half trackers, but being able to do it off length balls and knock it into gaps and use soft hands and all of that sort of stuff is really quite important, especially in the middle overs when the field's spread and there probably aren't as many boundaries on offer.
So Groves to start another over. She's full and down the leg side. It's been turned round the corner by Scrivens. There's a chase on for Grace Ballinger, who's going to slide and skid, and I think it's going to be 4. I'm not convinced it wasn't 4. The reaction from Grace Ballinger was it had hit the rope, but it doesn't look like. It's a slight. The rope goes in and out, doesn't it? Because the sight screen. So just. I think it's 4 feet are behind the line, but she might have got away with one there, not intentionally, but I think her feet were behind the line. She come from behind the rope. Amara Khan strike then, so they've taken 3 off that delivery, and she'll tickle one into the leg side and keep that scoreboard ticking, and 4 from just the 2 balls in this over so far. And the other thing that helps, you get a single, you can't get out the other end. You just watch Tammy blast 100, can't you?
I know. She was brilliant the other day, magnificent. But that's what it's about. It's about recognising when one of you's on. You just rotate the strike, get them on.
Bottom hand coming in there, but along the carpet from Scrivens, so another single to the total. Just building a little recovery here are Essex. This 6-wicket partnership moves on to, we'll do the maths on that, 33.
Yeah.
Carr just dinking that one into the offside. Sarah Glenn will cut that one off. It's just warmed up a little bit, hasn't it?
Yep, yeah, I was just noticing that.
Starting to squint, it's a bit brighter.
Yep.
Josie Groves wears the sunglasses in wind, rain or shine, and she's got the ball in hand at the moment as Amara Carr goes deep in the crease and turns this one into the leg side for another single.
It's good batting from Amara Carr. She recognises that Scrivens is set and her job is to rotate the strike, and she's just moving across a crease, isn't she, and using the length that Groves is bowling to just knock it into that little gap in the leg side and get up the other end.
Groves round the wicket to left-handed Scrivens, who prods forward and keeps that one out. So that's the end of another over from Josie Groves. 32 gone here. Essex 129 for 5, trying to rebuild and salvage this innings. from being 95 for 5. Amara Carr has joined Grace Scrivens at the crease. Partnership up to 34 now. Scrivens on to 63. Carr on to 16. Going to have a change of bowling. Cassidy McCarthy's going to come back. Bowled at the other end before. She did ask questions. The left-handers got it to tail away from round the wicket.
Yeah.
When she found a rhythm and looked warm.
Yeah.
She bowls a heavy ball, doesn't she? She hits the ball at the bat hard.
She does indeed. I've been on the receiving end of that indoors all winter, and it's not nice to face with the ball angling back in at me as a right-hander. She's coming down the hill now, extra pace.
Carr goes back to that one, tries to run it down, but can't get it through. Yeah, I can imagine indoor on that blue or that green surface. Just it just bounces
nice.
a foot higher, doesn't it?
And she enjoys it as well. She enjoys giving you the odd bumper and chases down after it smiling while you're in an awful crumpled position trying to get out of the way of it. She's got a little bit of pace, and she sort of surprises you because she's got a short run up for a fast bowler.
Bangs this one in, and it's run down off of horizontal bat from Carr. So another single. Grace Ballinger's in the action again down at third.
I wonder if the ploy here is to go hard into the wicket and try and unsettle Grace Scrivens and do something a little bit different just to try and break this partnership, which, like you said, is built nicely now to 35. Blaze won't want it to get too much bigger.
Well, there's a fine leg and a deep square leg for that short ball ploy as she's round the wicket and down the leg side this time to the left-handed Scrivens, and umpire Neil Mallender will signal a wide. I wonder if Neil Mallender, bit of fun fact for you, played cricket with your head coach Craig Cumming, because I know Neil Mallender played for Otago.
Oh, maybe then. Maybe.
He used to go backwards and forwards as a county pro to New Zealand for the winters. I wonder if he played with Craig Cumming. Into the surface here, and they're going to scamper through for a single. Good cricket there from the Essex batters. Yeah, he used to be on the international panel, didn't he, Neil Mallender? I remember he used to do the odd England one-day match. Not sure he did test matches, but... So, Amara Carr on strike. Crouched, tapping a bat. Banged in way above the head there. What we say in umpire Mallender takes his hands out his pockets and signals wide this time.
She's only short, isn't she, Amara Carr? She's not the tallest batter. I think actually to Grace Scrivens that would have been a decent delivery, but Cassidy McCarthy has to bowl it again.
Here it is, on the money, follows it up with a full one. It was quick though, wasn't it? It skidded through really quick.
Yeah, it does. She just bowled that heavy length. It's on to you a lot quicker. She's got like a sort of quite a short run up for a fast bowler, and skids through. She's a really strong girl, strong at the crease, and the ball just follows you. So it's not particularly nice to face.
She's in once again, and it's a little bit wide this time, and it will be signalled a wide, just the wrong side of those tram lines as Carr tries to get some bat on it, playing a cut shot. And of course she's a product of actually the Vipers academy system. She's a Sussex girl, isn't she?
Yep.
So you'd have crossed paths with her when you were down on the south coast?
Yeah, absolutely. Played a lot junior cricket with Cass.
McCarthy in once again, into the body of Carr, who pulls this one away. Catherine Bryce will do the honours down at deep square leg.
But yeah, again, Cass is somebody who's really benefited from this domestic system. She came up here for university, got picked up by Lightning, worked a lot with Chris Guest, and he saw something in her that other people perhaps hadn't, and they worked really hard on her bowling. She's got really strong in the gym. She bowls really quickly now, to be fair.
This one's banged in again, and it's ran off the face of the bat by Scrivens and deftly ran down to third, which is cut off. They thought about second, but they haven't come back for it in the end. So that's the end of the 33rd. Essex 136 for 5. Scriven's on to 65 now. She's creeped up to there from 50 pretty quickly, hasn't she?
It's a quick scoring ground, isn't it? And I think it shows the value of partnerships here, and when you get in, being able to cash in. I think when Blaze or Lightning have played here, I think they've found it difficult to defend a score when they've bowled second. So that was sort of in the mind of Tammy when she won the toss, is that because the boundaries are so short straight, it's not that easy to bowl second on. But Essex batters here showing that once you get in, the pitch looks good. Pitch looks quite flat, and once the ball stops swinging and moving sideways, it looks like a lovely place to bat.
Change of bowling then. Catherine Bryce to replace Josie Groves, who comes round the wicket with that angle in and then that tail away. I think her bowling's improved as well, Catherine Bryce. I think she was a little bit floaty and a bit predictable a couple of years ago, and that exposure to overseas cricket and building extra robustness, she's offers lots of control, doesn't she? Especially with the keeper up to the stumps as well. She's in again, and Scrivens tries to run that one behind backward point, but she can't squeeze it through.
She's somebody who's probably taking on a bit of a different role this year in bowling first change. She opened a lot last year for this side, so can bowl with the new ball, very good at the death as well, but like you said, has really worked on that middle phase bowling, keeping the stumps in play.
Bit full this time, low full toss, pushed hard up the ground by Scrivens, almost hit it too well, so it would just be a single as it's cut off by long gone.
And yeah, she's got all the tricks. She's got the leg cutters, she's got that natural angle in, which is awful to face with the new ball, but it still just keeps coming at you as with a slightly older ball as well. And then because of the pace that she bowls at as well, you have to generate everything onto it, which is not always easy to do as a batter.
Carr back on strike. Bryce over the wicket. This one's turned into leg side. Another single to the Essex total. If you're joining us, Blaze are on the road today, home game, but they're at Hazelgrave here at Loughborough University. This one is going to be punched on the back foot through cover, and it'll be cut off. So just be another single. Lots of singles on offer. Not seen many boundaries again today. Lots of control by the Blaze bowling. Bit of creativity here from Amara Carr. Bit of work to be done as they will come back for 2. It'll be close. No, home pretty safe there as Ella Claridge does the fielding. So if I had to pick who was the wicket keeper and I didn't know Amara Carr, just that shot alone. Keepers love sweeping and ramping and getting a bit creative, don't they?
Yeah. There's somebody that we earmark for a lot of runs scored behind the bat, so the ramps, the reverse sweeps, paddles against the seamers. Somebody who's very good at it. She's quite low down to the ground. We've spoken about not the tallest player, so very willing to get down and sweep. She's got a good strong sweep shot. She uses it well against the spinners, and then is able to just manoeuvre the ball. I think she looks like somebody who's quite in control of her game at the moment in terms of rotating the strike and knowing what her options are.
So McCarthy will continue round the wicket to left-handed Scrivens, down the leg side, so umpire Neil Mallender will signal another wide. Perhaps to just suggest the ball isn't shaping. And
yeah, she might be also have been told by Tammy that Tammy wants a wicket, so she's just overstraining a little bit to bowl that perfect delivery. I'd like to see her just keep hammering away on a length.
So she's in now, and she does hammer away at that length, and Scrivens tries to play off the back foot and get it through the offside, but it's cut off by Amy Jones. How odd is it looking at Amy Jones without pads and gloves and a helmet on? I didn't recognise her on Sunday.
I know, we're so used to it, aren't we? But I think she quite suits it. She's done a brilliant job for us at point. Moves really well.
Down the leg side again. I think this is flicked off the pad. It's gone fine. Oh no, it's come off the bat. Umpire signals runs. So another 4 to the Essex total and another 4 to Grace Scrivens.
She's just not quite got a line right here. Cassidy, as she's coming around the wicket. So tight, so difficult bowling at left hand, right hand all the time. And when there's such a short boundary behind it, doesn't need much and it races away.
Yeah, very fine flick in the end, wasn't it, off the bat of Scrivens, as this one's banged in and this one's ran off the face. That's going to go fine as well for 4 more. Creativity from the bowling and creativity in a response from Grace Scrivens, who takes Essex past 150. 150 for 5 now. She moves on to 75.
Yeah, it's clever batting. She's just waited for it. I think she probably knows that it's coming, so she's set up expecting that short delivery and just guides it on its way.
How does McCarthy get out the over? Back on the money. It does go quite far behind backward point, but will be cut off again by that engine that is Catherine Bryce. That's always the challenge, is that once you've gone for a few runs in the over, how do you get out the over? Balls 4, 5, 6. There's always a bit of nervousness, a bit of pressure on the bowler, isn't there, to get out that over?
Yeah, absolutely. And of course for Cassidy as well, she's coming in for her first game of the season, so there's extra nerves and pressure on that with her wanting to do well.
She's in now and on the money, actually, as she keeps Amara Carr at bay.
Yeah, we just, as Blaze, need to get a bit of control back. I think since Amara Carr's come in, it's been free-flowing run scoring, hasn't it, and not been able to build a huge amount of pressure. And with Essex being able to rotate really nicely, and that's allowed them to build this partnership.
McCarthy short ball again, and it's well ridden actually by Amara Carr, who stands tall and then runs it down to third for another single. So 35 gone. Essex 152 for 5. I should mention as well that the partnership has passed 50 for these two in that over. They're up to 57 now. George, you're going to depart us. Thanks for joining us.
No,
thanks for your
having me.
insight,
Thank you for having
and
me.
perhaps we'll see you in the
Great.
second innings.
Yeah,
you
absolutely.
get warm, go and have a cup of tea.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Catherine Bryce will continue. She's on the money first ball in this over to Amara Carr. Cut off by Tammy Beaumont at mid-wicket. Bryce in once again. Carr trying to force something there. Doesn't really get hold of it. The ball doesn't go anywhere. Catherine Bryce in once again. This one hits a Carr on the pads. She tries to flick that away, kind of loses her shape. But no real alarm. No real alarm for the Essex batters. This one worked into the leg side by Carr, cut off by Grace Ballinger, who's now inside the circle, having rode the boundary for most of the game if she hasn't had the ball in hand. She's now going to move round to a short fine leg as they leave square leg open and deploy a deep square leg as Bryce is in now, and this one's driven up the ground and Tammy Beaumont will scurry round, but at full stretch can't cut it off, so the ball will run up to long gone for a single. That brings Scrivens on strike. Well set here is Grace Scrivens. barely played a shot, false shot or a shot in anger. She's accumulated her runs so far, and she gets in line with this one and negotiates the end of the Catherine Bryce over. So Essex 153 for 5. Scriven 76 not out. Amara Carr 23. 14 remain. We're going to have a bowling change as well. Sarah Glenn is going to return. Perhaps a match up with Amara Carr. Right-handed leg spin to the right-handed wicket keeper. Not seen too many overs from Sarah Glenn so far, just the 4. None for 17. Saw a bowl early on outside the power play. But Tammy Beaumont's chopped and changed the bowlers quite a bit, trying to unsettle the batters. It's brought 5 wickets so far. Glenn's in now, down the leg side, swept away by Amara Carr, and it's cut off by a short fine leg. Grace Ballinger doing the fielding there. Glenn once again down the leg side and swept away. Finer this time, but it's cut off by some good work by Grace Ballinger once again. Into the pads again from Sarah Glenn, and this one just trickles off Amara Carr's pads. There'll be no run. There was a polite inquiry that was quickly stifled. 3 balls gone in the 37th as this one swept. This one hits the pads. Bit more interest this time from Sarah Glenn, but not from umpire Neil Mallender. She's not the type of bowler you would normally sweep, but Amara Carr has attempted 3 in this over so far. As Glenn is in, this one's back of a length and it'll be tucked into leg side, but Beaumont will cut it off. Scrivens did set off and is sent back. Looks back at a partner with a bit of disdain as to say what's going on there, but I think the right decision was made in turning down that single. Glenn in once again, swept hard and square by Amara Carr. There's a little fumble out there in the deep by Josie Groves, but she recovers quickly, so it'll just be the single. So 1 from that first over of Sarah Glenn returning. 36 gone. Essex 154 for 5 on the rebuild, as this partnership is worth 59. The other notable partnership was worth 59 as well, with Jodie Grewcock, I beg your pardon. Just looking at bowling figures so far, Grace Ballinger's bowled 6, 2 for 19. She's got 4 left. We might see her in a second actually, because she's taken a cap off and is putting her ponytail back in. Cassidy McCarthy's bowled 7, none for 38. Catherine Bryce, 2. She remains with 2 overs. She's none for 25. Sarah Glenn, she's just got through her 5th, so she's 5 to come. Orla Prendergast has got 4 left. She's 3 for 32 from her 6. And Josie Groves has bowled none for 21 from her 5. So Grace Ballinger's going to come round the wicket. Left arm seamer to Amara Carr. Driven on the up from Amara Carr. Be fielded by mid on. I'm delighted to say we've been joined by Lucy Hyam. Good afternoon, Lucy.
Good afternoon. Nice that you found the only bit of shade in the entire ground.
Yeah, sorry about that. I've
Cold
got
over
the,
it. I
I've
did
got the
wonder why you had a trench coat on.
sleeping bag coat on. I'm nice and warm.
Let you off.
But yeah, we are in the shade here as the sun is coming across Hazelgrave, and Ballinger's in, and Carr strokes another one through the offside. Saw this ploy not yesterday, was it? Sunday. Ballinger comes back for a second spell, comes round the wicket, kind of targeting those pads, trying to choke the batter up, perhaps when the ball's not moving as much.
Yeah, I think it's a really good option for Grace. We've got 3 fielders out on the leg side, the left-handed Grace Scrivens. I think, especially with the dimensions of Hazelgrave, with it being so short straight, it's a nice way to try and defend one side of the ground at the death. She can execute it pretty well, so hopefully it'll be pretty economic at this phase of the game. We'll be in a very good position.
Well, Ballinger's over the wicket because it's the left-handed Scrivens on strike who plays an aerial flick over the leg side. It'll bounce a couple of times before it gets to Sarah Glenn, who does the fielding.
Yeah, she did well there, didn't she? Because I think she was caught between 2 minds as to whether to run in or not, and it nearly bounced straight past her. I thought, oh, danger.
With no graphics on the stream, so just a reminder that Essex are 156 for 5 as Carr drives Ballinger up to mid-off here for no run. Grace Scriven 77 not out. Very well paced innings so far. Some glorious shots off the front and the back foot, as well as just turning the strike over and annoying the Blaze batters, being a left-hander.
Yeah, she batted really nicely with Jodie Grewcock, didn't she? It's pretty important to break that partnership.
Yeah, 59 that partnership was worth as Carr squeezes one out here and it's misfielded. Extra cover by Amy Jones, so they'll get through for another single. Yeah, 59 that partnership was worth, and it was broken by Ola Prendergast, who got dismissed quite innocuously, really. I don't know if you've seen that dismissal.
Was it the one that clipped?
Yeah, clipped leg stump.
I wasn't really sure what happened, to be honest. And then I saw the bail on the floor and I was like, oh,
Yeah.
I'll be out then.
Yeah, just flicked leg stump, back of a length delivery. They didn't quite get up and it just flicked the stump. It's probably the only ball that's semi-misbehaved. It's a very good surface here at Loughborough University.
Yeah, they looked pretty fluent together, didn't they? Managed to hit pretty nicely straight down the ground, and at Hazelgrave a bit about 45 yards. It's important that we break that partnership.
Driven on the up and aerially by Scrivens. Bounces just in front of Georgie Boyce at mid-off. One of the few shots that we've seen Scrivens where she's forced herself at the ball, just let her hands take over. But it's a single nevertheless. She moves on to 78. Essex move on to 158 for 5. 38 gone. All the 8s here, isn't it?
I know.
The only thing letting us down is Amara Carr's on 26 and not 28. So there's 12 remain.
Not sure how you feel, but I think this is quite an important phase of the game for both teams here. I think if they keep going the way they are, they're probably going to be quite a few short of par on this wicket. I personally feel. But having said that, obviously Sarah Glenn's bowled unbelievably well so far, and Grace Ballinger's come back on and done a good job. So you have to try and find the right pace to bat at for the next 2-3 overs here.
Well, 5 and over from here would get them to 218, wouldn't it? Which is runs on the board. Is that enough? You've played here more than I have. Is it enough?
I would say it would be an excellent effort to try and defend 218 at Loughborough. Looks pretty true, doesn't it? Again, pretty similar to the game at Trent Bridge the other day. Sarah Glenn comes in.
Yeah, Glenn continues, and this one is bunted up the ground after a bit of a shuffle down the wicket from Grace Scrivens.
But it looks nice to drive down the pitch. Pretty quick outfield. Obviously, they've gone quite big with the square boundaries. So there's definitely big pockets. I think Catherine Bryce looks like she's kind of 10-12 yards off the boundary.
You'd clear that
cow
though,
corner
wouldn't
over
you,
there.
Lucy? You'd clear that one.
I wouldn't get caught because I wouldn't make it that far.
Creativity from Amara Carr, but she's scooped it to short fine leg, and Grace Ballinger can't keep hold of it. Moving round to her right. So a let off from Amara Carr. We've seen her be creative with sweeps and laps. She went aerial there, but Ballinger just couldn't hold on to it. Scrivens back on strike. round the wicket comes Sarah Glenn, and this one's tickled into the leg side again. So right hand, left hand, not letting the England international Glenn settle. She'll reconvene over the wicket to the right-handed Carr. Deep square leg, deep mid-wicket on the leg side, short fine leg in the circle as we've just seen. Carr sweeps hard this time, and it's going to go very, very wide of deep square leg running round. It's 4 more runs to the Essex total. Creativity from Amara Carr. She's a dynamic cricketer, isn't she?
Yeah, she's a great little player, manipulates the field really well. I think that's the danger, I guess the positives of having left hand, right hand through this middle order with Scriv anchoring the innings there. So Glenn is straight a touch too straight there, kind of look, well, it's a bit tough to see, probably middle leg stumpish line. And it's a big pocket out there, and she's timed it nicely. So.
And our chat on Sunday when she was tying up Hampshire was, you don't really see people deploy the sweep, but Carr's done it proficiently.
Well, it looks to me, I mean, again, I was sat kind of at mid-off earlier, so tough to see, but it looks like she's sweeping off line and ramping off length.
Yeah. She uses the depth of a crease on this one and turns it round the corner where she swept it but didn't hit it as hard, so she'll just get a single. Good cricket from Amara Carr, 4 then a single. We've seen that a lot today. 32 is the score Carr moves on to. Brings Scrivens on strike. She's 80 not out. All the Prendergast deployed out at long on. And she's going to have some work to do now as Scrivens shuffles down the crease and hits the ball straight. It's cut off, so it'll be another single.
It'll be interesting to know, I think, well, I guess the good thing about playing at Loughborough is that a lot of girls on both teams would have played a lot of cricket here over the years, but being at Loughborough University, and obviously when Lightning were a side here, people played a lot of cricket here. So it'll be interesting, and it would have been interesting to see at drinks who felt they were in the ascendancy and what both teams respectively thought par was. So Blaze having played probably more cricket here. Be interesting to see if they felt they were on top at that point.
39 gone then, 167 for 5 are Essex. Scrivens 81 not out. Amara Carr 32 not out. Yeah, there was 30 something for 2 at 10. Definitely Blaze on top there. Was it 99 for 5 at Drinks?
Drinks. I think they've navigated this middle period pretty well post Drinks. 5 wickets in hand going into the last 11 overs. They've now got a platform to really kick on. It'll be interesting to see who takes that mantle on, whether Scriv bats through.
Ballinger bangs this one into Grace Scrivens, who pulls that over the leg side. It'll be 1 bounce, 4, splits fine leg, splits deep square leg. So boundary to start this over. Scrivens has shown that she'll take on the short ball. Not always convincing, but it's a big ground with big pockets, as you say, Lucy Hyam.
Yeah, I think that's a good option for Grace there. Just keep her a little bit honest. She's looked to get on the front foot, and like you said a couple of times, not looked as convincing on the pull. So I think fine leg and deep square will feel in the game there, but be interesting to see what Grace.
I just wonder whether one of those fielders, we've got Sarah Glenn at deep square leg. I think she should ride the boundary and hug the rope, but perhaps that's Laura Prendergast down there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe she comes in and floats just 10 yards and then she catches that delivery.
Well, I think almost like when you see you have point cover extra, or point and 2 covers, you have your middle fielder in, or one of them. Catherine Bryce is a good. I mean, she looks a long way off the boundary out there, doesn't she? At Cal Corner, she's kind of 10 or so yards off. Slight change in the field with 4 leg side and Ella Claridge coming up from deep third. But yeah, I'd like to see all her off a touch there. I mean, if it goes by the bar, but anyway, it's 4 runs down this short boundary.
Going to squeeze a single here with players in the circle as well. That'd be very frustrating. Knowing Grace Ballinger,
4 and 1 as well, isn't it?
She'll be livid, won't she?
Well, yeah, because she feels like she's bowled 2 pretty good balls there, to be honest. One not far away, well played from Grace Scrivens. You tip your hat there. And one exactly where she wanted to be. It's been hit straight to field and they've run 1. And now she's got to change her angle, change her mindset to bowl at a right-hander. So again, just makes her think a little bit more.
Essex throwing a few punches now then. 5 from the 2 balls in the 40th. As Ballinger's around the wicket to the right-handed Amara Carr. She's going to scurry through for a single here. There's going to be a throw at the stumps by Georgie Boyce. I think it was pretty safe. We've not got a great angle, and there was no real reaction from that throw, so I don't think there was any danger of Amara Carr making a ground. But it's another run to this Essex total.
Yeah, she'll be ticking here, Grace Ballinger. She'll feel like she's executed that as well. Decent Yorker. to Amara Carr. She's bunted it to mid-off and set off pretty quickly.
Of course, you're a contracted Blaze player, and it was almost the perfect performance on Sunday, bar the being 33 for 3 in the run chase. But when one of your gun players scores 100 and your new signing who's got loads of experience gets a 50, no, it's almost a perfect performance.
Yeah.
Boundary minimising.
I think Grace Ballinger might have picked up a little niggle or something here. The physio's just running out and she's in.
I just paused because everyone's running on, aren't they?
Yeah, discussion with Georgie Boyce and Tammy, so I'm not sure what's happening here.
We'll just see what's happening there. But yeah, so I guess from your point of view, what I was asking is this a good thing that Essex are throwing punches rather than just go through the motions, minimise boundaries? They get 180, you knock them out. Like,
I think so.
What's good? What's bad? What's?
I think that's the way in which the women's game's changing. I think, having reflected on the Hampshire game at Trent Bridge, I think we're probably at a point in women's cricket now where getting 180 is not going to win you any games of cricket, and you do have to throw those punches and go, right, on the odd occasion we're going to get bowled out for 150, but actually we're not going to defend 180, really, many times, 180, 190. So you're better trying to get 230, and at least it gives you something to bowl at, because I don't think many teams are going to feel too challenged on good wickets trying to chase 200. And I think that's probably the conversation Essex have had. Look, we can try and scramble our way to, what do you say, 218 was going at 5s. I don't think they're going to defend that particularly, or it's not going to put too much pressure on Blaze. Obviously they'll have to bowl extremely well, and it is defendable, but
not often, unless you're on an absolute Bunsen or a real used slow wicket. But let's be honest, the attitudes around the first-class counties towards women's cricket have improved. You've played on some belters at Trent Bridge so far this year, haven't you?
Oh, 100%. Oh, it's unfortunate to see Grace Ballinger walking off with a physio here.
Yeah,
Fingers crossed she's all right.
There's been a bit of a conflow, and I don't think she wants to come off. I was looking at the stream just to get a close-up, and it looks like she's being told to come off, which is hopefully just precautionary.
Yeah, struggling to see what she's done there. We've had a couple actually. Orla stuck a massive size 10 in the way of one earlier, didn't she? Bowling in a follow through and went off. And then I think Sarah Glenn might have popped off the pitch for a little bit. So hopefully everyone's all right. Curse of Hazelgrove Cricket Ground strikes again.
She just put her hands out. I'm not sure she wants to come off here.
She won't want to come off. You'll have to drag her off that pitch. I think physio might have had to do that, to be fair to him.
So who is going to finish this over? Looks like Josie Groves, donning the sunglasses. Did you see anything? It was pretty innocuous. He just bowled a delivery and then
went back to the top of mark. I think I originally thought Tammy was running. Grace Scriven's dropping and running again to backup point. Fielding done by Ella Claridge. Yeah, I originally thought Tammy was popping over to have a bit of a chat, kind of fielding. I don't know what kind of field she wanted, but not sure there. Fingers crossed she's all right. Michaela Kirks.
No head contact. It almost felt like it was a concussion thing, but there was nothing concussion-wise, was it?
No.
Very innocuous. Tries to sweep that one. He was a bit close. He's trying to sweep that in front of square and got jammed up. Gets away with it though.
The only thing I wonder if she's done is caught one of her fingers when she tried to take that catch at 45.
Right, yeah, perhaps, yeah. She bought three deliveries in the over though, didn't she? That's interesting. Nevertheless, we hope she's okay and plays another part in this game, or speedy recovery either way. As Groves continues to complete this over, and this one's swept hard and just behind square by Amara Carr. It's cut off by Ella Claridge. Another single. That's the end of the 40th. We've 10 to go. Essex 174 for 5. Grace Scrivens 87 not out. Amara Carr 34 not out.
Do you think this is where, as a home team, you've got a bit of an advantage knowing this ground? I think the bowlers will have bowled here a lot, and pretty much everyone on this pitch, minus I think Orla has played a lot of cricket here, so the 2 square fielders will be a couple off trying to cut off the 2s, and we know that we've got to try and get them to hit square rather than allow them to hit straight down the wicket to a really short boundary. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of fields we set here and how we go about trying to just restrict Essex. I say we, I'm supposed to be impartial. How the Blaze tried to restrict Essex to as few as possible.
But if you're Essex, what are you doing now? Are you going hard at Sarah Glenn, or are you taking it to 45, or are you going now? There's 5 wickets left. You've almost got a wicket to lose every 2 overs, haven't you?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Amara Carr tries to put a bit of pressure on Sarah Glenn here. Missed the line a couple of times in the last over to Amara Carr, who did try and manipulate quite well. It looks like both the fielders on the leg side have gone a bit squarer, so whether Amara feels appropriate to come down and try and access the pocket that sits just in front of us at kind of extra cover mid-off.
Glenn's in now over the wicket to the right-handed Amara Carr. It looked too straight to sweep, and she's going to top edge it, and it's going to be caught at mid-off. So Lucy Hyam's right. Carr tries to throw the punch, but it's in vain. So that partnership of 80 is broken. Carr has to depart for 34. Very good innings, well supported by Grace Scrivens, of course. 175 for 6 now. Much needed breakthrough for Blaze, actually, isn't it? Just going into the final 10.
Yeah, absolutely. Important to break that partnership. Looked like she went slog sweep, being really successful sweeping so far. Just a little bit of a top edge and a good catch from Michaela Kirk there. It's just come out to replace Grace Ballinger at mid-off. Made some real good ground there to take a catch pretty comfortably at the end at mid-on. So Eva Gray coming out to the middle now. Again, very competent batter. It's a pretty strong straight, so we'll play into her wheelhouse. Yeah, just got a replay. Just tried to go pretty straight with it, didn't she, I think?
Yeah, I think she probably needs to hit it. Because the ball was straight, she needs to go squarer. Whereas it was outside off stump, she could have gone a bit flatter. And
I wonder if she's been forced to do that because Josie Groves went, I reckon, another 10 yards behind square before
she was
the first
almost
ball.
long leg rather than deep backwards square
and
leg.
Catherine Bryce was almost square leg in front, and they've both come back. Catherine's come back to a more orthodox cow corner now, so I wonder if actually that change in field forced her to try and hit a bit straighter up the ground.
Yeah, definitely. So Eva Gray has joined Grace Scrivens at the crease, and that one is out first ball, hits her on the pad, tentative prod forward, and Neil Mallender raises the finger. So double wicket for Sarah Glenn, double blow.
Yeah, just tried to work that straight round the corner, hasn't she, and get off strike, but gone straight round the front pad. And Sarah Glenn's classic motto of "you miss, I hit." The downfall there of Eva Gray, unfortunately for her.
We didn't see much of that from Sarah Glenn. She was impeccable on Sunday, but wasn't quite at a rhythmical self today in the first spell. Wasn't quite full, perhaps just a bit put off by the right-hand, left-hand partnership, which is allowed to happen. But on the money, and making inroads now in this final 10. So 40.1 wicket, 40.2 wicket. Essex now reduced to 175 for 7. How different it looks from an Essex point of view now, as Grace Scrivens is 87 not out, and she's joined now at the crease by McGregor.
Yeah, that conversation we had at the start of this over about whether they look to be a bit more positive has become pretty redundant now. 3 wickets left in hand and 10 overs to bat. They'll just be trying to bat out probably the next 4 or 5 overs, right, and then be a bit more explosive. But Esme McGregor's got a job here to do, and it's pretty much get off strike and let Grace Scrivens face as many balls as she can.
There's also a risk now for Grace Scrivens that she goes too hard with the tail and gets herself out. So it's interesting how they're going to balance and pace this remaining 9 or so overs. Down the leg side by Sarah Glenn.
Sharp bit of work there behind the stumps from Sarah Bryce. She looked pretty interested, actually.
Yeah, and Mallender looked at his colleague to say, "Are you giving that out, and just waited to signal why, but he does in the end. Sarah Glenn in, full and straight to Esme McGregor, and she's solid in defence. So looks a pretty organised player for a number 9, as you all are these days, Lucy.
Exactly. Exactly. Good save.
Glenn in again, on the pads again.
Yeah, with the way Sarah Bryce moved there, it looked like it was a touch leg side. I feel like when the keeper moves, It's always a bit of a giveaway, isn't it? When they take a shuffle to the leg side, it's a very good indication to the umpires that it's sliding.
Eventful over so far. Sarah Glennon, right arm over the wicket to Esme McGregor. She's hit her on the pads again. It looks very leg side and the appeal is stifled. Lots of questions being asked. Wicket, wicket, dot, dot. Appeal, appeal.
I reckon Grace Scrivens is going down here saying Sarah Glenn just moved a mid-wicket out. Time has come over to the offsides. They've reinforced that and said to her, if you want to go across your front pad and work it into that leg side and run one, you can have the strike. But be very careful after watching Eva Gray's dismissal. I reckon Grace Scrivens has gone down and said, just be mindful.
She's full outside off stump and she just strokes it to Tammy Beaumont for no run. That's the end of the 41st. Essex 176 for 7 now. At the start of that 41st over they were 175 for 5 with a 6-wicket partnership worth 80. So the tables have turned more than ever so slightly. But the shining light of this innings, if you're an Essex fan, is that Grace Scrivens is 87 not out and she's still there with 9 to go. She's going to face up to Josie Groves round the wicket. She's going to push this one up the ground and get off strike. Another single to her tally. 88 not out. 177 for 7 now. Just gone cool again here. Sun's gone in.
Just the 3 fielders out on the boundary to the new batter, Esme McGregor.
Are you happy now that they just get the singles?
I think
Bit
so,
like
yeah.
bit like Hampshire. If you get 210 and we don't ball you out, so be it. We're going to chase them down. Is that the attitude? Is that the ploy?
I think they're going to have to bat together for a couple of overs here.
Cut away from Scrivens. Bit of work to be done by Cassidy McCarthy. She's so good over the ground, isn't she? An athlete, Cassidy McCarthy. She cuts that off. It's just the one. I thought for a second it might be 2.
Yeah, her and Orla and Catherine Bryce often on opposite boundaries. They've both got such good throws. So you're going to have to be careful taking one on the arm there.
Groves in on the pads of McGregor, turns it into leg side, thinks about a single and is sent back by her colleague. So there's no run.
Yeah, I think Blazer in the same mindset here of got square leg in the ring now to Esme McGregor, saying you're going to have to do something a bit different if you want to try and get off strike.
McGregor cuts this one away. Bit of work to be done by Catherine Bryce on the boundary edge, but elementary that it was just a single really. So tidy over so far. Blaze almost the perfect final 10, or commencement of this final 10. Double wicket in the 41st. Just 2 runs scored in this over so far. Groves round the wicket to the left-handed Scrivens, who sweeps hard, little bit of a toppy edge. Oh, it's going to spin, it's going to catch out. Is it Michaela Kirk down there?
Yeah, it is.
So they'll come back for 2.
It's because no one shouted spin. That's why. No one shouted watch the spin. That's why it's spun past her, I'm telling you.
It spun a lot, to be fair.
It
Just
did,
looking at the replay, it did look like a sketch from Benny Hill, but it did spin loads.
It's really hard there. I think when it goes in, you'd be a deep square. I mean, that's where I field, so I obviously think it's the hardest position in the world to field in, obviously. But you've almost got to pelt in at it and hope to try and get it on the half volley, which is a harder pickup. But as soon as you let that ball bounce, top edgy, it can go one of either way, and it's so tough to handle. So I think you almost run at it there, and if you try and get it on the half volley and it goes past you, well, you've tried to attack it and you've done the right thing. But trying to read the spin off those, despite everyone helpfully shouting spin from the circle, not easy.
Glenn to start another over, hits McGregor on the pads. Glenn in again, another one on the pads, and the umpire raises the finger without hesitation. Shuffled across the crease, did McGregor. And as we've seen in England colours and Blaze colours, Sarah Glenn gets the ball to drift and dip and then skid on, wicket to wicket. Another LBW, another wicket in the column for the Blaze. Essex reduced to 182 for 8 now. McGregor has to depart. Sarah Glenn running through this lower order of Essex. Katie Kopak will join Scrivens. Seven remain after this over, with 4 balls remaining in this 43rd over. 2 wickets to get from a Blaze point of view. Still 7 overs after this.
Yeah, there's a long way to go in this game. And Blaze just need to keep their foot on the throat. Probably a bit of a brutal analogy actually, but
Well, I want to see good cricket, so want to see somebody get 100 first. Love to see a competitive total and then
yeah, I agree.
a really interesting run chase. Because it has been balanced between bat and ball, hasn't there?
100%.
Glenn is in now, back of a length, and pushes Kopak back in a crease, who just keeps that ball out, and that's probably a job now to the end of the innings. 3 remain in the 43rd. Essex 182 for 8. Rocks back this time, Kopak. She's going to get this through for at least 2 as they turn hard here. Good piece of work on the boundary edge by Cassidy McCarthy. So Kopak's off the mark with 2. There'll be very welcome runs for the Essex faithful. Tap of the bat, hard tap of the bat from Katie Kopak as Glenn's in once again, flighted up and solid in defence on the front foot with that full face of the bat from Katie Kopak. So another lower order batter that looks pretty organised. Just can they resist going across that straight one from Sarah Glenn as she floats another one up, and it does take the inside half of the bat and squirms out, fielded by Sarah Glenn off her own bowling. So another over from Sarah Glenn that yields a wicket. Essex now 184 for 8 with 7 remain.
Yeah, she's bowled really nicely in this latest spell. Sarah Glenn applied a lot of pressure and forced the batters to make mistakes, and picked up a couple of wickets along the way that's really stunted the Essex momentum, hasn't it, and forced them to do something different here. And Josie Groves decides she's going to continue with her leg spin. Grace Scrivens even set poise 91 not out.
Poised indeed as Groves is in and full and fields off her own bowling. Scrivens will have felt she missed out slightly, but Scrivens in again, turns this one into, Groves in again. Scrivens turns this one into a leg side for a single. So we've got Katie Kopak taking guard for the first time against the bowling of Josie Groves. Scratching away and now tapping away with a bat. As Groves is in, she fields off her own bowling once again. Sarah Glenn 3 for 30 now after 8.
Yeah, she's come back really well, hasn't she?
Groves back of a length, just nudged out to the offside by Katie Kopak. So getting off strike, getting the set batter in Grace Scrivens on strike.
Yeah, good cricket there from Kate Kopak. It was a nice delivery from Josie Groves, and she kind of dropped a bat on it and set off pretty quickly. Got a good understanding of when's a run, when's not a run, which is going to be pretty key in these last 7 overs. 6 and a bit.
Groves round the wicket, flighted up. Oh, she meets that on the full and then cloths it and teases Josie Groves.
Her heart will have been in her mouth there, Grace Scrivens.
Did it carry?
I don't think so. I think it might just bounce before her.
Just short and slightly to the right of her, wasn't it? Groves then ball back in hand, sunglasses on, loops this one up, and it's driven hard but straight back at Josie Groves, and a bit of frustration as she slaps a thigh there from Grace Scrivens. That's the end of the 44th. Essex 186 for 8, Scrivens 92 not out, and the on-strike batter at the start of the 45th will be Katie Kopak. She's on 3. 175 for 5, well set were Essex at 40 overs. Lost 3 wickets in a short space of time to the bowling of Sarah Glenn, and she's going to continue. Kopak on strike. That deep backward square leg, deep mid wicket, deployed again. Short fine leg. Long gone. As Glenn's in and targeting that pad again, isn't she? But solid straight bat from Kopak.
Yeah, lovely line that from Sarah Glenn. Kind of her bread and butter there. Going to force Kate Kopak to do something a bit different, or she's going to keep bowling that line and length.
Glenn, here she comes, fuller and floatier this time. Turn round the corner for a single.
Kate Kopak doing a job there, isn't she? Really nicely there. Under a bit of pressure here, Essex. I want to try and bat the full 50 with 2 wickets left in hand, knowing that Grace Scrivens at the other end played unbelievably well on 92 not out. Bit fuller from Glenn, bowled at her feet and just nurdled it into the leg side and taken 1. So down the other end, job done.
Glenn's going to come round the wicket to the left-handed Grace Scrivens. And Scrivens is down the wicket, checks a drive as Glenn half stops that and then grabs the hand.
Straight on the wrist, I think. Bounced just before her, and on a cold, windy day, that is a friend to no one. That's going to sting.
Spoken like chair lady of the Spinners Union.
The spinners, why does it never go in my hands properly union? I normally put my leg in the way, to be fair. It hurts less than my fingers.
Sarah Glenn once again, ball back in hand, round the wicket to Scriv, who turns this one into the leg side. They're going to scurry for 2. Are they? No.
Again,
Sent back.
fantastic cricketing awareness there. Cassidy McCarthy, a good 10 yards off the boundary. But I think she's actually a bit deeper and walking in pretty aggressively. So when Scriv is at the non-strikers and looking up, she'll think, if I hit it in that pocket, I'm running 2. Sprint at the first one really hard. But because Cassie walked in kind of 5 or so yards, it cuts down that angle really well. And again, it's just good game awareness at this point in the game, saying to Grace Scrivens, if you want to hit it, you're going to have to hit it over my head. And it's a big hit out there.
Kopak back on strike. Glenn's in. This will be nudged into the offside. There'll be no run though as Amy Jones cuts that off at backward point.
Wonder how Amy Jones will feel about fielding at backward point. Not an easy place to field against the spinners. You have to. It can be horrible and spinny off the bat, and she's probably thinking, flipping heck, get me the gloves back. She's done a good job though, to be fair to her.
Full and straight and driven up the ground to long gone. Michaela Kirk will do the fielding. That was a very balanced shot from a number 10.
That's a lovely shot from Kate Kopak. Just leant on it and pushed it down the ground, pretty risk-free. Hey.
It's the end of the over, so she'll remain on strike, but I don't think Essex will mind at this stage because they can't really go too hard just yet. 45 overs gone, 5 left, 189 for 8. Can they go hard yet? 5 overs left?
I think not. I think they will keep batting for another couple.
Perhaps she gets 100 and then she's allowed to have a bit of a licence, perhaps?
Yeah, I think so. I think if they're going to have to target anyone, it's going to have to not be Sarah Glenn. I'm just trying to see how many overs she's got left. 2. 1?
One now, yeah. So, Josie Groves to continue. A little bit of a leading edge that teases Tammy Beaumont for a second, but it bounces well in front of her.
Wonder if Kate Kopak's got the old little ramp in the locker down the hill.
Or a reverse, because there's plenty of value behind square She's down the track,
Oh, it's a lovely shot.
lofted. It's going to beat Georgie Boyce, and it's going to go all the way to the boundary for 4.
Lovely cricket shot that, just shuffled down a couple of steps. Hang on, I'll put the teeth back in. Didn't look like she tried to hit it too hard. She kind of bunted it back and beat Georgie Boyce straight down the ground. Again, that's a much needed boundary for Essex, and they can kind of just tick their way through the rest of the over now, pretty risk free. Get a couple of singles here and there, and it'll take them to 6 or 7.
Groves in reply to that boundary. This one's whipped into the leg side. It'll just be the one. What I actually liked about that, and this sounds really simple, she hit the ball where there was no fielders.
Literally.
You know, where's the pockets? And clearly there's a pocket over mid-off for 4. And I think that's really smart. We talked about she might sweep because there's a pocket there, but she's picked a pocket and she's come up with the 4 runs as Scrivens is down the ground, absolutely laces that straight back at the bowler, who does take the sting out of it, and there's no run.
Someone once said to me, the sign of a good batter is when they look up and they see space, not fielders.
Yeah.
And I can't say I've ever felt like that. But it's exactly what Kate Kopak did there. Pretty low risk, and didn't look like she tried to overhit it. So
she's got hold of this one, and it's a...
Oh,
she spilled it.
It was a fantastic effort from Orla Prendergast running to her right.
She didn't get to the pitch of the ball, but went through with the shot, hit it really flat, but almost too well, and it would have been an outstanding catch, but just spilled out as she rolled over. It's the first chance that Grace Scrivens has actually offered.
Well, she'll be disappointed she's dropped that. She's a fantastic fielder. She took a great catch the other day at Edgbaston, but in all actuality, she's probably saved 2 there, hasn't she?
Groves in as Kopak hits that one hard, and was it a bump ball?
No, I think it was a drop, if I'm
You
honest.
think?
By a reaction, yeah, it looked like it came straight off the bat face.
A bit difficult. We're at ground level here, and we're behind the batters.
Yeah, I think, well, going off the reaction of Sarah Bryce, I think she's dropped that. Again, would have been a good catch, never easy in your follow through. Needed to move away to her right-hand side.
So that brings Grace Scrivens. No, it doesn't, because that was the end of the over, beg your pardon. Too much technology going on here. 46 gone, 195 for 8. Grace Scrivens is on strike because he didn't take a single there, so she's 94 not out. She's 1 hit away from 100.
Be interesting here in Sarah Glenn's last over how Scriv goes about this, whether she knows she's in a final over, because the scoreboards here don't actually tell you.
Glenn's in. She hits that hard down the ground, but Prendergast is in the circle and will cut that off.
I think that's a really good option from Scriv. Like we spoke about the other day and earlier, it is hard to sweep Sarah Glenn with her bounce and her consistency, so trying to run down and hit her. I mean, we've got Orlo's one of the taller fielders in the game today.
Glenn's in again, drags her length back, and Scrivens is able to just tickle it into the leg side. Thinks about a second, making the fielders work hard and fast, but I think Scrivens will be very happy with that. Just get off strike to Sarah Glenn. Kopak looks comfortable and organised.
She played a really nice hand here, Kate Kopak. Went in back-to-back wickets for her, went in on a hat-trick ball, didn't she?
Glenn drags this one down. It'll be pulled away to that deep backward square leg fielder. So just the 197 for 8 as they eke towards 200. 95 not out is Grace Scrivens. Sarah Glenn will remain round the wicket to the left-hander. She goes for reverse sweep, sweeps that hard and square, and will hit that cover point boundary rider. So just a single for a lot of effort.
She's unlucky with the contact she got on that. Got into position really nicely, and almost, I wonder if it was the line, almost dragged it more to cover, but she almost couldn't quite find a way to beat point on that occasion. But a good option again, I think, to be honest. A bit higher in the risk, but I think at this time of the game that's fair enough.
Sarah Glenn, right arm over the wicket to Kopak, who negotiates that one solidly on the front foot. 1 to come in this over. Glenn pauses before she sets off. Kopak on the front foot again, and Tammy Beaumont walking the ball out almost to tease them a single. But they don't take it, so that leaves Scrivens on strike. Essex 198 for 8. Scrivens 96 not out. Kopak 11 not out.
Excellent spell that from Sarah Glenn, wasn't it?
Yeah, just going to get the figures up for you there. 36 conceded for the 3 wickets. She was 7 when she came on. She was none for 17 off 4, so she's picked up 3 for 19 there from her final 6, and really changed the dynamic and the situation of this game. Really, in this Essex innings, that's ebbed and flowed and entertained us at times with some lovely stroke making, and they've been pegged back as well. Catherine Bryce is going to come on round the wicket to Grace Scrivens, who drives over the top. It's going to be a couple of bounces, and that is another 100 for the talented Grace Scrivens. First in competitive cricket in Essex colours, as she raises her bat, removes her helmet, and with the amount of ECB women staff here today, she has not done a bad thing by scoring 100 here at Hazelgrave. Really attractive innings from a really talented player.
Yeah, she's an incredible player, Grace Scrivens. She's got all the ability, and she's been thrust into leadership roles pretty early on in her career, but the thing that never ceases to amaze me is how level-headed she is. She doesn't get caught up in the game. She just bats at the tempo she wants to bat. She can go up and down the gears, and I think it's just testament to her mentality, really.
She's in again, pushes this one up the ground and take the single. So Grace Scrivens 100 from 124 balls, 179 minutes, 9 fours. The thing that's impressed me, there was the odd little bit of frustration with wickets falling around her or timing the ball and not getting value for runs, but 1 false shot and it would have been a worldie of a catch.
Yeah.
I think there was 2 player misses, but they were not real dangerous ones, and Kopak's gone across this one and hits her on the pads and takes off and then sent back. Really mature innings from still a very young player. You know, she was the England under-19s captain, what, 3-4 years ago. She's still in her early 20s.
Yeah, she's just really knowledgeable about a game, which I don't think you see many players of her age be like that. And in the power play, she's very strong through cover point. And as the spin comes on, she looks to hit very straight.
Kopak hits that hard and it's dropped again off the bowling, this time of Catherine Bryce.
She'll be claiming she tried to run out the non-striker there, didn't she? Never tried to catch it, tried to run out the non-striker.
So a few chances being created and not taken, but it's the nature of the game in these latter stages as Essex try and post as competitive total as they can, and reverse swept hard
Tell
to
you
the
what,
left-handed.
What a wonderful shot that is. That's a wonderful shot. It's a really hard length to reverse sweep. It was almost just back of a half volley, wasn't it? Which sometimes is actually the worst delivery you can get because it scoots under your bat. But Amy Jones done well there. I don't think she was expecting the ball to be reverse swept there.
I'd have been waxing lyrical if it had gone through for 4, but it's absolutely outrageous at the same time.
It is, isn't it?
Ridiculous talent, ridiculous risk. We've seen it twice and she's nailed it and only got 1 run for it. This one's banged in from Catherine Bryce, and this will be pulled away hard and it'll split the 2 boundary riders. So opening the shoulders is Grace Scrivens. She moves on to 105, boundary to end the over.
Yeah, just missed a length there, Catherine Bryce, with 2 fielders straight and 2 fielders square on the leg side. She just dropped it halfway down, and Grace Scrivens on 101 as she was at the time, not out, is not going to miss putting that ball away for 4. So unfortunately that means the final ball of that over goes for a boundary.
It's important that Blaze just don't get muddled here and look to try and just take wickets and be too creative. You know, you get out of this innings at 2:15 for 8 or 9. You've done your job right, having won the toss on a yes, a cool day, and yes, the ball's done a bit, but the surface has not misbehaved at all. It's still a batting day, isn't it?
I think that's what sometimes happens when you drop some chances, and albeit very much half chances. Sometimes you get kind of carried away with the game, whereas you just need to refocus here and stick to their plans.
So Josie Groves will bowl out at this end, reverse swept by the number 10 Kopak. They'll get through for a single. And how important is momentum now? If they go in at 225, 230, century maker, what does that do? Take away from what you guys have done? Does it? Does it not?
Well, this is kind of what I mean. I mean, it's not going to, those drop chances aren't going to kill us, but it does take away the momentum that we kind of had from Sarah Glenn's spell of back-to-back wickets. So I think it's important to close this innings out with some clear heads.
Look at you name dropping Sarah Glenn and
Well, it's
talking
only
her up
because
right in front of
she
her.
stood in front of me and I wanted to like me.
Josie Groves is going to come round the wicket. It's reverse swept again. We're going to get a single, not as well timed as the previous reverse sweeps, but Grace Scrivens just showing how dexterous she is. Great to watch, aren't they, left-handers?
Yeah, they are.
I suppose you might like bowling to
I
them
actually
as a
do like
left,
bowling
as an off-spinner.
Yeah. I used to like playing against Essex because they have ball. What were they called before? Oh, my mind's gone completely blank.
Sunrisers.
Sunrisers, thank you. Because they've got 2 left-handers in their team. It was very enjoyable.
Groves in to the right-handed Kopak, and she
That's
pushes that one wide. It's going to be a stumping miss at least.
I think it's come off the bottom edge of a bat, to be honest. I think it was slow and wide from Josie Groves, almost like a bit of a plan. And Kate Kopak's given an almighty heave, and it's gone through Sarah Bryce's legs.
So this innings has ebbed and flowed, hasn't it? Blaze were on top, then there's been a bit of a comeback, and then there's been a 3-wicket spell from Sarah Glenn that's clawed it back. But
You're name dropping it now.
I'm name dropping it out. I'm only stating facts though. So cut away this one. There's another run to the total. Katie or Kate Kopak?
Kate, I think.
All
Or
right.
maybe I've just abbreviated
The
that.
ground announcer's done me then with Katie, but I should be accountable and have done my research.
I think it might full well be Katie, but I think everyone calls it Kate. We'll let you off.
Swept away hard to deep backward square leg, this one from Grace Scrivens. That'll be another single to the total. 216 for 8. That's the end of the 49th. Just a little bit of momentum. No, it's not the end. Ignore me, just a change in the field. Just a little bit of momentum swing back to Essex to finish this innings. Who's going to finish on top?
I wonder what that conversation was there as Grace Scrivens just walked down the final ball of the over, whether she said this is 2 or 4. Bit of a free hit here from Kate Kopak, I reckon, to be quite honest, going into the last over. Grace Scrivens will want to take strike.
With long on and long off out, she comes down the track. She's going to go square. It's going to bounce once in front of Michaela Kirk, who comes round from deep mid-wicket. They're going to get back for 2. No, they're not. It's a run out.
I actually think if, as Grace Scrivens runs the first one, she shouts, "We're running 2," they get in. But she almost turned, looked where the ball was, and then shouted yes. And I think because Kate Kopak had come down the wicket to hit that, if she'd have been in and out at that non-striker, then she'd have actually made it back, albeit a good dive.
It wasn't out by miles. I mean,
No.
it was comfortably out, but it wasn't out by miles. You run that with intent, and you get back, don't you?
But I think she probably hit it thinking 1, whereas I think actually if they'd run and shouted, "We're running 2," no matter what, they'd have been in there.
Yeah. So, Abtahar Maqsood will be the 11th batter.
Really done a job there, Kate Kopak, though, hasn't she?
As Kopak departs, yeah, 18 she made. Almost a run a ball at 22 balls.
Oh, for straight Blaze, I think, to be honest. They've been fantastic through this middle phase, but they will have wanted to get Kate Kopak out, and she gave a couple of opportunities, albeit tough. But that's another 18, 20 runs with a couple of wides with bowled with it. It might prove quite pivotal. But Grace Scrivens back on strike against Catherine Bryce now, so that too, bit of a sacrifice there from Kate Kopak.
Kate Kopak. I've just done my research. It's Kate
It's Kate.
Kopak. So apologies to the Kopak family.
She's a lovely girl, she'll let you off.
Catherine Bryce is in. Hit hard into the leg side. They're going to come back for 2. Maqsood is on a bike and she's back safely.
But there, as soon as Grace Scrivens hit that, she shouted 2. Abtahar Maqsood didn't even look. She tapped the bat and she went. And I think at this stage in the game, that's what you've got to do. If you go in and out, if you hit it 5 yards square of a fielder, it's decent sized boundaries. You probably will get 2 unless you get direct hit run out, which you tip your hat to.
Bryce in again and hitting hard
That's
up
a
the
shot.
ground, straight as a die. That'll be 4 into the advertising hoardings right in front of the sight screen.
That's a fantastic shot that from Grace Scrivens. Slightly over pitch from Catherine Bryce. There's 2 fielders straight, long on, long off, and they're not wide. And Grace Scrivens just planted a front foot and just bashed it down the ground. Nothing much Catherine Bryce could do about that one, unfortunately.
2-2-3 for 9 are Essex with 4 balls remaining in the innings. Bryce is in. Scrivens has gone hard and over deep square to deep mid wicket. 6. right into the scoreboard. That is a big hit out there.
That's massive. Catherine Bryce overcompensating, dropping short. So how many, I mean, I'm not going to ask you. I know you gave me a method, but I can't see how many wickets that is. How far the distance is.
Well, if we were upstairs, we'd be able to work it out.
Yeah, we'd be able to figure it out with my new maths technique.
On the width of the stripes, but yeah.
And I'm not discrediting that shot by Grace Scrivens, but for me, the way Grace Scrivens is batting this over is due to the hard work Kate Kopac's just put in.
Yeah.
Because if Kate Kopac doesn't play the innings she just does, this innings would be done by now.
Yeah, they're all out in 45 overs, aren't they?
And they've balanced it really nicely, haven't they, to put themselves in a position to be able to accelerate and take innings into momentum into their bowling innings.
Change of the plan over the wicket, across the left-handed Scrivens. She's just going to take the single now. Does throw a head back and think, oh, should I have took that? But she has nevertheless. So Scottish international Abtahar Maksud will take guard against her Scotland colleague in Catherine Bryce.
What are you doing here then? You're saying to your ring fielders, get off the ring? You're not running one, or are you saying, actually, you know what, if you run one, we'll just defend the boundary at this point in the game?
I think you've got to squeeze, haven't you? You do not want to see Grace Scrivens face another ball. There's 3 left, 3 balls left.
Yeah, see, that for me is too easy. It's a nice shot by Abtahar Maksud, though. Give her credit. Wedgie. That's probably worst case scenario for Blaze, isn't it, really?
Sorry, it's 1 left, isn't it? She took a single up.
Yeah, you are right, sorry.
Scoreboard slightly behind here as kitchen sink thrown at that one. She can't get it away. Chance of a run out. So dot to finish. Bit of impetus from the Essex batters at the end of that innings. They will finish on 231 for 9. Grace Scrivens with a clinic. An absolute clinic. 129 not out. The Blaze fielders go and congratulate the innings of the Essex captain. I'll run through the scorecard in a minute. I'll take the final thoughts from Lucy Hyman, then you can go and get some lunch.
Yeah, fantastic knot by Grace Scrivens there, really. Carrying about 120 not out, and real leadership show to navigate her way through that innings. Looked tough in parts, losing a couple early. Great innings with Jodie Grewcock. And Amara Carr adding good impetus for Kate Kopac at the end. So Blaze are going to have to play well, get through the new ball, and hopefully we've got enough depth to make it a good game of cricket.
Is it enough runs, yes or no?
No.
So easy run chase for Blaze?
Not easy. Never easy. But we've got the batting line up to chase 230 on a good wicket, hopefully. We bat well.
Fantastic. Lucy, thanks for your insight. See you in
you.
the second innings. I'll just run through that scorecard and then we'll take a break. So, top of the order, Grace Scrivens, 120 not out, carried a bat, 134 balls, 11 fours and 1 6. Lacey McLeod departed first ball for a duck, bowled Grace Ballinger. Cordelia Griffith removed Grace Ballinger, LBW for 7. Jodie Grewcock removed by Orla Prendergast, bowled for 28. Flo Miller made 7 before she was removed from Prendergast, caught Sarah Bryce. Sophia Smale bowled Prendergast for 3. Amara Carr offered some resistance with 34, caught by the sub Kirk off the bowling of Sarah Glenn. Eva Gray went first ball LBW to Sarah Glenn in a double wicket over on Glenn's return. Glenn then sweeped up McGregor, bowl LBW as well for 2. Kopac offered resistance and as the tail wagged, 19 before she was run out, and Abtahar Maksud brought up the rear with 1 not out from the 1 delivery she faced. Essex finished 231 for 9 from their 50. Bit of momentum as they go into the interval. We'll be back in about half an hour's time with the run chase here live from Loughborough University. We will see you then. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to Loughborough University. Hazel Grave playing host to the Blaze for this Metrobank one-day 50-over competition fixture. Round 5. Essex are the visitors. If you're just joining us, Essex posted 2-3-1 for 9 in their first innings. The highlights of that innings were a very classy 120 not out by Grace Scrivens, who carried her bat throughout, having opened up, facing the first ball, facing the last ball of the innings, and really rescuing Essex to some extent. Jodie Grucock contributed with 28, and there was a 59 partnership there. Amara Carr also contributed with 34, and there was a rearguard action from Kate Kopak, who scored 19, which got a little bit of momentum at the end of the innings actually for Essex, up to a score of 2-3-1. It's probably par of 250 here at Hazel Grave, so it's probably slightly behind where Essex would like to have been. Pick of the bowlers for the Blaze: Sarah Glenn again, 3 for 36. Orla Prendergast also 3 for 32. Grace Ballinger was pretty fruitful up top with 2 wickets as well in the power play. So it's all about the Blaze chase now, or the Essex defence. Amy Jones will take strike. She drives on the up straight away, straight to point. Kate Kopak opening the bowling. And I'm delighted to say I've been joined by Marie Kelly for the start of this innings.
Hello again.
How are you?
Good, thank you.
Are you a bit cooler today?
Yeah, I'm all right actually. Just been walking around, so managed to warm up a little bit.
So Kopak's in, right arm over the wicket, hits Jones on the thigh pad. Looked leg side, looked high, nothing really going for it.
Are you a little bit warmer today, or
I'm
you're freezing?
I've got my trench coat on, as it was described by Lucy Hyam earlier on.
It's a bit of a football coat, isn't it?
Yeah, it's massive.
Well, the sun was out, but it's one of those days that as soon as the sun goes behind the clouds, it just drops, doesn't it? But hopefully it comes back out again.
Kopak then, right arm over the wicket, full and driven through. Cover point this time by Amy Jones. Going to get the first boundary of the day. Kopak just missing a length there, offing a bit of width, and Blaze are on the board, 4 without loss.
This is the thing at Loughborough. She's not got all of that as Amy Jones, and it's still raced away for 4. Always a difficult pitch to defend on is Hazel Grave. We've seen that many times in the past.
She's due some as well, isn't she, Amy? She's not had an amazing start to the season. She's not really been got out, has she? She'd be disappointed with some of her dismissals so far, as she faces up again and drives elegantly up the ground for no run this time.
I know, and it'll be tempting, I'm sure. Like I've played on here many a time, and the short straights are so tempting, especially when the spinners are on, but also with a nice bit of pace on the ball. Very tempting to go up and over the ring. But I think it's about a bit of patience today and batting for herself a little bit and just trying to get some runs under her belt. Like to see her going along the floor, but she's been looking so good last couple of games.
Kopak in again, hits Jones on the thigh pad again, quite high up. Stifled appeal in the end, but she beat the bat a couple of times.
Need a commentator cursed her again then, saying how good she's been looking. And a big LBW shout.
I said to Lucy, it's nothing to do with us, it's about the people in the middle.
Absolutely.
It's nothing to do with us.
Take all blame off our shoulders.
Lewis, if you've got any RF batteries that need charging, send them back with that.
Banged in this time by Kopak, just pushing Jones back in the crease. He'll negotiate the last ball over with a dot, so Blaze 4 without loss after 1.
It's all right, decent start. It feels weird seeing Essex in purple and not being the home team here. It's obviously Loughborough Lightning, who used to play for. We played in the purple. Now it's weird coming back And we're the orange team, not the purple anymore.
Yeah, and the Sunrisers, of course,
Yeah.
were orangey and black, weren't they? Eva Gray will be the other opening bowler. Essex will feel they need to use this new ball, make some inroads like Grace Ballinger did for the Blaze.
Yeah, she looked like she was swinging it a lot early doors, was Grace. Not sure why she had to go off the pitch, so hope she's okay.
I believe she banged her head when she dropped that catch and then felt a bit unwell. So
Right.
we hope she's okay.
Yep, fingers crossed, as she's started so well for us this year with the ball.
Eva Gray then, another right arm seamer as Tammy Beaumont faces up. Pulled away by Beaumont. She's going to get a boundary first ball here. Gray misses a length. That's pulled away with some conviction. Blaze move on to 8.
And that's just what I was talking about with being here at Hazelgrave. She slightly missed your length, and that's put away for 4. We saw at Trent Bridge those balls were kind of going for 2, really stopping just on the outfield. Fielders were able to get round and chase it, but the outfield's just rapid here, and the angles just seem to be so wide. You can score runs in all areas of the ground.
Gray back in, this time on the money as Beaumont plays a forward defensive and smothers that one, keeps it out.
Always good signs when Tammy gets that far forward into the ball, smothering the ball. Big lunge into that one. And she knows that's where Eva Gray will be dangerous on that length, just nibbling it around.
She's in now and down the leg side. It's going to be 4 runs, easy pickings for Beaumont. Tickles that really fine as snood wearing Neil Mallender signals 4.
A little bit cold out there for him. It's one of those days that when you get moving, you feel all right, and as soon as you sit down again.
It's good running weather, really.
Yeah, but good cricket weather, really. Maybe a little jumper on there, out there.
Ask some of your fielders who had the ball whacked back at them pretty hard. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Beaumont deep in the crease this time, turns it round the corner. So Beaumont looks like she's got plenty of rhythm and balance in the start of this innings as she turns that one round the corner for another single.
Pitch looks pretty decent as well. What's your take been on it?
I think it's a quintessential Loughborough pitch, really. good carry, bit of grass left on it, enough pace in it. The only movement's been through the air, really, hasn't it? Which the new ball does, and Ballinger's a good exponent of that. I even thought Cassidy McCarthy got the ball to tail away to the right-handers when she got it right, and bowls a real hard, heavy length, doesn't she? As
Absolutely.
Gray's in for the final ball this over. Jones will climb into that, square-driven, easy pickings for the England international. 4 more runs to the Blaze total.
Yeah, Gray just missing a length and line on that one. Just giving a little bit too much width to Amy Jones, who'll happily put that away. But again, not quite off the middle of the bat then. It's absolutely raced away.
Bit floaty from both Essex openers. They're quite shorter women, aren't they? So there's a danger to be a bit floaty and just put it there, even though they are exponents of swing and seamers. That one is a bit shorter and wider and driven on the up, and Amy Jones nails that one for 4 more.
Yeah, she's not missed the length much there, but that's beautiful timing from Amy Jones. Just using her hands, using her full levers to time that beautifully through the offside. So Blaze move on to 21 for no loss after 2.
So punches thrown by the Blaze. Jones onto 12, facing up, first ball. Beaumont, 9 not out. Have they swapped, or did they do that in the previous games? Have they been swapping who takes first?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. Tammy never minds whenever I open with her. We always tend to just whoever feels like it on the day, or if you're fancying whoever might face up first. So I'm sure they'll have swapped it.
Kopak in, and this one skids through as
Played very low, that one, didn't it?
Beaumont leaves it outside off stump.
Well, Tammy will have faced Kopak a lot at Welsh Fire, so she'll know what she's all about in the nets. And she'll know what her plans are as well. Obviously, Tammy's skipper of the Welsh Fire too, so I'm sure she'll have spoken at length with Kate Kopak on how she wants to go about her bowling. A little bit of insider info for Tammy.
Kopak's in again, straightens her line this time, and Gets Beaumont to push out in front of herself, and it squirts off the outside half of the bat. No run, no alarm really for Beaumont, but Kopak keeping Beaumont a bit honest there.
Yeah, I feel like the danger with these two, with Kopak and Gray, is probably the just missing the bat and striking you on the pad. Just a little bit of movement off the pitch from both of them. Both don't tend to get a lot of carry and bounce, but tend to just be kind of nipping it around, making you unsure of the edge.
She's in again, and almost a carbon copy delivery. This time played straighter up the ground, a bit more compact by Beaumont.
Yeah, a little bit tighter this over from Kopak. A few looseness in the first over, similarly from Eva Gray as well, but seems to have tightened herself up a little bit as well.
Looks like a little bit of shape in on that delivery, looking at the replay.
Yeah, they both tend to do a little bit of both, don't they? Never quite sure what's coming down.
Kopak once again, and emphatically driven through extra cover by Beaumont, just snapping her hands through that. 4 more to the Blaze total. 25 without loss now, the Blaze.
Fielded by Georgia Boyce's dad down there on the boundary. Safe hands from him. Clean pickup that was. There you go, you can watch it on the replay.
Oh, great hands.
Go on, son. Bill down there.
Bit straighter this time, and Beaumont just tickles that one off a thigh pad down to deep square leg for another single.
Yeah, both looking pretty comfortable here already, aren't they? Not much troubling them so far. Always a good sign for how good the pitch is playing. You know, you're getting reward for your runs as well. Thought they were going to bring you a coffee then. We've just had some of the England staff walking past us. Coffees in hand.
Jones on strike, stands tall, plays that one back to the bowler. Kopak's completed her second over. 3 gone here, 26 without loss. Off to a bit of a flyer here, the Blaze.
Yeah, you couldn't ask for a better start than that, could you? Put the bowlers under pressure immediately.
Just been 2 lengths, haven't they?
Yeah.
They're both exponents, like you say, of bowling skiddy, hard length, and just getting the ball to move a quarter of an inch either way. But then they've just gone searching and fed 3 or 4 square drives, really, haven't they?
Yeah, and it can often happen with bowlers up top if you're looking to swing it or looking for it to do anything. Just going that little bit too full. But then, to be fair, both Blaze batters have put it away, found the gap.
Beaumont drives this one solidly, and it's fielded by the century maker, Grace Scrivens, at mid-off.
Yeah, she batted well, didn't she? Got a competitive total at least, or just something for Essex to bowl at. I still don't think it's anywhere near enough, but giving them something to try and defend.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those days where, as Gray is in, it's just pushing Beaumont back in a crease. I think it's one of those days where you don't quite know what a good score is. If you just go off the surface, it's a 250 par, 275 is kind of a probably silver, and 300's gold, and 325's platinum score. But just because of this little bit of weather and coolness around, it just one of those. 225 could be good if you bowl out your skin, which Essex need to do here, and Gray is on the money with this one as Beaumont plays straight and keeps that one out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think from playing here a lot, we've done it before where we get 280, 290 and you think, yeah, we're in the game here. And it's always a close chase down there, and you just think you just have to push everything just that next bit up compared to other grounds that you play at. Everything just seems to find its way to the boundary here. Been cute angles.
Gray over the wicket to Beaumont, who teases her partner for a second by shouting wait and suggesting there may be a run, but quickly turns that call into a no, making the Essex fielders work hard. Lots of chat from the Essex players. It's gone a bit quieter and stiller here because the wind's gone, so we can hear a bit more. You might hear that on our effects mic as this one's driven and well fielded at extra cover.
Can't see who that is, extra cover. Is that Flo Miller?
Number 4, yeah, Flo Miller.
Very well fielded. Big dive and Stop to her left. I thought Tammy had got that one through for a couple at least. But yeah, whenever we've batted first here, even when you post a big total, there's always just that little bit of doubt of have we quite got enough. You never really feel confident in your score.
Gray once again, bit floaty. Flo Miller will be on the drive and stop that one. Maiden over, 26 without loss after 4.
That's a brilliant effort to bowl a maiden over here at Hazelgrave. And this is probably the danger of bowlers like Eva Gray and Kopak, is they lure you in to want to try and hit over the top because they just offer that fuller length. And on a pitch like this, and just short straight, so whether the Blaze girls, Tammy and Amy, can they stay patient and maybe not be lured into trying to hit over the top too early.
And we've seen that, haven't we? Amy's had a couple of dismissals, kind of cloth to extra cover and mid-off, and Tammy played a loose shot, caught short third man, kind of just being a bit loose and pushy. So it's all about patience here and knowing that it's a good surface if you get through the new ball, as Kopak continues and keeps Amy Jones at bay with a forward defensive on the front foot.
I mean, we've all been there, and your eyes light up at half volley, and especially when it is so short. It's such a nice place to bat here, but then you got to think, if I can bat plenty of time on this, it just becomes even more enjoyable and even more fun down the line. So definitely worth holding out for.
Kopak in once again, and slight leading edge there from Amy Jones. Does fall short of the bowler.
It looked like she wanted to try and whip it, and then realised it was a little bit fuller, almost a Yorker length in the end. So they did well to dig it out and avoided playing across the line to it.
Kopak turns with 11 on her back. Right arm over the wicket. Bit of width again. Jones can't get this one through as she slaps it at cover. And there's no run.
Well fielded again by Flo Miller in there. A decent Essex side, but they look heavily reliant on Grace Scrivens at the moment to score their runs. Obviously signed Lauren Winfield Hill for the T20, the Vitality Blast, which would be a great addition for them as well.
Kopak in once again, and on the money as Amy Jones is forward and solid in her defence. Sun threatening to poke out through this thick quilt of cloud above us. Kopak's in, and Jones plays this one off the back foot up to mid on. There'll be no run.
Thought she might have been able to squeeze that straight then and get it through. But you saw from Grace Scrivens at the end of her innings as well that you get such good value for even hitting pin straight here. That's almost the even shortest part of the ground. So even with long on and long off back, you've got such scope to score runs down there. You only have to get it back past the bowler, and it's 4 runs here.
Kopak once again, slightly aerial, just falling short of the mid-wicket fielder. Little alarm for a second.
Just having a little handshake from Luke Fletcher up here. He's joined us. He's taking my chair. I actually prefer standing up. I quite like talking on comms standing up. Get a bit of a sore back now, sitting down for too long. Now I'm getting old.
Something in that, that people open up more when you stand up and talk,
really?
Or go for a walk and talk. So maybe that's what it is. It's an elite position for talking.
It does feel better, honestly. When you're doing it all day, you don't want to sit down all day and get a bad back that way either.
Eva Gray to continue, right arm over the wicket. Beaumont drives on the up. A couple of bounces into the floor before extra cover fields, and there's no run. It's an entourage now under this tent that we're commentating from. Lots of Haribos and
just eyeing up those sweets there.
wine gums and
everything to keep you going on a long cricket day.
Eva Gray's in again, bangs this one in, it'll be pulled away hard, it'll be fielded by Long Leg, who cuts the ball off, and it's just a single. Yeah, Mick Newell's just delivered a load of sweets. I think he thinks he's...
And he's taken some back with him as well. Here we are. I've just getting him to come
Here we
over and
go.
drop us some. Yes, Mick.
Mick Newell, the modern
Can we hear
day
that,
Willy
everyone?
Wonka.
We've got the sweeties on the mic. Modern day Willy Wonka. Luke Fletcher happy with that one.
Eva Gray then to continue. And that's aerial again through the onside, but it evades everyone. It should run away for 4 as Abtahar Masood chases after it. Valiant effort, but unfortunately takes it over in her slide.
She was nearly there then. She did all the hard work then, just couldn't quite flick the ball back into play. But beautifully timed there from Amy Jones. A little bit on the up. Heart was in the mouth for a little while. I think everyone thought it had gone a little bit closer to mid-wicket than it had, but good signs from her. She's able to time that through the onside. She didn't miss a length too much then, did Gray? Just a little bit back of a length. Another boundary to the Blazers total.
31 without losses. Eva Gray's in. A bit of a cutter this time. It's driven square, and that boundary rider that's been deployed on the offside will cut it off.
And they're the ones that Amy will be tempted to try and go over the top. And you saw she just held herself back then. Just decided for the one out to deep cover instead. Cordelia Griffiths out there, deep cover.
It's low risk now, isn't it? There's a gap there, there's a boundary rider, which means they can't put a boundary rider somewhere else when there's only 2 allowed out in this power play. The other boundary rider being that long leg out in front of the scoreboard as Gray pegs Beaumont back with this delivery.
And this is the thing with playing at Loughborough as well, is you have to have your boundary fielders in exactly the right place. There's 5 metres either side and the ball's gone for 4, so that I always find that's the deep backward square is always the hardest one to place here because it's so short behind the wickets and straight.
Yeah.
That any little tickle is going to be 4, so you're almost worth having them wide and just accepting that if you miss your line and go too straight, then fair dues.
Gray once again, another cutter, hits Beaumont on the pad, looks leg side, and it seems that umpire Malander agrees with that. Yeah, we saw that a bit at Trent Bridge because of that short boundary to one side and the weird angle of Trent Bridge on that side at the Smith Cooper stand, that you had a bet each way on that deep backward square leg, didn't you? It wasn't quite long leg, it wasn't certainly wasn't fine leg, but it wasn't really a deep backward square leg.
Exactly, and then we had it at Edgbaston as well when you're playing on the early season wickets that are close to the boundary, and the ring is almost where the boundary is, and you think, well, actually there's no point wasting a fielder because you're only allowed 4 outside the ring. There's no point wasting having somebody there. They may as well stay in because if it gets past them 1 metre either side, it's going to be 4 anyway. So you may as well have them somewhere else and protect a larger area of the field. So Essex have pulled it back a little bit, 32 for no loss after 6. So run rate coming down a little. But Blaze looking the happier of the 2 camps at the minute.
Down the leg side this time, and Mara Carr parries it round the post in trying to stop that one. This will be a wide. Eventually signalled by Naeem Ashraf. Beaumont back on strike. She's 15 not out. Driven beautifully and hard, but well fielded by mid-wicket.
Just absolutely smoked that at Sophia Smale there, doing the nasty work at mid-wicket. Didn't think she was going to get her hands down in the end. It was hit that hard at her, absolutely timed. One of those where you come back and you've got a few bruises down your thigh. Didn't quite get it cleanly, but she stopped it nonetheless.
Whipped over the leg side this time. Chance of a catch. Great effort at deep backward square leg. Getting the body in the way and saving 3 extra runs that could have been had.
Do you know what? That's a brilliant effort out there. You see so many times people would rather sit off that and let it bounce cleanly and get into your hands. But she knows that Tammy Beaumont is a crucial wicket.
Kind of got to wear it once you get there. If you know you're not going to make it, you got to wear it. Haven't you?
Well, she nearly did.
Yeah.
She did really well to get a hand on it. She's also, I think, in the wars. I just saw her lift the trouser leg up and over before, and she's got cut all down her knee.
She probably knocked a scab off from another injury. You're moving like that, it's probably a regular occurrence. As Kopac's in and Amy Jones stands tall and plays that one with a straight blade for no run.
Got Jo Gardner's come on to replace, I think it was Esme McGregor down there at deep back of square, who just did that hard work to nearly catch Tammy Bowen out, but also prevent a fall. But it's had to go off. I think she's struggling with her knee as well.
That's a shame because she looks an athlete and can move and save runs in the field. She's going to be vital if Essex are to have a sniff of defending a modest score of 2-3-1. Kopac's in and driven beautifully with balance, straight as a die from Amy Jones. 4 more to the Blaze total, 39 without loss.
Yeah, brilliant timing that from Amy Jones. That's what we love. That's what we love to see. Can have another look at it here on the replay. Which is always helpful when it's actually just a few seconds behind as we get to watch it again. Brilliant flair from Amy.
Sign of a great player in form, isn't it, when they can hit the ball through straight mid-on with that balance and the full face of the bat. As Kopac just pulls out of this delivery to start a run-up again.
Yeah, it looked like the ball just fell out of her hand or something as she was halfway up through her run-up, but she comes back in again.
Kopac in, and this one's turning to leg side. They'll think about 2 here because a lot of work to do for the sub-fielder, and they do get back for 2.
Yeah, it's just the angles here at Loughborough. They're incredibly short straight, but then very big boundary square. So you've just got a lot of work to do as a boundary rider.
Big pockets.
Big pockets, but
like
then the ball
McNeil.
races away as well.
Like McNeil, really. He's got big pockets, only for all these sweets that he keeps bringing. So, 41 without loss as Kopac is in. She bangs this one in and it's ridden with a straight bat from Amy Jones, just resisting pulling that one, because we saw one sneak under the bottom edge, didn't we, from Orla Prendergast bowling before. Yeah,
you almost need like what Amy did then, almost like a straight bat pull, almost a bit of a whip and a controlled movement to the leg side rather than a full kind of cross-batted shot. Especially when there's just a little bit more pace on the ball up top, and then once the power play's over, I'm sure you can play a few more cross-batted shots against some slower bowlers.
Esme McGregor's got a big bandage on now as she lowers her trousers, so hopefully we'll see her again soon and all is well. Eva Gray will continue from our end where we're positioned.
Well, they didn't have too many seam options as well, do they, today? So I imagine we'll see a lot of spin as well coming on as soon as this power play's done.
Up to how much Sue's warming up, actually. Gray in now, and on the pads of Beaumont, they're going to push for 2 here. Good fielding actually down there by Smale, and just deters the Blaze batters from coming back for 2.
They've got a lot of variance with their spin attack too. You've got the left arm spin, Sophia Smale, just not a massive turn of the ball, but very accurate stump to stump. And you've got Abdahar Maqsood, so she'll be with a bit more turn with their leggies, slower leggies, a little bit more grip and turn. And then they usually have Jo Gardner, but I think she's 12 for today, so I'm not sure who their other spin option will be. Whether Lissy McLeod might roll some out. She always used to bowl some offies.
Well, it's Gray with ball in hand at the moment. She's hitting right arm over the wicket, and Jones whips this one into leg side, and Sophia Smale is in the game again as she launches this one in from deep square leg.
I'm forgetting Jodie Grucock. I knew I was missing someone. She got the leg spin of Jodie Grucock as well, so potentially missing an off spinner today. Going with the 3. We got the 2 leggies and the left arm spinner to come.
There's no left-handers, so off spinner's not going to challenge the outside edge of that bat. So
yeah, not a bad attack that.
Beaumont back on strike then. Gray's in and hits Beaumont high. It's a polite inquiry. Umpire Malander is unmoved.
I thought they might be in with a little bit of a shout there, but just the first one really that's got to kick up. Have another little watch back of it here. Yeah, beating. If you're beating Tammy up there, it's probably not going to be hitting the stumps.
Possibly just outside the line as well. Gray turns 10 on her back. In past Malander now, right arm over the wicket. That one is slapped hard. They're going to take a single. It's parried by extra cover. Scrivens does the covering from mid-off, I beg your pardon. So another single to Beaumont. 44 without loss now are the Blaze in the 8th.
Just having a look at that DL score as well, 17. Just 17, so it's always a good indicator of how well placed you are in the game. Obviously it's not completely accurate, but it always gives you a good guide.
Gray once again, this one pulled well forward of mid-wicket. Won't be a single as it's cut off by Abtahar Maqsood at mid-on.
Yeah, Jones, I feel like she missed out there, but...
Didn't get up though, did it?
No, it didn't, just hit in the lower half of the bat. Maybe that's what helped it go down in the end. You've seen that far too often where you smoke a drag down to straight to the hands of mid-wicket. So she lives to tell the tale anyway.
Gray in once again. Rolls her fingers over that one. Jones just patient and waits for it, plays it under her eyes, and there's no run. That's the end of the 8th. Blaze 44 without loss. Beaumont 18. Jones 24.
Looking very good, these two together.
Helmet being ran on now.
You're going to see some spin.
Perhaps a change. Spin in the power play as well. What's your thoughts on that spin in the power play?
I mean, I personally love facing spin in the power play. I'm thinking brilliant, especially at Loughborough, especially here. And I like it. Gets my feet going, gets my arms going. I feel like I can use my feet, get down the track. But I understand. I think it's a good option for teams to try because not all players like that. So you can feel a little bit stuck, and a lot of players like getting a bit of pace on the ball early doors. So you might feel that you have to create something. I think it's a wise decision from Essex, as clearly Tammy and Amy have liked the pace on offer so far. So you may as well try something.
It's a roll of the dice as well, isn't
Yeah,
it?
absolutely.
And it's also a bit of a win for the Blaze that they've been forced to change within 8 overs.
Absolutely. I'm not sure I would have gone Jodie Grucock. I probably would have gone Smale in the power play just as a little bit more control, maybe and a little bit more stump to stump, but good to see her going for it.
Grucock's on now, leg spinner. She's beat the bat, or was it a leading edge? You can't.
Yeah, I'm
we're
not
slightly
sure.
blinded,
I think she might have got a little bit of bat on it. Otherwise, I think there might have been. I think he's called it a no ball.
Oh.
Yeah, and it is. It's signalled free hit. That's exactly what you want then as a batter when a spinner comes on.
Was a leading edge, just looking at the replay. No ball, must have been front foot.
Must have been, yeah.
So, free hit, Beaumont on strike, Grucock with ball in hand, and this is pulled and clothed, and it'll be caught, but it won't be out.
almost from the run out as well. Tammy forgot to run. That's a good indicator of how short it is down there. That you can almost be run out running a single down there. And she'll feel she's missed out there, but Grucock gets away with that first no-e.
Jones on strike then to the new bowler, Grucock, driven square and fielded by Maqsood at point. I haven't seen Grucock bowl actually. I'm a big fan of her batting, and you know, she impressed today for the time she was there.
She's a tidy bowler. She gets she comes from a bit of a wide angle and almost like drifts it into you and angles it in. And because she actually bowls from quite a low arm, it tends to be a bit skiddier onto you.
Down the ground, Jones shuffles and just bunts it for no run up to mid off. Yeah, I feel like she might miss her area at times because of that low arm. Probably needs to use her front arm a bit more, but
yeah, not a huge turn of the ball.
She's dragged this one down and be pulled away. It goes over the top of mid-wicket, who looked interested for a second, but it's destined to go to the boundary for 4 more to the total of Amy Jones, who now moves on to 28.
I think she's fairly new to bowling leg spin as well. I think she was always a batter growing up and then got into the swing of bowling some leggies.
50 up for the Blaze, 50 for none in 8.5 overs. This one's back foot driven, making Cordelia Griffith do a bit of fielding on the boundary there. Another single, 4 single. Nothing more frustrating than that as a bowler.
No, just good batting, isn't it, on show? But yeah, she gets such a low arm, this Grewcock, that I actually think she'll be able to. She almost gets a bit more side spin rather than right over the top of it.
This one worked onto the leg side. There'll be no run as it's cut off by square leg. Kate Kopak doing the fielding. So that's the end of the 9th. 51 without loss. Amy Jones on to 29. Tammy Beaumont 19. 181 more runs required. Or 10 wickets.
Whichever way you're looking at it. Try not to be biased, but it's so hard not to say we need these runs. We're going to get this, or it's only natural, isn't it? Eva Gray's going to continue to close out the power play. I wonder if we'll see Grewcock again, or whether it was just a one-over burst.
We shall see. Jones on strike then.
There's no other cricket on today either, is there?
No.
Tier 1?
No, there's no women's domestic cricket. I think there's a World League 2 game and there's an IPL game later. As Gray is in, cut away by Jones for another single as that boundary rider cuts off.
And that's Esme McGregor out there, back on the field. Looks very athletic, very quick to the ball then. Yeah, there's no other women's cricket on, I should say,
No,
but
there's
there's
not.
plenty of men's second team cricket going
When
on
I
as
looked
well.
on the app today, I mean, there's literally 3
So
fixtures.
many.
Normally it's so long,
Yeah.
but there's only 3 fixtures today in total. There's Gray's in once again, and Beaumont is solid and forward in her defence.
Just means we've got even more to watch tomorrow. All
Yeah.
the other 3 games are on tomorrow, I think.
Yeah. Gray is in once again. Bit of width this time as Beaumont pushes her hands through this one off the back foot, but she can't get it through for a run. Well fielded.
Yeah, I
Extra
think
cover.
Apart from her first over, Eva Gray's bowled very well on this pitch. Just a few too many looseners on her first. But after that, followed that up with a maiden. Definitely a lot tighter this last couple of overs too. Quite a canny bowler, taking pace off it. Very quick to work that out. She comes in again to Beaumont again, a little bit of pace off it. But timed nicely out to Esme McGregor again at deep extra cover. Just a little bit of width there from Gray.
Just a bit flat from Essex, isn't it? A bit like the weather, really. Just
Yeah, not much energy out there.
Gray's in once again. Bit of a cutter by the looks of it as Jones just waits that second later to play it under eyes and drive it on the up to that boundary rider at cover for another single.
And I think the announce was a bit late. It's just announced the 50 partnership for Amy and Tammy. It's now at 54.
Beaumont back on strike then as Gray is in, and this one's driven beautifully. There'll be no run as it's fielded well by mid-off.
I thought she might have given that one a little chance.
Ball's followed her. She's just batted the whole innings. 130 not, 120 not out, sorry. And the ball follows you in the field when the hammies are tight and the quads are tight, perhaps. Last
Always
thing you
seems to
need.
be the way, doesn't it? I thought the ball followed Amy Jones around in the field a lot,
did,
everywhere
yeah.
she went. And then Tammy moved her out of backward point, I think, to give her a little bit of respite. And
It went to
they went to
mid-wicket. didn't it?
the next ball. I thought, oh gosh, trying to protect our keeper here from not giving her too much to do in the field, and she was getting it all the time. But she is actually a very good fielder as well. She's a very skilled player, is Amy Jones.
So the answer to your question is Grewcock will continue.
What I'm finding interesting is not having one of the straights back. Or are they hovering?
Perhaps just a it looks like they're deep on
It
the
looks
circle.
like they're just past the circle, isn't it? I don't really understand that. I think you either need to be right in or right on the ropes down there.
She's in now, and Jones pushes that one to mid-wicket for no run. No short fine leg, so a bit of a tempter to perhaps sweep.
Yeah.
Deep square leg, deep mid-wicket on the leg side. Jones down the track. Checks.
She's tempted here. She's tempted. It's coming. She's coming. We're going to see a ball down there very soon.
Hitting that black tarpaulin
Yep.
for a sight screen. She taps her back a couple of times, crouches and slaps this one to that boundary rider at extra cover.
She's just got to wait for the right one. Tammy as well, she'll be feeling it. She'll be wanting to go. Just going to wait for that little bit of flight. But the great thing about Loughborough is as well, even if you don't quite get there, you can just hold your shape enough and it goes.
I can see Tammy pulling out a sweep. She's obviously a bit whippier and a bit shorter, isn't she? Here we go. Gets that fine. It's going to run away. Not enough on it, perhaps, to go to the boundaries. Maqsood does the chasing and Beaumont comes back for a second.
Yeah, that's more what Tammy will want to do, is try and enforce a field change here. Can they get the mid-wicket out and put them into short fine? They've got 2 mid-wickets in there, so yeah, they'll definitely be looking to get rid of one of those.
Also a lot of space on the offside, only extra cover and point on the square as Beaumont's down the track this time, whips it into the leg side. It's going to fall short of deep mid-wicket, so it'll just be a single.
So that's probably the danger of Grewcock, in that it actually slides into you a bit like that, so you almost have to work extra hard to hit it straighter with her. It's not like a traditional leggy that the ball will come onto your bat. If you're not quite there, it actually almost beats you on the inside edge, and it's quite easy to drag her leg side rather than hitting it bang over her head straight.
So Jones back on strike. Grewcock in, misses the length again, and Jones will play it off the back foot. She can't get it through. That's the end of the 10th. End of the power play. Or was that the 11th? I beg your pardon.
End of the 11th.
End of the 11th. 58 without loss. Jones 32. Beaumont 23.
Yeah, just having a look back at the replay. Jones just not getting the length that she wants. Good from Grewcock to not toss it up, but you feel they're going to have to try and be brave and toss it up if they want a wicket.
Change of bowling. Abtahar Maqsood. So we're going to have double leg spin.
Yeah, 174 required now.
Bit more of a traditional leg spinner, Maqsood, isn't she? High front arm.
Yeah. Genuine turn, isn't it? Ball's a little bit slower, so gets a bit more grip on the ball. When she gets it right as well, she's got some lovely drift in as well. And can get some good turn and bounce, so we'll see how she goes. But not many bowlers enjoy bowling at Loughborough.
Maqsood drags this first ball down. It's going to be pulled away hard by Beaumont. Deep mid-wicket will do the fielding.
She'll be frustrated with that. Well, Tammy, I feel like she's missed out on the gap there.
It's 2 big pockets, isn't there? Got deep backward square leg and a deep mid-wicket. It's a big pocket between the two, and then big pocket to long on and wide, or straight mid-wicket, wide, long on.
Almost up where the practice nets are. Almost that straighter cow, sorry.
Maqsood in again. She's short on the offside this time. This will be square driven for another single. No one on the sweep either. No short, no square leg.
Yeah, they want to try and tempt both of them to play cross-batted here, don't they? But
no short fine leg. Oh, the short fine leg's gone in now for Tammy, who we have come accustomed to know to sweep, and she rocks back to this one. She's got this well in front of square. It's going to run away for 4. Easy pickings for Beaumont. Well executed shot. Length missed by Maqsood.
yeah, I think they've got their field slightly wrong there, and Esme McGregor is quite far behind at a deep cover, and because Abtahar is a slower leg spinner, you probably need to have your deep cover a lot straighter because there's just so much time on the ball. Likewise, your fielders in front probably need to come way more in front on the deep square region.
Maqsood in and worked off the back foot again, in front of square again, but this time it will be cut off.
See, I think that's the line that I think she needs to start on. and then if Tammy or Amy want to try and get her further behind, it becomes more of a risky shot. And they might bring in a little snick or dismissal in trying to do that, but all of them need to come just a little bit straighter, I think.
Maksud once again, bit fuller, bit more flight.
Yeah, better length there from Abtahar. I always think it's hard for leggies to start, isn't it? Because they really want to spin the ball. It can so often be a drag down first couple of balls.
Maksud in once again, Jones down the track and then just checks a shot. Maksud fields off her own bowling. That's the end of the 12th. Blaze 65 without loss. Jones on to 33. Beaumont on to 29. Runs required 167.
I can't help but feel something's brewing with Amy
weather.
Jones. Yeah, well, yeah, it is. The wind has just picked up, but no, I'm just sensing that Amy's wanting to kick on a bit, not quite getting the length that she wants to put her hands through. So what gives first, whether she gets the length that she wants or she tries to force something.
Beaumont on strike at the moment as Grucock is in, and Beaumont again down on one knee and shovels this one through that vacant short fine leg region as Kate Kopak comes round doing the fielding and Beaumont comes back for a second.
Yeah, quite surprised at this field from Essex, or to even try it in the first place. I think Tammy's hit so well behind fine leg, always has done throughout her whole career. It's not like it's an area of weakness for her, so bit of a surprising. I kind of get it with Amy in that you want her to try and create something and do something a bit different, and mid wicket has been a bit of a hot spot for where a lot of her balls go, but definitely for Tammy, I wouldn't be starting without a short fine in.
Well, one of the mid wickets has been taken out as Lissy McLeod has come round to quite a fine short fine leg inside the circle. So Grucock with ball in hand. Beaumont down the track. It has gone leg side. It's going to evade deep mid wicket and go for a one bounce four. So another clinical shot from Tammy Beaumont, who's trying to catch her partner up. She moves on to, in fact, she's gone past her,
yeah,
35.
Especially as Amy probably got a little bit of the first couple of boundaries a bit more, didn't she? And was a bit further ahead, but Tammy's definitely catching up now.
So Beaumont onto 35, the Blaze onto 71, down the track again, this time checked. So Beaumont just passing her colleague, Jones 33. Beaumont down the track again, and she's hoisted this all the way over long on. It's hit the ball stop fence really high up. That would have been another 20 metres over the boundary if there's no fence there.
And that's what we've been waiting for. That's what I was feeling was coming. It's the first ball really that Jodie Grucock's given a bit of airtime to, and players of Tammy and Amy's class are they're going to be waiting for that and wanting to jump on it straight away.
Grucock, what's a response? Full and straight, and Beaumont shuffles down and bunts it to the now deployed long gone.
I think it was a tall ask for Jodie Grucock to come and bowl on as early as she has done. They've clearly gone for, they want to take the risk and go for it. Also a difficult end to bowl spin from as well. Defended by Jones. I wonder whether you put your other spinner on that end, the spinner that tends to turn it a little bit more, and just create a little bit more risk. That's what we always try to do here anyway.
Well, just the height of Smale, and the probably more control being a finger spinner. Just a
bit hard. She's a bit harder to hit aerially, Smale, because she skids under your bat a little bit. You have to play sort of stronger shots along the ground to her, but yeah, maybe potentially your spinners that turn it a little bit more should be bowling from that further end. So it just helps in some way, just add a little bit more risk onto your shot of trying to hit over straight.
So Grucock's bowled 3 overs. She's gone for 24.
Yeah, I think they might have to try and change it next
They've rolled
over.
the dice and it's not quite worked, has it? Maksud in and Beaumont sweeps this. She's going to split the two fielders. It's going to be another 4 down to that fine leg boundary. So not a good start to the 14th for Essex.
No, just
nearly
missing
called
a
the
line.
sunrise.
Yeah, I know, it's so hard not to. I think the purple definitely helps, like in your head, mental note that it's not sunrises, but we keep slipping into it. It's so hard when you've been used to it for the last 3 or 4 years.
McSood in again, and Beaumont down the track. Doesn't quite get it away.
I thought that was coming our way in the air then.
You're catching it, not me. Get your hands out your pockets.
Little one bounce forward would be lovely down to us here. We are right in the eye line of Grace Scrivens at mid-off. The ball seems to have followed her around a fair bit today. I wonder if we see her bowl as well. I forgot she's the offie in the team, isn't she? I wonder if she'll go, right, did it with the bat, I've got to try and do it with the ball then as well.
82 without loss as McSood bowls a low floaty full toss that's driven down the ground with ease for one. Kate Kopak out there doing the fielding. It just look like mixed plans, bit muddled plans by Essex now, don't they? They've thrown a few punches, these two batters, and as McSood is in again, and Jones plays a lovely weighted square drive. It'll just be the one.
Well, I think there's a combination of things in that it's hard to bowl on these pitches here at Loughborough anyway. Your margin for error is so short. Then it's even shorter because of the size of the boundary straight and the pockets then that allow square. And then you've got batters of Tammy and Amy in at the crease as well, so their margins are so small. But she's found a good one there. It was a dot ball from Abtahar to finish 14th over.
Plays 84 without loss. Jones 34 not out. Beaumont has raced ahead of a colleague to 47 not out.
Wow, that's jumped up quickly, isn't it?
Because Jones was off to a flyer, wasn't she, with a couple of gorgeous drives. But Tammy has caught up.
You just have to be so on the money with the ball here. Like you've got a perfect length on the stumps. And even then, you get some good batters in and you're still struggling. So as many dot balls as you can here just to create some sort of pressure, but they're so hard to come by.
So Essex have got a bit of thinking to do. Kate Kopak went for 18 from her 4, the most economical. Eva Gray, none for 29 from her 5. Jodie Grucock has gone for 24 from her 3, which has enforced a change, which we're about to see. And Abtahar McSood has gone for 13 from her 2.
Yeah, we've gone with the seam of Esme McGregor. So good bowling change, I think. I just think it's dangerous bowling spin from that end anyway. So I was interested to see whether they'd go with another spinner or return to some seam, which they have done in Esme McGregor. Starting off with a dot. Good first ball from her as well. That's the exact place to bowl, running up that hill as well.
Jones aerial this time through the leg side. It's going to land safe and over the top of the two chasing fielders that were inside the circle. They'll get back for a second.
Didn't look like she meant to go aerial with that one, did Jones, but looking like just trying to flick it off her legs, maybe just a little bit early on it.
Yeah, it looks like she was trying to go a bit straighter and then she's got her hands out in front a little bit, perhaps. The temptation here just to try and take a wicket every ball and be a bit searchy, isn't there? This one's driven for no run, cut off by Flo Miller at extra cover.
Yeah, missing out on a half volley there. Maybe looking to overhit that one a little bit. Have another look on the replay. Yeah, just coming across it slightly. That can happen when your eyes light up when you see a nice half volley coming at you.
McGregor in again, and Jones just bunts this one into the leg side for no run.
Yeah, just not quite getting a hold of her. She started well as McGregor. Potentially she's probably never faced her as Amy Jones, so it always helps the bowler when you're bowling at someone who's never faced you before. Just take some few extra balls to get used to your pace and bounce off the pitch.
She's in once again, bangs this one into the pitch, and it's well ridden with a straight bat from Jones. They're going to think about a second and then decide against it as it's cut off by deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, lovely timing that there from Jonesy. Just picked off her legs. But been impressed with McGregor so far. Started well here. Been a bit more consistent. Most balls on the stumps, on and around a length. Maybe got away with a couple of full ones early doors, but into Tammy Beaumont now. Happy to defend that. Very good over there from Esme McGregor. One off it.
Yep, just the one. 87 without loss. 15 gone. Was that going to click over to 16? I think it's 15.
I think it is, yeah.
Beaumont 47. Jones 37. Runs required 145. Or 10 wickets if you're an Essex follower.
So current run rate, what's that? Just under sixes.
And runs required, run rate required is 35
Do the
overs.
maths.
35 overs for 145 runs. Well, it's less than fives, isn't it?
Yeah. Four.
It's less than fours, actually.
Can't do the maths
No.
that quickly.
Thinking live on air's hard enough as it is. As Maqsood is driven wide of extra cover, they'll come back for two. So two more to the total of Amy Jones and the Blaze. 89 without loss.
I just want to go and tell them to put their cover straighter. That's where she's going to be driven. That's where she's even going to be cut. She keeps running back to quite a backwards deep cover. But with the pace of Maqsood being quite a slower bowler.
Swept this
Ooh.
time across the line. Fortunate for Amy Jones that missed everything, including the stumps. Yeah, it's just above 4 and over, isn't it? 'Cause
Yeah.
four
Times
30
30 is 120. 4 times 5, yeah, is 140. There we go. That's how I did my working out. Oh, I
Down-
thought it might be a wide ball there.
Must have flicked something, that one, because umpire Malander is unmoved.
A couple of dots then from Maqsood. This is a something ball. Something's going to happen in this ball.
Driven square. Just opens the face and waits for it nicely, doesn't she?
Mhm.
Just milks another single. 89 without loss. 40 to Jones. 47 to Tammy Beaumont.
So a good first half of the over from Abtahar Maqsood. One off it so far.
She's in and then decides against bowling that one.
Not sure why. She seems to be having a joke with Amy Jones at the non-strikers as well.
Driven this one and fielded off her own bowling by Maqsood.
Another dot ball, so squeezed up these last 2 overs. It just shows you if you bowl on the money, every ball adds a bit of pressure. Much
Oh, the-
tighter lines and lengths now.
Yeah, really well bowled again by Maqsood. One from it. Plays 90 without loss. Just got a bit brighter again. Without any sunshine, I may add, but
And quite a comfortable temperature, I think. Not too cold, not too hot. Quite nice cricket weather.
I don't know.
Not warm enough for you.
Finger breaking weather, I think.
Gonna have Esme McGregor to continue. Do we have any name ends here? You know how it's like the...
I haven't called them, to be quite honest, so I don't know is the answer. Obviously, they call that the ski lodge, don't they?
Yeah.
The old Hazelgrave Pavilion. I don't know what's at that end, what that building's called, to call it anything.
Well, I think it's the athletics track behind it, but I don't think it's got an established name.
Well, McGregor's pushed off from that end now and tucks Jones up slightly, who tickles that off a thigh pad for another single.
.91 run partnership. Can they eke up to 100?
Banged in this time and pulled away with those fast hands of Tammy Beaumont. It'll just be a single because there's cover on the boundary edge at deep mid wicket.
Tammy will be frustrated with that, picking out the fielder there as well. She's timed that so well. But always seems to be the way.
There isn't anything on Wikipedia that says the names of the end.
We can make them up then.
Well,
The tree end.
you've played it. Name an end after you if you like.
The send it end. How about that? You see it's that short, you think, yeah, I'm just going to try and send it.
Another dot from McGregor. She does bowl a heavy length, doesn't she, when she gets it right?
Yeah, a little bit pace behind her as well.
She's in now. Bangs this one in. It's been pulled by Jones. It's going to go straight to mid-on and be the first dismissal. Jones looks at her bat and practices the shot with a shadow shot, but she has to depart for 41. Breakthrough for Essex as Blaze are reduced to 92 for 1.
Yeah, good bowling change. And Esme McGregor paying off after a very successful first over. Amy Jones just not quite getting hold of the shorter delivery from Esme. Almost maybe looked to play it a bit too correctly. Maybe could have gone a bit squarer with it, potentially.
She stood tall and played a few of them with a straight bat, hasn't she? And just rid it, and perhaps just needed that low risk or go hard.
Send it.
Send it, yeah.
Smash it. Get your bottom hand out and send it over to that cow corner region. Almost looking to play a little bit more correctly there.
So Catherine Bryce has joined Tammy Beaumont at the wicket, batting number 3.
I'd like to know what Catherine Bryce's stats are batting at Hazelgrave.
She's played here a bit, hasn't she?
She's played her a lot and she scored a lot of runs. I've been on the pitch with her and I've been against her, witnessing both, so hopefully we can add some more runs to that tally today.
She's marking a guard now. 17 on her back. McGregor has made the breakthrough, which has brought the Scottish international to the crease. A couple of taps of the bat by Bryce as McGregor's in and on the money straight away. Just slightly nervous, stiff prod forward from Bryce, but equal to the ball nevertheless.
This is where I would like to see, well, I wouldn't like to see it, but you'd expect to see Essex just kind of squeeze a little bit, get a bit more energy now. You've got one breakthrough, can you try and get a couple of quick wickets here?
McGregor's in again and gets Bryce on the front foot again. Solid shot, but no run. So that's the end of the 17th. First breakthrough for the Essex women, coming from the bowling of Esme McGregor. Amy Jones departing for 41. The Blaze are 92 for 1.
We've got Grace Scrivens changing her spikes. So Jo Gardner, 12th, has just brought on some spikes. Whether that signals there's some bowling shoes maybe, or whether we're going to see Scriv come on soon, or maybe she's just got a bit sore feet and wants to fancy the change.
Yeah, she's gone from black or dark blue shoes to some traditional white ones, which...
Imagine if she'd just looked down and thought, nah, do you know what, these don't go with my outfit. I want to change. I think we might see her coming on to bowl soon.
Maksud in to Tammy Beaumont, who has to squeeze this one out. Well, when Lauren Winfield Hill eventually turns out for Essex, she will be the most funky foot-wearing player in the Essex squad.
Yeah,
that's
she's
for
got
sure.
a few like red pairs, hasn't she? And
Yeah.
likes a bit of flair.
This one's driven hard by Beaumont. Will be cut off by deep extra cover.
Oh, well backed up by Sophia Smale in the end, who almost does a backwards roll.
Yeah,
That was
it
a
was
bullet arm from Esme McGregor, wasn't it?
Yeah. You wouldn't mind if you had gloves on, but Masood almost got it on the half volley and missed it.
Yeah, that's a nasty. You always hate that when you're bowling, if someone throws it in at your feet. It's the last thing you want when you've got to then try and grip it well the next ball.
So, Scotland International to Scotland International here as Maksud, the Glaswegian, bowls to Bryce, the Edinburgh.
And they're very good friends off the pitch as well, so it'll be interesting to see how they fare, battling against each other.
She's in once again. Misses a length, it'll be cut away, and Bryce gets her score ticking.
Now, what I was saying before about that deep cover being straighter is the opposite for Catherine and Sarah Bryce. You put them squarer, and you just make sure that your gap between extra and mid-off isn't too big. They both hit so well behind that point region.
Maxud in, a bit straighter to Beaumont, who stands tall and just pushes the ball back to the bowler to field off her own. 94 for 1 in the 18th. Beaumont 49 not out. As Maxud is in, floats this one up, and Beaumont will get it through. So second time in 2 games that she passes 50. Of course, she converted her previous 50 into 100 not out. So 50 again for Beaumont, as the small crowd here applauds.
Yeah, very nicely batted from Tammy.
Give you some stats on that 50 in a moment while I refresh my screen.
Just looking very composed today, right from the get-go. Really good weight transfer in and out of the ball. Looked to make some quite clear decisions, didn't she, early on, and putting away the bad ball. And I think she's been unfortunate in a couple of her shots have found the fielders as well out in the deep. So she has missed out on a couple of boundaries as well, just from timing it too well to the fielders. So looking in great nick. Hopefully she can steer the side to another victory.
54 balls for a 50 in 64 minutes, 6 fours and 1 6. An emphatic 6 over the top of long gone. As McGregor continues and Beaumont turns this one into leg side. There'll be a chase on here. They decide against the second. It's a teaser, that one, wasn't it?
Yeah, I thought she might fancy that one, but never quite known. Probably not worth the risk at this stage of the game. Then we're getting, if it was another wicket now, you'd have 2 new batters in at the crease. So smart option there from Tammy. Let her have a rest at the other end. Let Catherine go about her business too.
McGregor once again, fuller and straighter to Bryce, who checks her drive, and there's no run.
Who have you got coming on comms after?
That's a good question, that. I don't know. Just getting our money's worth out of you at the moment, Marie.
Spending so much time together lately.
I think I'll see Georgia Elwis and Lucy Hyam like we did in the first innings while you had the morning off.
Lovely.
Driven this time by Bryce, not quite there, and not quite able to squeeze it through as it's cut off by extra cover once again.
She bowled very well, says me McGregor, barely missing. Starting very aggressively. I like her action, runs in hard as well. Looks like she's really trying to get it down there. Not looking to place it. Trying to bowl a hard length.
On the money again, this time playing to leg side, but with a straight bat from Catherine Bryce. She's a bit taller, isn't she, than McCarthy, but she's got that robust action and that bustle and that heavy length of that we saw from McCarthy in the first innings. Obviously playing her first game of the season.
Yeah. Well, Cassidy's bowled very well in the 2 stuff, so it earned her.
This one edged down to third. It'll be cut off. It's just a single. Slight false shot from Bryce, but went straight to ground.
Yeah, it didn't sound like she hit that. It just obviously did. It just didn't hear the nick. But yeah, sorry, I was saying Cassidy, McCarthy taking a couple of wickets every game in the 2s, moving the ball around a lot. So kind of earned the right to come and have a crack today. It's always difficult with the left-hand, right-hand combo as well, isn't it? Getting a few wides in there, but
banged in and pulled round the corner. This one from Beaumont. Masood will cut that off, so it's another single.
Thought she'd tickled that round for 4 runs, but finds Abdullah Maqsood out deep fine leg, moving on to 98 for 1 after 19 overs. Sorry now. So decent run rate as well. I always tried to think when we're chasing, if we were setting, would we be happy with this? And this is probably more of a usual first innings score so far.
The thing that slowed Essex down was those power play wickets, wasn't it? They
Yeah.
had to do a lot of
You basically
rebuilding.
then have to start again, don't you? And I think the power play is so important here as well, because you've only got 2 out and even more space to work with. As we do see a bowling change from, what end shall we call it? The ski lodge end. It's Sophia Smale. New action this year, starting in front of the umpire. She starts her spell to Tammy, who tries to sweep it. Well, she does sweep it, she doesn't try to, she does. She sweeps it to Lucy McLeod there at short fine leg for no run. So just straying a little bit down leg for her first ball, now in for a second.
She's changed her run up, hasn't she?
Yeah, so she started just in front of the umpire, now does a bit more of a shuffle in. Gorgeously timed through the offside, should go all the way for 4. Flo Miller can't quite get there. This is where you potentially have to move your extra mid-off a little bit wider to cut off that angle. She's not missed, she's not bowled that too wide there, and Tammy's placed that brilliantly. It's just huge pockets out here and it just races away. I think we probably had similar pockets at Trent Bridge, but just whipped away into the leg side to Cordelia Griffiths, but the ball just wasn't going as quickly off the surface, was it? So fielders were able to get round to balls like that, and was only going for 2 rather than 4.
Yeah, you just can't miss your length here, can you? Can you just climb into it and get such value for your shots?
That's why it's so good here. You don't have to overhit. You can just hold your shape through the ball. You get such good value for your straight bat shots here too. That's why we say it's so hard to defend as well, because you just get little tickle here and there and it's 4 runs. It's miss your line slightly and it's gone. Just as Sophia Smale did then, a little wide ball in there.
Drag down the leg side, so that needs to be re-bowled. Reaction that was played off the stumps there from the spinner. I don't know if it was a bit of kidology, a bit of psychology.
Right.
Marie's going to depart. She's done
Love
a
you,
20 over
Olivia.
stint. Thanks very much. Thanks for the insight
for
as
having
always. And we'll see you soon. Marie
you later.
Kelly there from the Blaze. So the Blaze, 104 for 1. McGregor will continue from that bottom end. She's in now, bangs this in and pulled away hard by Beaumont. Bit of a chase on here and it goes through forward square, deep forward square leg, who has to scurry round, hit hard by Beaumont. So 4 more to the Blaze total and to Tammy Beaumont. Just missed her length there, Esme McGregor. She's in now and gets Beaumont on the front foot, playing a forward defensive, so back on the money there. Good reply from the seamer. McGregor once again, and Beaumont down the ground at this one. Doesn't quite squeeze it through. Good piece of fielding at extra cover by Flo Miller. Essex just trying to create a bit of energy, a lot of hand clapping, a lot of chat, trying to get that energy up as This one's tucked off the thigh pad of Beaumont for another single. Maksud doing the fielding down at long leg. Bryce back on strike. 2 not out. 109 for 1. Tap of the bat as McGregor's in, and Bryce will hit this wide of extra cover and get herself a single. Beaumont back on strike as McGregor just pushes her back in the crease there, and Beaumont has to keep that one out with a straight blade. Helmet being ran back on by the 12th for Amara Carr, doing the glove work behind the stumps. Sophia Smale, the left arm spinner, will continue. Plays 110 for 1 from 21. Beaumont well set here with 62. Last wicket fell at 92, where Amy Jones departed for 41. Smale is in, left arm round the wicket. Left arm orthodox bowler, just on the money straight away here, bringing Catherine Bryce forward on the front foot. She's in again, this one driven by Bryce. She decides against a single. Looked like there was a chance for a second, but was cut off well by Grace Scrivens, the skipper. Smaling once again and on the money once again, just trying to tie up Catherine Bryce, tie up an end here really. Get a bit of control back for the Essex Women. She's in again, and this one's driven up to mid-wicket for no run. Smale a bit wider this time. It will be driven and squeezed out, just be a single. Flo Miller does the fielding out there on the cover boundary. One for 1 if you're superstitious. And that's the end of the over, so it'll remain 111 for 1. Beaumont 62 not out. Catherine Bryce 4 not out. 22 overs gone. Runs required 121 from 28 overs, so the run rate is pretty fair. You'd be happy if you're ablaze at the moment. Bit of work to be done for the Essex. Need a breakthrough here. Esme McGregor will continue. She's in now, and slice drive from Bryce, but there's no one behind the wicket in a catching position, so it'll run down to third for another single. Beaumont back on strike. Well balanced on drive by Beaumont there, but there's no run. McGregor's in and bangs this one in, pulled away by Beaumont. Maksud should get round and cut it off, which he does. They will come back for 2. Good piece of fielding out there by Abtahar Maksud. Had a bit of ground to cover, picked it up cleanly, got the ball in the air. McGregor in once again, does bang this one in again. Beaumont stands tall, just negotiates that with a straight blade. Beaumont drives this one on the ups, cut off by extra cover. Striking it well, Tammy Beaumont. Even the shots where she doesn't score runs, striking the ball incredibly well. Gorgeous sound off the bat. She just undoes the wristbands on her gloves and makes a few adjustments before taking her position again. High back lift. She crouches down and turns this one into leg side for a quick single. There's a bit of a collision between Bowler and Catherine Bryce. There's an apology and everyone gets out of that one unscathed. So that completes the 23rd. Blaze are 115 for 1. Tammy Beaumont moves on to 65. Catherine Bryce, 5 not out. This partnership has ticked along to 23 now. Sophia Smale will continue. Left arm around the wickets, down the leg side. It's trying to be swept by Beaumont, but he'll be signalled wide by the umpire. Drag down this one and just turned into leg side with a straight blade and a flick of the wrist at the end as Beaumont gets herself off strike with another single. Smale starting right in front of the umpire, Neil Malander. Shortened run up than what we've been used to seeing from the spinner as she's in. Bryce is down the track and lofts it over long, mid-off for 4 more. First boundary to Bryce. Bryce on to 9. Long on gets sent out now. Bryce will squeeze this one out for another single. As we've seen so often today, a boundary and then a single. Smart batting from the Blaze number 3. Beaumont solid in defence there. Negotiating the straight one from Sophia Smale. She's in again, a bit fuller this time, and a cover drive from Beaumont gets her another single. Smale in once again, driven a bit more square this time from Bryce. Another single, nevertheless, cut off by that cover point fielder. That's the end of the 24th. The Blaze are 124 for 1. Catherine Bryce has moved herself onto 11 now. Tammy Beaumont opened up with Amy Jones. She's on 67. Jones, the one batter to depart. She left at 40 for 41. Partnership of 92 for the first wicket. This partnership up to 32 for the second wicket. As Esme McGregor will continue. Bangs this one in. Bryce has a flirt with it outside off stump. Runs through to the keeper for no run. Amara Carr with the gloves on. .108 required for the Blaze. As McGregor's in, beats the bat this time, bringing Bryce onto the front foot. So a couple of plays and misses from Bryce. Just goes for a little guard and prodding the pitch and perhaps gathering her thoughts, clearing the mind. She takes stance again, tapping her bat a few times, high back lift, and then drives this one, doesn't quite get it off the square, but a bit more positive this time. So 3 dots in a row for McGregor against the bowling of McGregor in, bangs this one in down the leg side. Bryce tries to pull it away. She doesn't get anything on it, and it's signalled a wide by Naeem Ashraf. Play a miss again here. So a good bit of pressure being built up here by Esme McGregor on Catherine Bryce. McGregor on away once again. Full and straight, and Bryce plays a checked on drive for no run. One single, 4 dots and a wide in this over, so can McGregor get out the over? As she's in now and strays onto the pads of Catherine Bryce. She'll tickle that round to mid-wicket for another single. So after 25, the halfway stage of this second innings, the Blaze are 125 for 1. Amy Jones, the one batter to depart with 41, opening partnership of 92 with Tammy Beaumont, who's currently 67 not out, and Catherine Bryce is 12 not out. The players are going to take a short break for a drink, and we're going to take a break as well. We'll be back with you very shortly. for one. The Blaze then after 125 overs as Sophia Smale continues with her left arm around the wicket. Bryce turned that into leg side for another single. So the Blaze batter's just not letting Essex settle here. Beaumont back on strike. Just opens the face on that one, can't get it through as it's cut off by backward point. Reverse this time, gets plenty on that. It's going to run down to the third man boundary, races away, so another boundary to Beaumont. Just not letting the Essex bowlers settle. First time we've seen the reverse today from Beaumont. And it yields 4 runs. Beaumont into the 70s now, 71 not out. Smale in again, pushes Beaumont back in the crease this time, who stands tall. Plays it with a straight blade. Swept hard this time by Beaumont. Should get it through that short fine leg fielder. Will get cut off as deep backward square leg comes round and cuts it off. 2 more to the Blaze total, which brings the runs required under 100. 99 needed now for the Blaze. 133 for 1 in the 26 as Smale's in once again, full and straight and driven on the up by Beaumont, and Smale has to field off her own bowling. That's the end of the 26. 133 for 1. Everything seems a little bit slow since the drinks interval. Looks like there's going to be a change as well for Essex. Looks like Kate Kopak is going to come back. Kopak bowled 4 overs up front. He's going to return now. Bryce on strike. As Kopak's in and Bryce plays a check drive up the ground for no run. Vacant square leg for Kopak. 2 boundary riders on the leg side, long leg and a deep forward square leg as Bryce drives this one on the up through mid on, and there's no run. Kopak once again wide outside the off stumpers. Bryce has a waft at that one. Through slip here, bounces well short of slip but slashed away by Bryce, and that'll go across the rope for another boundary. It's just gone a bit flat, no real reaction there from the Essex fielders. Bryce on to 17 now. 137 for one. Kopac's in and played it hard outside off stump again this time. Aerially and goes over that cordon of one player. Fielded by Eva Gray down at third. So just be the single. Kopak in once again. Hits Beaumont on the pad. It's going to run down to very fine leg for 4 runs. It's going to be signalled leg buys. Up to Maksud running round trying to cut it off, but it was very fine and ran away quickly. So a couple of boundaries in the over. One off the bat, one off the pads. Plays 142 for one after 27. Scriven's arms folded, chatting to Eva Gray. Looks like it's going to be a change. Got to make something happen here. Essex try and break this partnership, get the big player in Tammy Beaumont out. Although Bryce has got herself to 18 relatively quickly. This partnership building. In fact, it's worth 50. Those leg buys have took it to 50 exactly. So that bypassed all of us. So Eva Gray will come back for her second spell, having bowled 5 up top. She's in now, right arm over the wicket to Catherine Bryce, who stands tall and plays that back up the pitch for no run. Grace Scriven's doing a bit of limbering up at mid-off. Perhaps she's going to try a bit of her own off-spinners. Gray's in at the moment with ball in hand, hits Bryce in front. There's a polite appeal and it's turned down by umpire Malander. Bit leg side, I think, that one. Gray in once again and keeper stood up and Bryce tries to cut that one away, offered a little bit of width but misses out. Scrivens at mid-off just trying to G her players up. Gray's in again, this time pulled away by Bryce. Just get the one as Cordelia Griffith will do the fielding. Gray once again full and straight, and Beaumont plays that on merit and just keeps it out with a straight blade on the front foot. Deep square leg and fine leg out on the leg side for Essex. Third and deep extra cover out on the offside as Beaumont plays a bit of a half cut, half drive Outside off stump there and plays and misses with Amara Carr. Stood up to the stumps. Clean glove work from her. She removes the helmet at the end of that over. 12th's going to come and take that off for her. Plays 143 for 1 now. 28 gone. Plays require 89 more from 22 overs. Kate Kopak will continue. Seems to be the ploy here from the Essex think tank as Bryce takes her stance and Kopak's full and straight, and Bryce is pushing the ball back up for Kopak to field off her own bowling. Partnership worth 51 now for the Blaze. This one turned into leg side, be fielded by a stump high mid wicket. Couple of dots to start this over then. Essex try and build some pressure here. Try and change their fortunes within this game so far. Driven by Bryce. She's going to steal a single here from that delivery as she bashes it up the ground towards mid-off. Grace Scriven's having to move about 5 or 6 yards to her left to cut it off. Good cricket by Bryce. Beaumont shuffles down the pitch here and whips it over the leg side. Bounce once in front of the long leg fielder and be cut off, so just the single. Inquiry this time from Kopak as she hits Bryce on the pads. Height and line not particularly favourable with that appeal. Kopak once again with Bryce on strike, and well balanced drive up to mid-on this time from Bryce, which decides against the single. Well fielded at mid-on by Sophia Smale. So another over floats by. 29 gone now. Bryce on to 20 out of the 145 for 1 for the Blaze. Tammy Beaumont 74 not out. Of course, off the back of a 100 not out at Trent Bridge on Sunday. Bryce has had a couple of lean innings prior to having a couple of 50s at the start of the season. She'll be happy to get to 20. She'll want to see her team over the line with Beaumont, no doubt. Gray will continue, 10 on her back. She sets off from her run up. Right arm over the wicket, and Beaumont checks another drive as Gray gets a bit of a hand on that to take the sting out of it off her own bowling.
Yes, John?
Gray on the money again as Beaumont comes forward and defends that one. There'll be no run. Gray once again leading edge by Beaumont, and she pulls out of going across the line there. It does fall short, and there's no real reason for alarm. No fielders around the bat. Drops short of the follow through of Eva Gray. Gray once again. Beaumont pushes this one, going to steal a single to mid-off because Gray Scrivens is right on the discs there and has to run in and get it. So good cricket from the Blaze, just trying to squeeze the odd single out here as the two opening bowlers coming back for their second spell have put the squeeze on ever so slightly on the Blaze. Very much in control still are the Blaze. As Bryce is back on strike, and again another good delivery from Gray, who just keeps Bryce honest and bowls another dot. Gray full of this time, driven through the offside. Boundary rider will do the fielding out there. It's just another single, so a bit of control from the Essex seamers. 147 for one after 30. Runs required are 85. Very much in control are the Blaze. Wicket column looks very handsome. 9 more batters to come if required. Run rate 4.25 required. Which is way below the current run rate, which is just shy of 5 and has been up at 5s and there or thereabouts for the whole innings. Not really had much control from the Essex bowling so far. We're going to see another change actually. Looks like Gray Scrivens is going to bowl herself. See some off spin. She's bowling to a 4-5 field. Short fine leg, deep square leg, deep mid wicket. Straight mid wicket. And long on the leg side as the first one's tucked into leg side for a single from Catherine Bryce. Offside field, mid off is up in the circle, extra cover is up nice and tight. Slightly backward point on the edge of the ring. And then an extra cover boundary rider through on the ropes. Scrivens is in, and this one will be forward cut if you like, forward tall drive, cut off by Smale at that extra cover. Scrivens in once again, just tucking Beaumont up this time, who just pats it back for no run. This one's banged in, misses a length, it's pulled away. Bit of work for deep mid wicket to do, but done well, pretty elementary, and another single. Two runs from this over so far with a ball to come. Misses a length slightly again, to be pulled up to mid, long on, which is hugging the boundary now. One more to come, I can't count. Scrivens in, right arm over the wicket. Bit short again. This will be driven off the back foot well in front of square, and Griffiths has been able to cut that off, but Beaumont will come back for a second. Blaze past the 150 mark now as the Scrivens experiment first over concludes. 152 for one Blaze after 31. His partnership worth 60. Runs required 80. So the seams brought a bit of control. A bit mixed that over from Scrivens. No real alarm, but no real damage of a boundary. Eva Gray just adjusting a ponytail before she starts a new over. She's in now as Bryce drives on the up there and opens the face and milks another single out to that extra cover boundary rider. Still a very in-out field from Essex. Can't see, you know, how they're going to take wickets. Does contain, although this one is kept low, and again Beaumont, the way she shaped to play it, looked a little bit leg side, and the umpire keeps his hands by his side. Gray in once again and draws Beaumont forward this time, who pushes the ball up the ground to mid-off for another dot ball. Long on's being pushed out now from mid-on up to Maksud on duties there, straight, trying to protect the over. Third has come into the circle as Beaumont pulls this one round the corner. There's going to be a lot of work to be done here. It's going to be 4 more to Beaumont, so Gray trying to protect the end of the over, leaks the boundary anyway, missing a length there. Beaumont greatly accepting the pull shot off a thigh pad. Big pocket down to long leg. They've got a regulation fine leg on the boundary at the moment, a deep square leg, so big pocket for those two boundary riders to cover. Gray's in once again, and this one's driven up to long on by Beaumont. She'll take another single as Maksud does the fielding. Maksud brought back into the circle. Third sent down to the boundary, so it's a specific ploy on batter, I think, as Price has hit a few down to third so far, as she drives this one on the up beautifully through extra cover. Good fielding by Flo Miller, but it'll be in vain as Beaumont and Bryce get back for the second. So that completes another over for Essex. Blaze 160 for one, 32 gone. Beaumont 83 not out. Catherine Bryce 26 not out. Partnership worth 68 now. 72 required. So the skipper will continue. She fields off her own bowling as Beaumont jams that one into the surface before it pops up in front of the bowler Scrivens. Scrivens in once again, drags it down. It's going to be cut way forward of square and work for Cordelia Griffith out there again. Picks it up well. They'll come back for 2. Beaumont using the depth of the crease. It's that high back lift, accesses the ball well. It's able to generate power through the ball when it's a bit slower and shorter. Halting proceedings here as Carr positions backward point. Straight on the pads this time of Beaumont, who just tickles this one into the leg side. All too familiar from Sunday. Greatly received if you're a Blaze player or member of staff or follower of the Blaze. Scrivens in, and this one's guided by Bryce, and the chase is on. She runs that down to 3rd. It's eventually picked up by Kate Kopak as Bryce comes back for the 2nd. Bryce cuts this one away. Griffith will do the fielding. So another single to Bryce. She's on to 29. Welcome back, Lucy Hyam.
Thank you. Just thought I'd come and give you some company for a
Cheers.
period of time. Bit cold now, isn't it?
Bit chilly, yeah.
Should have bought a blanket, I think.
Should have brought a trench coat, as you described.
Should have bought that sleeping bag, yeah. Left that in the car.
Didn't think I'd have this out, to be fair, in May, but Beaumont down the ground, booming drive, straight as a die, over the sight screen.
Into the athletic centre.
Scrivens decides to come round the wicket, but she bowls it into the arc of Beaumont, and that is boomed for 6.
That's a big hit, isn't it, that?
We might need new balls.
I think so. That is someone sprinting around there. Michaela Kirk's going to, I think, have the duty of running to the athletic centre to go and try and retrieve that. Big hit from Tommy Beaumont, looking pretty comfortable now on 9-2 not out. She'll be looking to go back to back in the hundreds. Building a nice partnership, these two. I think they need to get. It'll be interesting to see if they go for the bonus point in this. I think 40 overs, they would need 60 off 7, so it'll be tough going. Always something to consider. I think if we start seeing them considerably up the tempo, I would suggest that's being the message run out, or whether it's a conversation these two are having. Would be going at a fair rate to try and get 60 off 7, but definitely achievable 1 down. So it'll be interesting to know if they've had that conversation. So Maxu's going to come back on with her leg spin.
Well, Beaumont probably got another milestone at the fore of her mind right now.
Yep, for sure.
And then why not go for it? Not wishing a wicket, but perhaps the next batter in might indicate the intent there if a wicket was to fall, as Bryce plays that one into the offside for no run off Maxud.
I nearly said something, but I don't want to put the mockers on her.
Well, as I told you on Sunday, and I said to Marie before, it's not our fault.
No.
We're just talking about the game. Cut away this time by Bryce.
She has scored a lot of runs at Hazelgrave, Tammy Beaumont. I would love to know how many times she's reached this milestone at this ground. It's a considerable amount, I reckon. Really, always bats well here. Catherine Bryce, I mean, bats well pretty much everywhere, doesn't she, to be fair? As does Tammy, but
Marie said she's played a lot of cricket here as well, obviously, as an alumni of Loughborough University.
yeah, absolutely.
Did you go here?
I did, yeah. Many moons ago now. Big contingency of us. A lot of people playing in this fixture, actually.
Maxud is in. Beaumont deep in the crease. Milks that again for another single, so she moves on to 93 out of the 174 for the Blaze. Just the 1 wicket. Seems a long time ago now at 92 when Amy Jones departed us for 41. Maxud in again, bit floaty this time, square driven, just opens the face, does the Scottish international to her Scotland colleague. Glasgow versus Edinburgh this.
I know.
Maxud versus
A lot,
Bryce.
lot of bragging rights. Very good friends off the pitch, both Bryce and Maxud, but
Beaumont digs that one out. Maxud will field off her own bowling.
I think Maxud will happily take a 5-minute break from their friendship to get the prize wicket of Catherine Bryce here.
I think she would. 175 for one as she floats this one up, and Beaumont hits that hard, and it will get through the extra cover field, but it'll just be one because the sting is taken out of it. So, another over goes by, 34 gone, 176 for one are the Blaze. Essex are in big need of a wicket here, aren't they?
Very much so, I would say.
Bryce has got to 31. I know she's played a couple of streaky shots, but the field hasn't been set for it, but Bryce has kind of got to 31.
She's gone about her work, hasn't she?
Just very quietly, hasn't she? And
yeah, she's played a role really well in this partnership, hasn't she? Tammy's been a touch more expansive since the wicket of Amy Jones and when Catherine felt like she was in, so Catherine's just had the luxury of being able to milk it around, hasn't she, whilst Tammy's been able to play some bigger shots. She's played all around the ground, hasn't she, though, Tammy? She swept really nicely, she bombed a few straight. Just toying with the field at this point, isn't she?
so we've got a change. Esme McGregor, it looks like to me. So,
I think so.
The skipper's experiment with herself has ended, and McGregor's going to start a new spell as Beaumont shuffles down the pitch, turns it into leg side, takes another single. She'll move on to 95. I thought McGregor bowled really well, actually.
Yeah, she did. Short, tidy line and length, didn't she?
It was a hard length.
Yeah, managed to contain pretty well. Be interested to see if Mara Carr, very, very competent keeper, comes up to the stumps in a bit here.
I thought you were going to say she might have a ball.
How about it? Well, let's just take your pads off and turn your arm over for us. Well, we might as well. Wonder what she'd bowl. Some tidy off spin. Everyone seems to bowl off spin, don't they?
We need something now, do Essex, and that delivery's not needed from an Essex point of view, as that slapped on the up from Catherine Bryce clinically for 4 more.
Yeah, just shuffled down again, didn't she? A couple of steps down and whacks it through the covers quite dismissively, to be frank. They'll have to change their field here, I think. What have they got? A wide-ish fine leg, trying to cover kind of 2 positions. Square leg it out on the boundary in front. And a deep third.
McGregor in once again. Tidies her line up this time. Bit of noise in the background there, if you're picking that up.
So yeah, it's John Bateson, the assistant head coach, being an absolute child in the background. They only got 3 out here, or are my eyes deceiving me?
This purple blends in with the crowd, that's the problem.
It does blend in with those deck chairs over there, doesn't it? Oh, that's a lovely shot as well from Catherine Bryce.
Driven hard. It'll be cut off. For a second I thought it split them, but she didn't quite get as much as first thought. You're right, there is 3 out, but now to protect the over, cover's gone out, which is Cordelia Griffiths. So there's actually third's coming in, and now long on's gone, but there's still 4 out. 3 on the leg side, 1 on the off. McGregor, what has she got? She's in right arm over the wicket, and Beaumont had a bit of energy about that, trying to sneak a single, then changes her mind on the front foot there.
Yeah, she'll have backed herself just to drop that into cover, into the vacant cover region, with cover having gone through, and extra cover sat pretty deep at this point in the innings with, I guess, how Tammy's been batting. That's a field they've had to really have, but yeah, she just wanted to drop that in and rotate the strike, didn't she? Not to be on this occasion.
McGregor in once again, and this time Beaumont will get it through. Griffith will cut it off on the boundary and just be the single. That's the end of the 35th, 182 for 1. Beaumont moves on to 96.
Sun's trying to make a welcome reappearance, isn't it?
It's tried all day, hasn't
Yeah.
it? It's not been as cold actually.
I thought it would be much colder than it was, if I'm honest.
Yeah. Some of the fielding at times has looked like, oh, it is a bit cold, but It's a bit different when you got a ball being belted back at you like it can be done from an Amy Jones or a Tammy Beaumont or a Grace Scrivens in the first innings.
Yeah, might be a controversial opinion, but having played here quite a bit, I sometimes find Loughborough quite a hard place to generate energy in the field.
Right.
It's like, because it's quite an open space, it feels like the noise just kind of dissipates.
Yeah.
You've got a couple of people chirping, but generally, like, it's quite, can be, I think, quite a hard place to. You're almost relying on a bit of good fielding to get everyone up and about, and I think at the minute Essex are. There's a couple of people on the boundaries, like Flo Miller out there trying to G everyone up a little bit.
It gets lost a bit from the boundary, like you say, doesn't it?
Especially with the wind going straight across, because it's quite isolated.
So another roll of the dice here from skipper Scriven. She's gone back to Jodie Grucock with the leg spin, and Beaumont drives this one outside off stump, but it's cut off. Extra cover. The experiment, she bowled in the power play a little bit, didn't she? The experiment didn't quite work out for her 3 overs.
She's a tidy bowler, Jodie Grucock. She looked to hit the stumps.
She drags this one down and Beaumont will pull it away. She'll think about 2 for a second and then decide against it. As the athletic Cordelia Griffith will cut that off. She's got a flat arm, see that there?
She's an absolute athlete, is Cords. Covers the ground unbelievably quickly. I was fortunate enough to be sat in front of her diving sprawl earlier. Almost had gone past her and she still managed to get it. It was a phenomenal effort.
This one's dragged down and pulled away clinically again by Catherine Bryce. She must have taken that from outside off stump. Real creativity.
She's taken 2 steps across, hasn't she?
Yeah, real creativity from Bryce there.
It was actually, Jodie Grucock did well there because I think she saw Catherine Bryce go and tried to follow her, but the class of Bryce is such that she's accepted the double bluff and still beaten square leg in the ring for another boundary.
Floated up this one, it'll go through. Extra cover, there's a chase on here, but the ball is going to win. Valiant effort from Flo Miller. 4 more to Catherine Bryce, and the 100 partnership up for the second wicket between Bryce and Beaumont here. Bryce joined Beaumont at the wicket at 92, and the Blaze now find themselves 192 for 1. So partnership of 92 and a partnership of 100 so far in this Blaze run chase.
And she just sneaks up on you, Catherine Bryce. She's 44 not out already.
Back cuts this one, it's gone through, backward point, chases on again for Flo Miller. This time does a great job, they'll come back for 2. I'm really pleased she stopped that because that was a great effort before and it'd been a shame for her to have come up short there. So Flo Miller getting a bit of a workout at the moment, but digging deep for her team in difficult circumstances as this one's pushed up the ground, and Catherine Bryce will take the single, takes her on to 47. 195 for 1 now from the Blaze. Well, I have got to say, you're pretty much spot on about 2-3-1 not really being enough. Albeit cliche runs on the board, it's just not going to be enough, is it, for Essex?
I mean, it's a bit. The wicket's not as good as Beckenham. It's just like batting on the M25, isn't it? It's literally like they've chopped up a bit of the M25 and put it in the middle of a cricket wicket. Especially having watched that game the other day against Warwickshire. But you are anything below 280, someone's going to have a day out from the bowling point of view, because it's just a hard ground to defend at. Like, there's such big open spaces square that with the class of players now, with people being able to open the bat face and work with the pace of it, as Catherine Bryce just shown, if you step outside off stump and sweep, if you can manipulate the field, you can run 2s, and you're probably going to hit a boundary because the outfield's so quick, because you're going at 8s and over before you know it. And I think, especially without early wickets, you are struggling to defend.
Blaze offered a lot more control with the ball, didn't they?
Yeah.
Banged in this one. I think he'll be given wide. Bryce trying to almost uppercut that, but it was just too far outside off stump. Should have left it alone. But
She did well to try and hit that, to be honest. She kind of ran across a wicket. Flamingo style, 1 foot off the floor.
I know there was periods in that first innings where Essex, had won some of the battles, and they got to a relatively competitive score, and Grace Scrivens batted beautifully for 120 as Bryce negotiates this one from McGregor. And I know there'll be a debrief about perhaps the catch that went down, a bit of untidy fielding, and at 99 for 5 probably didn't want to get 231 from the 50. But I think at the end of this game, we'll look at the two bowling performances and go, Blaze have out-bowled Essex here.
Yeah.
In terms of that control and consistency, as Bryce pushes this one up the ground. And even when you think Essex is just strangling a bit of control and put a few dots together, then something goes awry and a boundary arrives, a half volley or a short drag down.
Well, the first 3 balls were over, minus the wide, obviously. But she's been bang on the line and length here. Top of the splice, isn't it? Against Catherine Bryce, she's going to have to move her feet, just drop deep, cover out. So now you try and protect, but again, a boundary here and all the hard work's wasted.
Banged in, and Bryce pulls this one, and a little feather through to the keeper, Amara Carr. Umpire raises his finger, so those dots have brought some pressure. The variation of the short ball has yielded the wicket, and Bryce has to depart for 47.
She's not looked too comfortable on the short ball, has she, Catherine Bryce, today? Normally one of her strengths, anything back of a length, similar to Tammy Beaumont, that top of off stump, she can slap it through the leg side, but got through a decent pace, that Esme McGregor. I think she bowled nicely. So tried a bouncer at the start of the over, unfortunately an offside wide, but that time direct on line, aimed at Catherine Bryce, who's tried to swat it away to the leg side and just got a little feather through to the keeper. Well taken by Mara Carr.
So a partnership of 104 there for the second wicket. Bryce has to depart for 47. The Blazer 196 for 2. Beaumont well set on 97 not out, and the runs required 36 as Sarah Bryce comes to the wicket. So 3-point-something overs left, 3.2 overs left, 36 required. Has Sarah Bryce got a licence to thrill here? Is the bonus point?
I think they'll just go for the win.
Yep.
Yep. I think it's different when you've got a set batter in and you can say have a swing, but I think actually it would be nice to see Saz bat this remaining 36 runs with Tammy at the other end and just get a little not out for herself. I think she was disappointed with the way she got the other day, caught with a soft one, wasn't she, caught on mid-wicket. I think it would be nice for these two to get over the line and finish the job off. More points and get on the road to Lancashire this weekend. It'll be a nice way to top off the game.
So McGregor at the new batter, bangs it in again, pulled away with confidence from Sarah Bryce. It'll be cut off by that forward deep square legs, just the single. So double bluff there, going straight for the short one. She's got something against these Bryce sisters.
Well, that is Sarah Bryce against the short ball is a place you'd sit down in a pre-game meeting and say very good on the short ball. But I think sometimes early in an innings, if you know it's your strength and you're waiting on it and you want to try and be aggressive, it's actually not a bad tactic.
Beaumont on strike, shuffles down and turn this into the leg side. She'll have to settle for a single. Takes her to 98. One more ball to come in this over, so I can't count again. Or have we had a wide?
We had a what?
We
First
had the
ball wide.
Oh, it did me, didn't it?
Important Esme McGregor here gets out of this over. I think she brought a long on up, dropped deep third, so could well be another short one.
McGregor in. Looks like she's bowled a cutter there as Bryce hits the ball up to mid-on for no run. So that's the end of the 37th. 98 for 2 the Blaze, 34 required. 3 overs, or actually 2.5 overs to get the bonus point. Inside 40 overs, isn't it? So 39.5 or less, I think, is the cut-off. Really, Essex have got to put the squeeze on, haven't they? Got to kind of not die wondering. Would you deploy a slip? Would you bring everyone in? I mean, Beaumont's on 98 as well, so play on that perhaps.
Yeah, I think so. Brought Kate Koppak back on, who's bowled unbelievably well today. In my opinion, probably been the pick of their seamers. Esme McGregor's also bowled well, but she's got knack of making things happen as Kate Koppak. What's she got? She's got a fine leg, deep square, deep cover in the third. So she is saying to Tammy, if you want to take it over Cal Corner, have a go.
So Kopak's in, Beaumont down the ground. She's going to squeeze out one. jammed that into the ground. I thought for a second it was going to lob the extra cover fielder, but she gets a tip on it like a goalkeeper and takes the sting out of it. So Beaumont has to settle for the single, which means she's going to have to sweat on 99. Blaze a 199 for 2.
See, this for me is where, excuse me, this for me is where you've got to bring deep cover up. You've got new batter, the girl at the end of the range is on 99, you need 33 off 13 overs.
Down the leg side, it'll be signalled a wide by the umpire Neil Mallender. Or even put a slip in and say there's a big gap there now and perhaps induce a nick, but try something, have something that's a bit assertive, a bit aggressive perhaps.
Yeah, just do something a bit rogue. Like, you've got nothing to lose here, have you? Like, you're not defending that if you don't get a wicket, or at least 3, probably pretty quickly.
32 off 12.5 overs. Won't be defended often as Bryce gets a leading edge here, and it just falls short of Kate Kopak, and as Lucy Hyam says, Kate Kopak makes things happen. Almost happened for her then.
She'll be nervous now, Sarah Bryce. I think here as a captain, you've got to be aggressive. Like, if you've a leading edge, just drop short of the bowler, put the pressure on her.
She'll want to finish not out after a couple of low scores as well, won't she?
Knowing Sarah Bryce and her ability, if they bring cover up, she'll probably hit it through cover 4, but it's worth the risk, is it not?
Kopak in once again to Sarah Bryce, who square drives that. Bit of work for Flo Miller to do. She's done it brilliantly. Great dive across the ground there. They'll come back for 2.
She's been fantastic on that boundary, hasn't she?
Outstanding. Really good. And great to see.
I'll get a chair to lean on with my old age.
Not giving up to the end here for the Essex cause. Bryce on strike then, she came back for 2 there.
Tammy will be getting tetchy. She's not much the strike in the past few overs, has she? And every time she does, she gets a single and gets up the other end.
Well, she only needs 1 more now when given the chance. I think she'll get a chance out of these 30 runs to get at least 1 as
I'd like to think.
Kopak's in and Bryce hits this one to wide mid on, and she'll get another single. Great running round to do the field in there. So Beaumont will get a chance in this over. She's just doing a bit of gardening, no doubt taking a few deep breaths. You cover boundary fielders come up to create a bit of that pressure. So there's only 3rd out on the offside.
Yeah, they've got to get off the ring here, haven't they? If you're going to come up, you've got to be.
Yeah.
You can't be letting her run 1. That'll annoy bowler and captain, to be frank.
Kopak in, and Beaumont turns this into the leg side. There's going to be a rush on for the single. Beaumont gets there comfortably. 100 for Tammy Beaumont at Hazelgrave. Backing up 100 at Trent Bridge on Sunday. Twin tons for the England International. Another clinic.
She's quite good, isn't she?
She's very good. I could do this every day, calling hundreds like that. Such a pleasure to watch.
110 balls is a good lick as well, isn't it? Played big shots when she's needed to, rotated the strike really well, manipulated the field. Probably an innings that's had a bit of everything in it. She's got some fans in the crowd as Tammy Beaumont, I think.
That was the end of the 38th. Sarah Bryce just keeping out that last ball. So 204 for 2. Let's do a rundown of Beaumont's innings. 100 from 110 balls, 139 minutes, 10 fours, 2 sixes.
One of which went over a fence that's, how would you describe that? 20 metres high?
Yeah, it will be. Yeah, it's the length of a cricket pitch, isn't it? It's just in the sky. So absolute clinic from Tammy Beaumont, who's on strike and perhaps now got a 2 over dash to eye this bonus point as she absolutely hoists this over wide mid wicket, down the track, opens the shoulders and just dismisses that bowling, really, doesn't she?
Yeah, not her most not the most pretty of shots she's played today, but effective nonetheless. There's a massive vacant gap over mid-wicket in the ring with square leg was. They've just moved around to cow corner slightly, but it does look like they're going to be pretty positive and try and chase this bonus point down, and pretty unselfish from Tammy Bowman, I'd say.
24 required. 38.1 overs. Of course, we need to be done before 40 overs. That's a cutter, and Beaumont just steps back, plays that with a horizontal bat and flat bats it for 4 more. So pressure back on McGregor here, who did try to do something different to negate the aggression of Beaumont, but Beaumont is more than equal to it.
Yeah, she's just seen it well, isn't she? She's bowled a couple of nice off-cutters, just holding the wicket slightly, hasn't it? But the time is, when you're 108 not out on the back of 100, you've seen it like a bit of a beach ball. She had the whereabouts to just hold a shape and split cow corner and long on again. Another change in field.
Deep long leg has come into short fine leg now. So Maqsood is in the circle.
Unorthodox, isn't it? They've got a square in front, almost a cow corner in the pocket, and long ons with 3 fielders within 30 metres of each other.
McGregor in, flat batted up the ground here. Bit of work to be done for long on, but it's cut off. So single to Beaumont. 2 on 3 for 2. 19 required. 109 now, Beaumont. Felt like she took a bit of time in the 90s, and then all of a sudden she's 109.
Oh no, just unleashed, hasn't she? She looks like she's got a pretty clear plan, McGregor, to Beaumont. I think she's going to go pace off and into the wicket with 3 fielders on the leg side. Oh, and Sarah Bryce just clears the front leg. Then whacks McGregor down the ground straight over mid-on for another 4. And she's joining in on the act now. As Blaze go in search of this bonus point.
Just created a bit of room for herself there, didn't she? Got low and crossed to the offside and whacks that into the leg side.
Yeah, it's tough going for Esme McGregor here. She had to change the field again with long on dropping back out. So you'd think pace off.
Lots of chopping and changing. Maqsood's now at deep backward square leg again. Those pockets look big, don't they? We're just straight long on and deep mid wicket. Banged in and pulled away by Bryce. It's gone very straight, and that's a great catch. Sophia Smale running round from a straight long on has managed to get round to a very wide long on, probably covered 20 metres there, and she's held on to it. Real good catch. Always a danger there to jam your elbows in and drop them, but Bryce has to depart. She'll be disappointed, but her endeavours, the manner in which she's gone about it, are commendable. But Blaze have lost their 3rd wicket. They're 217 for 3 in the 39th.
Yeah, great catch there. I think sometimes when you've got to make some ground up and the sun's actually come out for the first time in about 2 hours, so that won't have helped her out. But she did well to get the hard yards done early and then almost stop and then dive, which I think helped her with her elbows not hitting the floor and it popping out. But Georgie Boyce marches to the crease, join Tammy Beaumont now. There was a very strong fist pump between Sarah Bryce and Tammy when Sarah got out, and I wonder if that was a, well done mate, you've done the right thing, good effort. Which is always good to see. I have a feeling it might be a little bit too late for Essex to have too much hope here.
Stranger things have happened.
They have, and honestly, if it gets that close, I will be off commentary, no longer watching. I'll be sat in my car.
Georgie Boyce then taking strike. 2-1-7 for 3. Beaumont, the non-striker at the moment, 109 not out, 15 required. What's Boyce's job here now? Just be not out? Or we're going to try and get these 15 in less than 40 overs?
Oh, that's a really good question. How many balls are left in this over? 1.
Hit 4, free hit, and then Tammy gets 11 in 5.
Oh, I reckon, yes. That's what's wrong with that.
There's no fine leg, so you could ramp this one.
She has been working on it in the nets, I tell you.
Well, there'll be a leg
She'll have another
side
go.
wide, so she'll get another ball, and that means it's 14 required. So
Had my second bat back yesterday after a bit of surgery.
How was that?
Yeah, it was enjoyable, thank you. Managed to hit a few, didn't hit my stumps over. And I batted next to Boise, and she did about 10 balls of pure ramping. I would love for her to get it out here.
well, she's
She nicked
going to
it
get 4 anyway, so Not quite where she'd have liked it to go, but short third was in the circle, so it evades everyone and goes for 4 more. So 10 required, 5 balls or less, and there's a bonus point win for the Blaze. Beaumont's on strike, seeing it like a beach ball, seeing it like an exercise ball, really, isn't she? Even
Well,
bigger than a
I guess
beach
it doesn't
ball.
matter how you get it down there, does it? The little nick for 4, that'll do. It wasn't quite the ramp we were after, but we'll give her tip of the hat. But yeah, Tammy's got
Yeah.
a bit of licence here, hasn't she?
2,
Who's this gonna
2,
be?
2 for 3.
Gonna be Kate Kopak again. I think this is her final over as well. So, where's Tammy gonna go here? Still a big hit out to that boundary. And I have a feeling it's now actually in. Is that into the wind now? I'm trying to figure out where the wind's going. I think it might be into the wind now. That leg side boundary as Tammy takes strike. You're nearly just throwing that bit of grass straight into your face, haven't you? No wind apparently, according to the grass throwing technique that we just employed.
Kopak, ball in hand. Beaumont on strike. Looks like a bit of a cutter or slower ball, and Beaumont tries to ramp that with short fine leg in the circle, which is interesting, but seeing it the way she is, I'm pretty sure she thought she could get the elevation and the distance on that, but he brings Boyce on strike, just the single taken, 9 required.
Yeah, the intent has really shifted the past 2 overs, hasn't it? They're definitely going for this bonus point now. Georgie Boyce can have a chance to free her arms here. Hits a big ball if she gets it. Very strong straight. Very strong straight. Big stride. One of the nicest swings of the bat, I think, that I enjoy watching. Just trying to get their field right here. Grace Scrivens doing some windmilling of the arms to get Cordelia Griffiths in the position she wants it. Deep square in front. So third man's come up into the ring. Maxu's been sent down to deep fine. Griffiths is still man marking the boundary. She's shifted over to Calcorn and long on's in place. There, the fielder's on the leg side and deep cover out as well. Stationed in front of the NCPC. Still furiously waving at fielders is Grace Griffiths, isn't she?
Kopak was set off then, they were still moving the field, but she's on her way now. Boyce on strike, and she's whacked that into the leg side. They're going to pump away here for 2. Beaumont almost lapping her colleague, but they get back for 2 quite comfortably. 7 required.
Well bowled that from Kate Kopak. Just with the length she bowled, means that in at the pads, it means that Georgie Boyce can't really free her arms to whack that straight down the ground, which I'm assuming is where she's targeting with the shorter straight boundaries. I'm sure right now she would love just a little bit of width. Very strong over extra cover / between that gap. So I reckon any bit of width, that's where she's trying to go. I think we could be in the game here. A lot of computers to your left for you to protect. You have to get your skates on.
I have to unplug a bit to be able to get my hands near it. As Kopak is in to Boyce again, who goes over the top of the offside here. It's been sliced away. It's going to be caught at backward point, coming round. Good leg work again from the fielder. But in pursuit of this bonus point, Blaze have given away a couple of wickets here. I feel for Georgie Boyce there because she's brought in today in replace of Georgia Elwis, and she's been unselfish, you know, doing the right thing, but doesn't look great on your own stats, does it? Because it doesn't offer the context. So hopefully she's afforded a bit of leniency there in terms of getting out cheaply. 2-2-5 for 4 Blaze.
I think that act there just sums up her personality, to be honest. Injured for the whole of last year. Horrendous time of it. Like everyone, I think, was absolutely gutted for her. Come back in, second game of the season, trying to go for a bonus point. She gives it a good old whack and unfortunately gets out, but I think she'll get a good big pat on the back there from all the coaches saying, don't worry about it, mate, you've done exactly the right thing for the team. And actually, unfortunately, sometimes that's more important than your individual stats. I think if I know anything about this dressing room, they'll be right around her there.
You would hope so, wouldn't you? How many balls left now?
Let me just refresh my app. Three to come, umpire.
3 to come. Orla Prendergast is the new bat. She's just taking her guard. Long on is deployed. Deep mid wicket is deployed. Deep backward square leg. And the deep extra cover.
6 and 1 will do it.
Kopak in. Prendergast bunts it up the ground. They're going to try and take one to extra cover. He was very tight, needed a direct hit, would have been comfortably out, but that's missed by McGregor doing the fielding there.
Yeah, 1 stump to aim at. Never easy. You try and get as close to the stumps as possible there and hope the bowler can kind of collect it and, as they're running, kind of fall into the stumps almost. But
So 6 required for a bonus point off this ball. And that's clearly the intent, isn't it? Just by the way that the Blaze have played this last 5 balls, really. Hands on hip, Kopak, as she waits patiently as Beaumont has a chat with a colleague before going back to her stance. Slower
that's well
ball,
bowled, that.
jammed out by Beaumont. They'll get a single.
Little slow ball Yorker then.
Yeah.
A delightful variation.
Yeah.
Do well to hit that for 6.
Smart bowling, really,
Very well executed.
Really well executed, yeah.
Just trying to see if it was a cutter out the back of the hand. I think it might have been out the back of the hand actually with the way it dipped. Really smart bit of bowling that from Kate Kopak.
So changes in the field again. The batter's having a chat. I mean, I've caused confusion myself here live by going, is it 39.5 or is it 40 dead? If you hit 6 now, you'd be 1 past it. Does that mean in 40 because you've gone past the score by more with the percentages? Because it's about percentages, isn't it?
Yeah, and you know what? I'd love to give you that answer.
Well, Kopak's in, and this one's gone sky high as well, and it's dropped at extra cover.
Yeah, unfortunately, Esme McGregor there never looked in a position to catch it. She was still moving as the ball came down, which always makes it pretty tough when your eyes aren't level, but end of a good spell from Kate Kopak there. She finishes with figures of 10 overs, 1 for 42.
Probably sums up, unfortunately, the Essex defence. You know, not quite creating enough chances, and then when they have there, they're just not quite taking it at the end. Not for a second suggesting they're going to win the game, but it would have been a valiant effort to take as many wickets with them as they could. So we're going to see some spin, I think, because Amara Carr has asked for the helmet.
I think it's going to be Eva Gray, but I think she's going to come up to the stumps.
Oh, so she is, yeah.
And try and pin Ola Prendergast, who also likes to use her feet to come down the wicket to seam. A smart move this by Essex. Try and get them hitting the ball from the crease. Able to control their length a little bit more without the batters moving around. Don't think I'd fancy standing up to seam. Don't care how quick it is. It's a no from me. Really is.
Better 20 yards back, isn't it?
Oh, better off the other side of the boundary.
Well, that's true.
We had a young keeper in a first game, second team game, stand up to Cassidy McCarthy the other day. Stuck a helmet on, and I thought there is no amount of money in the world you could pay me to keep to Cassidy McCarthy, let alone stand up to the stumps to it.
Well, Marikar's up to the stumps now as Prendergast is bowled by Eva Gray. Almost yorked herself coming at the ball there. So Essex do pick up a 5th wicket. The ball after Prendergast is dropped. So as much as it shouldn't matter and it's very academic, the drop catch hasn't cost Essex in that the dismissal happened the very next ball. So Blaze just stalling in this run chase ever so slightly in pursuit of that bonus point, of course, which is now gone. 2-2-8 for 5.
It'll be a weird one if you look at the scorecard and you look at the fall of wickets. You'll be thinking, what on earth have they been doing there? But all in the context of the bonus point. But now 2 level heads required, 4 runs to win. Let's just gently knock it off. Nice and easy. Keep everyone's heart rates nice and low.
So Prendergast has departed for 2. Number 7 batter is
Ella Claridge.
Ella Claridge.
Also known as the Vampire.
Why's that?
Because we say she only comes out at night. She's got good, very good banter as our Ella Claridge. But she is a real, for a, I was going to say young girl, but she's not even that young anymore. But she's got a lot of experience.
She was
very, very calm.
Loughborough alumni as well.
Yeah, she is, yeah.
Played for the Lightning, if I remember rightly.
She did, yeah. Tammy Beaumont, ex-Loughborough. Amy Jones, ex-Loughborough.
It's just Loughborough Central today,
It is
isn't
Loughborough.
it?
Georgia Elwys, ex-Loughborough. Kirsty, both Bryces. Me, Marie. Boise. Oh, this is an absolute cohort. It's like going back 6 years coming back here.
6 or 16.
Hey. They've got years on.
2-2-8 for 5 as Eva Gray's in, and that's pushed up the ground by Ella Claridge for a single. So Beaumont on strike. She might get the last of the spoils here. 3 required. The sun is out and it's actually burning me for the first time all day.
Oh, just sorry to interrupt. Tommy's just looked over to the dugout there. It's almost like looking, what do I do? I wonder if we've got the bow. Well, I say we. I'm pretty sure it's 40 overs. Unless it's not.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Unless it's changed, it's because the 40 overs is about getting the run rate in 1.25.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But I wonder why she was.
Which equates to 80% of the overs as Beaumont jams this one out. Will it get through? No, it won't. It's well cut off by the skipper and the Centurion, Grace Scrivens. So slowly getting over the line here, Blaze, after getting almost there in quick time.
Yeah, the last 6 balls has been a bit of a limp. We've slowed down a little bit, but we've afforded ourselves the luxury of being in a position to be able to chase the bonus point. So, a fair play to Essex for hanging in. They've not made it easy. At this back end, still playing with fight and character.
Shot by Ella Claridge there. It's going to be another single. Probably deserved more the way that sounded off the bat. So Beaumont back on strike. 1 required, scores level, 2-3-1 for 5. Now it's time for fireworks to finish from Tammy Beaumont.
Still all the fielders on the boundary, which is very peculiar. The 1 to win. Is that okay?
Gray in, Beaumont drives on the up through extra cover. That'll be 4 to finish. Beaumont will finish 116 out. 2 hundreds in succession, both not out for Tammy Beaumont for the Blaze. Winning inside 41 overs. Comfortable run chase really. 5 wickets lost, but 3 of them were very much in pursuit of trying to get the bonus point. Unfortunately for Essex, just not quite able to match what the Blaze did with the ball. Grace Ballinger up top with the new ball, made early inroads, and then Essex had to rebuild after losing 2 wickets in the power play. We should mention an absolute beautiful innings from the left-handed Grace Scrivens, who finished 120 not out. There was some resistance from Jodie Grucock and Amara Carr, and Essex got up to a competitive total of 2-3-1, but as all the Loughborough alumni was telling me here, it wasn't quite enough runs really. But looking at how Blaze have got to 2-3-5 in just short of 41 overs, it would suggest that probably 275 was par today. 300 would have been super competitive. So 2-3-1 was the target, or 2-3-2 was the target for the Blaze, as Beaumont walks off now, bat aloft for the second time in 2 days. High fives and handshakes from all the teammates, and Ella Claridge follows now, and all the teams and staff shake hands. And then the run chase, it just felt like, one, the Blaze were outstanding with the bat. Amy Jones got the Blaze off to a flyer really, and Tammy played second fiddle for a while until Tammy overtook her, and then Amy departed for 41. But Essex, I just felt, didn't really have that control, didn't really threaten with the ball, and the Blaze were able to just wait for the bad ball and put it away.
Yeah, it didn't really create many chances, did they, unfortunately, Essex? And I think on a good wicket where you're probably 50 runs short, you got to be creating something.
A cool, tacky morning this morning, so winning the toss and bowling's obviously paid dividends as well.
Yeah, I think so, and I think just whether it's knowing the conditions better, but I think managed to control line length a little bit more Blaze and be able to squeeze a little bit tighter than Essex did. They just, I think, lacked a little bit of control, and I think when you're bowling against someone like Tammy, and she's come off the back of 100, she's going to be pretty tough to bowl at. But it was a masterful innings, and a big shout out to Grace Scrivens for the way she played. I think she batted with unbelievable tempo in that first innings to get them up to a total really, and without her and the resilience of Amara Kara and Kate Kopak at the end, who batted nicely, it would have been chasing a lot less than that.
And well supported in the run chase by Catherine Bryce, having had a couple of lean innings in the last 2 weeks. And I say lean innings, she set such high standards for herself, and everyone else has high standards of her because of how many runs she scored.
In the past 5, how many games have you played now? 5?
5, yeah.
She scored 4 50s, and in the game she didn't get a 50, she got a 5-er. It's tough going, that, isn't it?
It's pretty tough going.
She
So
keeps marching on.
just a reminder of the scorecard then. Jones 41, Beaumont 116 not out, second 100 not out in 3 days. Catherine Bryce 47, Sarah Bryce 8, Boyce 6, Prendergast 2. Low scores there purely because they were chasing the bonus point. Ella Claridge finishes 2 not out from as many balls. 92 partnership for the first wicket with Amy Jones. 104 partnership with Catherine Bryce for the second wicket with Tammy Beaumont. And then they'd done most of the heavy lifting, hadn't they?
Yeah.
Just running down the bowling figures for Essex. Kopak finishes 10 overs, 1 for 43. Gray, 8.5 overs, 1 for 47. Jodie Grucock, 36 runs conceded, no wickets from her 4 overs. Maksud, none for 23 from 5. McGregor, I thought, bowled well and was creative, perhaps leaked a few runs at the end, but she finished with 3 for 42. Sophia Smale, none for 23 from her 4. And Grace Scrivens experimented with herself, none for 17 from her 2. Didn't quite create the chances. Can't take it away from Blaze, won the toss, reduced them to 231, and a really clinical batting performance led by Tammy Beaumont, Centurion once again. Big thanks to you, Lucy Hyam.
Thank you very much for having me.
Big thanks to Marie Kelly for joining us as well, and Georgia Elvis in the first innings. We'll sign off now. We'll see you in a couple of weeks where we'll be back on the Trent Bridge stream and the Blaze stream for the visit of, and I'm looking at you.
I think it's Somerset at home, is it not? Somerset here, is it? I think on the
It is
20th maybe?
20th of May, yeah. Oh, I can't find it. Yeah, it is, yeah.
Yeah, I'm a genius. What can I say?
Somerset on the 20th of May at Loughborough. We got there in the end.
Look at me go.
We'll see you there. Thanks for tuning in. Simply the best playing in the background. We'll sign off and we'll see you again very soon. Thanks for tuning in.